All right, so we should be live. How's everyone doing tonight? Hey, Dan and Jackson, how you guys doing? So tonight we're just gonna relax, crack open a cider here. I have invited a couple people on. If anyone really wants to jump on the channel and join this conversation tonight, feel free to reach out to me on Discord or Instagram. It can definitely be just sort of like a hangout. So the topic I wanted to start with tonight is my feeling, or I'm gonna argue that there's a very good chance that we're actually in a general age of overprinting right now, rather than the underprinting of cards that most people are talking about. And the reason people are talking about it is a very understandable reason, which is that, prices on the surface, at least for the moment, prices are higher than I think most of us collectors would like on modern sealed product, particularly on the Japanese side, but also certainly on the English side. And the easiest thing to point to is just to say, well, they're not printing enough. I wish they would print more. And then that might push the prices down and we'd be able to afford it. And although that is correct on one level, that if they did print just a humongous amount more, if that was somehow possible, there could and likely would get to be a point where there just were not enough investor speculators and businesses to continue buying up and holding and cracking that product, and collectors at the end of the line, cracking and holding that product, and eventually prices would come down significantly. But the angle I want to take a look at this question is more from a long-term collector, sort of investor speculator perspective, which is where how I mostly engage in these hobbies, because that's how I enjoy the hobbies. That's the most fun way for me to enjoy the hobby, is to collect and to build sets and learn about new cards and new items, both in the Pokemon hobby and other hobbies. And then I think I justify, or try to justify, which is one thing we're going to talk about, some of the spending or some of the prices of items that I really enjoy, because I think that they're rare enough and cool enough that they're going to hold up in value over time, or maybe even appreciate in value, which then justifies me spending a lot of items on cards. And I think a lot of people here and adults in the Pokemon hobby can who are really collectors can understand those feelings. And I do believe that not just in Pokemon, but in cards in general, we are going to look, sports cards, all of the non-sports stuff I've been digging into, we're going to look back at, and it could take 5 years from now, it could take 10 years from now, but we're going to look back at this general period, and not just the 2020, 2021 period, but also this year, and I think the next few years. And we're going to look back and we're going to say, geez, there's a lot of cards that people do not want. And it's not necessarily going to be centrally focused on Pokemon. It's going to be, with Lorcana coming out and other TCGs and Kickstarters continuing to come out, and plans that Fanatics buying up Topps and potentially Panini, and a lot of other things, the non-sports growth that Fanatics hopes to achieve in sort of the non-sports card market. With all of these markets, there's going to be so many cards, and I think that in all of the modern markets and all of these hobbies, and in the vintage, and certainly in lots of places in the vintage, but particularly in the modern areas of these markets, there is a lot of irrational mania, a manic sort of FOMO thinking and greed and money making thinking that is driving the prices up. And um, I feel more and more confident as time goes by that um, that will be the reasonably correct analysis when we look back on this in, five. Again, it might take 5 to 10 years, and that's the thing about when you're flipping or you're doing sort of short term speculation, it becomes more about just buying low and selling high and constantly sort of flipping into that. But if you're really collecting and you're building collections that you want to enjoy and appreciate and hold for a really long period of time, like me, I want to buy things. I don't want to have to think about, I need to get rid of this thing as quickly as possible before the price collapses. I don't, that's not enjoyable in a long-term sense. I don't mind doing some of that sort of behavior as I get to then buy and afford pieces of my collection that I think are going to be more stand the test of time. But as I look across the prices in the Pokemon market, in the Magic market, in the Yu-Gi-Oh market, in the DBZ and Naruto, and I was looking at Parks and Recreation cards tonight, and autograph cards, and from all different types of TV shows, and all the different things that Tops and Upper Deck, and even lots of companies that printed lots of cards in sort of the 2010 to 2015 to 2020 range. So many pop culture non-sports cards. I really think about and try to reflect on what is going to survive all of this madness. What items, if any, and I do think there will be plenty of items that do survive, but what are going to be the items that are going to be important to people, that people are going to care about, and that was not driven by greed, by this sort of speculative, trying to make money thing. And it's why I harp on this point a lot on my channel, and I really push people to think about, and it does go back to this sort of idea of like collect or sort of like invest and speculate on things that you really like, that you really see value in, and trying really hard not to follow the herd, and not to follow the prices and the price points. People talking about the little Sebastian trading card autos in the chat. It's hilarious. So the best way to survive overprinting, and overprinting is the term I decided to use in this video, but really just what that means is that they're going to print enough of most things that it will be that people will not want it, that because it'll be so easily available that it won't be special, and that the actual things that are being printed won't be special for two reasons. One, because there's a lot of it, but a lot of it or too much of it is going to be defined by a sort of supply and demand equation. And the demand side of it has both to do with the wanting to make money and or the like having items that other people don't have, that sort of like chase and fun and scarcity side, as well as items that mean something to them outside of just the trying to make money aspect of these items. And so the first thing you can do when you're thinking about investing or collecting something for the long term is asking yourself, you know, what do I think thing should be worth to me? What is this worth to me? As a person who enjoys these cards, I'm not trying to maybe flip this or resell this, but just what do I what do I what how much is this card worth it to me? Trying to get sort of out of that herd mentality. And then the second thing I would ask is, is really trying to get a sense and really trying to find safety in items that people do not know about, and that are rare, and that are cool. And those are the three things that the cool is subjective, but we could break down what makes something cool. But the three things those are the things that I would look at. Rare, cool, and things that people do not look at, do not know about, or are lesser known or lesser focused on. And the only danger of doing something like that is if you are buying an item that is rare and fairly unknown, there could be a reason that people don't like it. And it's why that's sort of like, third, is this item cool? Is this item something that if I was able to, if I had the biggest YouTube channel in the world and I showed it on the screen, there would be tons of people who would want this item immediately. And then when I told them it was only $5 or $10, they would buy it up immediately, right? That's the type of item, that's the type of collectible that you want to really speculate in long term. And I would say anything else is not particularly worth investing and speculating in, and would be something I would more, I think you're more of sort of gambling. You're sort of gambling on. And again, I think it's really going to take quite a bit of time for what I'm saying to come true. I don't think this is something that is going to come true in the short term. I think that we're going to see most likely, we're going to see sort of continued speculation and fervor on a lot of the most mass-produced, most common items, items that are in the front and center, but that over a long period of time, those items are going to become irrelevant, largely, and people are going to sort of move on. Very similar to Beanie Babies. So, and understanding, if you go back and you understand the sort of psychology and what happened to Beanie Babies, it's you just have to apply that exact same psychology to any collectible market you're in, i.e., are people buying these things because they are trying to speculate and make money, and because they enjoy sort of the perceived manufactured rarity? There's a great quote from the one of the that the best skill that the CEO of the Thai company who made Beanie Babies had was getting people to believe there was value in worthless things. And not that Beanie Babies and cute cuddly stuffed animals are worthless. I think that's a little harsh. I think I enjoy Beanie Babies. I think people enjoy Beanie Babies, but trying to understand, how do people go from enjoying something, maybe genuinely, to then starting to speculate and kind of invest and try to make money off of that thing into sort of the next, to then it's sort of becoming, that's really all of the value is trying to make money, or 99%, the Beanie Baby might be worth $5 or $3 to people, but now it's $1,000 or $5,000. why has it gone from that $5 to 5,000? Is that item really a rare, special, unique item that is going to stand the test of time, that people are going to be interested in the long run, or is it a replaceable item that people are going to get bored of, that people are going to move on from? Now, Pokemon as a whole, I think as an IP, similar to Marvel and Star Wars and all these other things, I think people are going to be collecting Pokemon things and Star Wars things and Marvel things and, these big IPs probably for our entire lifetimes. And there's going to be a number of collectible booms around different items during our lifetime around these things. I don't think people are going to stop collecting. But what is going to stand the test of time all of those years? What are the items within those IPs that are special, that are unique, that are rare, that are historic, that are going to last, right? That is, and that's up to everyone here to decide. That's not something that one person knows the answer to or can figure out. But I think it's really important, and it's not a message that's really said, I think, a lot explicitly in the Pokemon community or other communities, because the prices right now, on some things are so high. That people are seeing dollar signs and putting it before logic. It's a very investment heavy, speculative driven markets right now. I do not think a lot of these markets are driven by collectors, and even collectors, I think, are very speculative focused in a lot of areas. And worse than that is that they're not speculating or focusing on items that have properties, in all cases, that do make them highly collectible, i.e. historic, important to the hobby that they're in. And this is way beyond Pokemon. This isn't a Pokemon focused thing. And again, I think Pokemon, if the Pokemon company really holds the line and continues to not print a lot, it is possible that the Pokemon card company and even modern Pokemon boxes and sealed stuff doesn't get hit as bad as a lot of this other stuff. These new TCGs, these new IPs that are coming into the space and that people are speculating on. But I think it will all get hit pretty hard, given the prices. And it's just sort of or it just won't appreciate eventually. Yeah, and I feel like it's common sense to kind of hold the line. So let's see what people are saying in the chat. And it's ironic right now because clearly, to say we're in an era of overprinting as everyone complains about how things are underprinted and no one can get product. But that's really a sign of speculative madness, not, in my opinion, a sign of overall growth in the Pokemon hobby. I think that there are just a lot of items that are being heavily, heavily speculated on right now. Particularly on the Japanese side, I would say. All right. Got Z and G in the house. There's unlimited money to spend and it will never stop, guaranteed. Legend of Luke, it's a fine line. Printing too much could kill the market. Yeah, I think I think the speculation is not going to kill the market, but it's going to cause a lot of people to lose money or way overpay for items that they don't really value. I think when people are paying $250, $300 for a lot of, modern steel product, for example, or $800, $1,000 for a modern PSA 10 alt art slab, or $4,000, $5,000 for a or $2,000 for like a PSA 10 E-series card where there's 500 graded and you're paying $1,800 and that card was $100 a few months ago. I think it's much. I think I think if we compare that to a $9 WotC, hollow. Like I just bought a PSA 9, a $25 Japanese Togetic. It was $25 in PSA 9. I don't think that's a great investment necessarily at all, actually. I just think that it's a reasonable value for a cool historic card already graded, when the packs would be hundreds of dollars and it's a fairly decent hollow. So I think that there are items within Pokemon that are still cool, that are still fairly reasonably priced. But I don't think those things are highly investable either, to be completely honest. I hope they are in the long term, but I really want to see a lot of this mania. I'm a little sick of the mania. It's exhausting. It's sort of been years now of mania. It would be really nice to get to a point in the hobby again where I feel like I'm surrounded by collectors and not people trying to make money on things that they don't even really care about very much, which is a harsh way of putting it. But I actually think that shows that the market is not in a particularly stable place, and that we're still going to see lots of price movement, because it's not filled with people who are buying items and keeping items and feeling that items are underpriced as a collector yet. Now, do I think like an example of that Togetic? Yeah, I think there are people buying that card and adding it to their collection who probably feel like that's really good value, and I feel comfortable, owning something like that at that price. So, and I really like, if you feel like, how do I put this? If you take a look, just thinking about it logically, okay, we have a card A. Card A has been out for over 20 some years. Card A is the first appearance of a top 100 Pokemon of all time. Card A is, to pull it out of a sealed pack is, $10,000, whatever. And then we have card B that is going for double or triple the price, $75, $100. And card B has 15,000, graded already, or 10,000 graded already. Card B has, there are massive amounts being opened every day and tons of packs that cost $5, and the pull rate is only 3 times as difficult. So we're talking about, an equivalent of if it was a $30 pack versus an $150 pack, so a 5 times. And again, you could apply what I just said to so many cards. And when you do that, it should become very obvious to you that it's a bubble, and that what's driving that is herd mentality and people just sort of paying comps, and not educated buyers buying something and putting it away for a and I hear it all the time, like, and I know it doesn't happen in this community, but like when you get outside of this type of card community, it's people just telling other people how these high pop, modern cards, and some of these high pop vintage cards that, that I mentioned, There are cards from Watsy, particularly on the Japanese side, but there are some E series things that I'm seeing, some middle era EX stuff I'm seeing, even some like level X prices I'm seeing, like crazy high prices, primes, crazy high prices, that just make no sense based on how many are graded, and based on the price to pull it in. And it really just takes you 3 minutes of doing a simple calculation to see how off the prices are from each other. So the only sort of logical conclusion from all of that is it's a speculative bubble. And that makes me nervous of buying the good stuff, to be honest, because I would rather wait for the whole speculative nonsense and bubble to pass, and for a lot of these, investor speculator types to kind of like get burned and leave the hobby before I start speculating and investing again, which I know is like hilarious and ironic. But the truth is that I would not be speculating or investing in any of this if I didn't enjoy collecting. But the ironic part is that when a hobby is filled with collectors, it's far more investable than a hobby filled with investors. It's the time to sell and get out. It's sort of funny. Hey, Calvin, thanks for supporting. Appreciate you. Kickstarter. I was looking at the price of D Spirits. Kickstarter box are like $75, but sure what the original price was. I don't know. But there's a lot of them coming out. Do you think this era could be as bad as the 1990s sports card era? Still worthless in 30 years. How does it compare to something like that, considering card printing is done by one company? Yeah, I mean, the short answer, is I obviously don't know. My guess would be something like, so part of what happened in the 1990s and earlier, like 80s, is that they would print, particularly 80s, like they would print like in baseball, they would print the entire set, and there were like no inserts. There were no like special rarer cards, and certainly no number serialized cards like they have today. Super short printed inserts. And so you would actually get the entire set. You would buy the entire set rather than like opening packs or ripping packs. And so the model that they have today with like serialized stuff in sports, and then in like Pokemon and other places having like, very difficult to pull inserts, creates quite a bit more rarity even in this mass produced market. I still think the prices are way overpriced for these items. Now, do I think that means they should be worthless, like 50 cents? No. But there's a humongous difference between 50 cents and $1,000. And that's really what I'm talking about. If a lot of these items that were $1,000 were $100 or $200, I would be a lot less anxious. And I still wouldn't think, and I definitely wouldn't think that they were good investments even at $200, let alone where they are now, right? And people are buying them at a 4 times evaluation than I would, and they still think they're investments. That's how overinflated I believe the market is. Would you still believe demand to supply ratio for modern outstrips the ratio of that for vintage? So when we talk about like true like collector, non-investor, non-flipper, non-speculator demand, I think nobody knows. When we look at the type of content that gets the most views or gets lots of views, I don't know that content extremely well, but I think it's often like really high priced vintage. And that could be because people are super into vintage, or it could just be because they really like those like really high priced things. Like those tend to get the most views. And then like the newest set, because people want to see like what the new thing is. I can only speak for myself. I really enjoy the new sets and the new cards. I just think people have lost their minds who are investing and speculating on these things. And I think people can't like some people can't get it through their head. It doesn't actually make sense to them that it's like, well, Jake just hates modern. He doesn't like the modern cards. It's like, no, I really like the modern cards. I really wish that I could open more product and engage in the market, but people are just way overpaying for it. And I'm not gonna buy items that are 4, 5, 10, 15 times what I think they should be worth. And in the long run, I don't think I'm going to care at all that I don't own these items, right? Do I think, and I don't think they're particularly important to own in my personal view, and I don't think they will be in most people's personal view, in 5, 10, 15, 20 years, if this hobby is still churning along very well, I do not think these items will be important items to own like WotC items will be, or early original Nintendo EX, the first Nintendo series. I think those items will be a lot more sought after, not to mention just the attrition rate and the rarity will be a lot more on most of it. So, in the short run, I think people like what's new. People are excited to see what's next. People like to follow the herd. And I think also people like to make money, and they like to go where the money and the attention is. But I will never, I can't believe that there's someone out there who likes a Scarlet and Violet card better than I like a base set card. So a card that they have learned about and known about for a few seconds versus a card that was part of my childhood. And I remember pulling that card with my father, which was like a really important memory because my parents are going through a hard time. It's just hard to imagine that type of nostalgia and connection and care could be developed in that short a period of time. Versus these things, not to mention that they'll always be the first ones. When we look back and, people don't, young people don't necessarily have a connection or remember or grew up with, some of these vintage baseball cards, but they're kids today, people in their 20s, and even 30s, relative kids to when these cards came out, in the 50s, who are paying $5,000, $6,000, $8,000 because they appreciate the history and they understand that card led to the cards that they had today. That's what will happen in this hobby too. It's like as close to a guarantee as I can possibly give anyone. So it's just a matter of time. And obviously the prices overall have supported that, but outside of these short, crazy mania blip periods where you see just sort of a rational, crazy movement on things that have been out for a month. I mean, look on the Japanese side. People are paying $1,000, $2,000, I'm seeing, for like brand new waifu cards. Does that make any sense to anyone? What? That is mania. in my humble opinion. There's going to be tons of those. They're going to keep creating them forever. That's the one you need for $2,000, for $1,000. Crazy, really crazy. And I want to be careful not to comment too hard on something like that, specifically because like I don't understand at all, really. Like, I think Weiss has a lot more beautiful, like waifu type arts. Like I would much rather collect a lot of those things in Weiss from different animes where I can get like the voice actor, sign signature and a much rarer card. Now, do I like some of these Pokemon trainers? And is it cool to like own some of these Pokemon trainer cards? And are they good looking? Absolutely. But you can buy the English one in some cases for $5 to $10, or the Japanese one for $1,000, that's probably an exaggeration, or the Japanese one for $50 or $100 or $200 or whatever. The $1,000 Japanese one, the English one's probably $50 or something. And even that feels kind of crazy. But at least when you're buying something for $5, $10, $25, $50, I bought lunch today for $25. I just had an impulse buy that I wanted some junk food for lunch. It wasn't such a huge investment. It wasn't a big deal. Spending $1,000 on a Pokemon card, if you are not an extremely wealthy person, should be a big deal in my personal opinion. um, Jake has doubled the prices of Parks and Rec cards. Pokemon Center exclusive cards, offers, and ETVs are cool to me, and in the grand scheme of the hobby, only a relatively small amount of people will buy it. Or am I jaded? I really don't know. I don't know how many of those are being sold. How many of those are out in the world? Do I think that provides a little bit more collectability and rarity? Sure. Do I think those are better than probably the regular ones? Sure. There might be situations where they're worse though, because maybe they print more of those than some of the regular ones. I think it's just you're just gambling, and that's cool and that's fine. But you should ask yourself, is it a good gamble or a bad gamble? And it's probably a bad gamble if you feel like the vast majority of people buying this, and the reason you're buying it, and the reason the guy next to you is buying it, is to try to make money on it, and not because you actually like it. Do you like it? Do you value it? Is it cool? These are things I don't hear people talk about enough. Do you like Pokemon cards? Do you think it's cool? Do you enjoy it? Is it fun? Or are you just trying to make money? You're just here to make money. Or is that 70% of it? And then what is that doing to the prices? Right? When I was collecting and buying a lot of these cards and speculating and investing on these cards 3-4 years ago, I truly would have been fine if they never went up in value, because I saw unbelievable value, which is what made me think that they were such good investments. You see how that logic works? So the fact that I'd be okay if they never went up in value, and I'm stunned at how cheap they are, gives me some inclination that if people are like me, and in a few years or more people find this who are like me, they're going to see the same thing, which is what I think drove the prices up. But somewhere along the line, people got nuts, and people started just, trying to make money, trying to focus on money. And I know that I have a Pokemon market channel, and trust me, I enjoy talking about the market, but the money talk has gotten to the point where it didn't become like, let's assess these really cool pieces of history and of our lives and cool items that we think are on, and it sort of divided into two camps of like, how do we just kind of flip and speculate and make money, and these items are kind of crap and trash sort of vibe, and how do we make money off of them as quickly as possible? I don't mind that talk so much. It's okay. It's part of the hobby, but that talk and that energy also creates bubbles when lots of people are doing that. And when you combine that sort of bubble with the bubble of like the people who are just like, buy anything, hold it, and it goes up, and are tracking price history and are quoting prices as proof of future prices, crazy, but both of those things create inflation in the market. And the people who actually create the price stability are the collectors, and the people who can afford the items and enjoy and appreciate the items and want the items and want to hold them. Go back and read articles during the Beanie Baby boom of the way people were talking about Beanie Babies. They exist. They're out there. A lot of the stuff that people are still saying now, it was worse in 2020, 2021, but I'm seeing it again in certain areas of the market more than others. Forcell says, what makes modern valuable is the high demand meeting the high supply. Alt arts are really enough to gauge interest for years to come. Okay? You know? I do you think, Forest Hill, that this card to you as a human being, separate from all this trying to make money? Because right now it's like the part of this conversation, right? And this quote from you is speculating on what's going to happen to the prices. Do you as a human being think that card, given the amount that are in the world, given the is worth to you what it's going for? Pick a card. Are you buying it at those prices because you enjoy it? Or are you buying it to speculate? If the answer is you are buying it because you enjoy it, and that $500, $400, $800, you'd rather spend on that because you get more enjoyment as a collector than anything else in this hobby or all of your collectible options everywhere, then fair enough. And if that's the way that the market ends up feeling over the long period of time, fair enough. It's just highly, highly unlikely, in my opinion. And I think it feels like common sense, but Forcell then says there is strong speculative behavior in the market now. Collectibles have grown as an intriguing alternative investment vehicle to a lot of people. Yeah, and I think that to be fair, and to talk about this, some of that will be somewhat sustainable and will be consistent in the market. And what I mean by that is that probably some level of sort of speculative investment will always sort of be percolating in the market and pushing prices up a bit from where they would just be if no one was here trying to flip or speculate, if that makes sense. You know, and so what can happen is when markets then collapse or if there becomes a point where like there's like no speculators in the space or like almost no investor speculator talk or market talk, that may be a point where things become a little undervalued because people are then underestimating, you know, the potential for something like that to happen again and the potential for sort of that greed cycle to start anew. Pokemon Kevin says, have we wondered who are the ones hyping up the cards and prices? Are those who go to Walmart to buy the cards people with knowledge? I think it's not so much. I think there's some people who are just like going out there and telling people to buy. I see it, right? I see people saying that things are a great investment and that, you know, buy and continue to buy, etc. But I think it's more so the high prices and prices continuing to go up just get more people to buy in and continue to go up. It's literally just the herd mentality. It's not like there's someone saying, go do this. It's I'm missing out on making money. Oh, other people are paying this price and it only goes up. I want to be a part of it. It's that sort of thing rather than someone, you know, an expert saying this is a good investment and then everyone buying that. That happens sometimes, but I don't think, you know, I think it's far, far more just sort of natural. It's a natural thing. Like it doesn't need a leader. Like we as human beings do this without a leader. We don't need a leader telling everyone to go follow the herd. We as human beings naturally follow the herd. Northward CGC, booster boxes will continue up in price forever or until 3 years down the road, 50% of the people lose interest and everyone has a booster box of Sword and Shield. Those are the two choices. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know exactly what it would look like. All I can tell you is I think things right now today are already very overvalued, and I think they're very pushed up by speculation. And because of that, I think that they will either go down in value or won't go up in value very well as compared to other things in this hobby, you know, or collectibles in general. The Lunatic, Pokemon is already overprinted about 4,500 times more than sports cards. No idea how they have so much value. Mr. Locknett, just say you were wrong about modern. So, I mean, was I wrong about modern? So I've said this on lives before. So A year and a half ago, I was buying quite a bit of modern because people were so negative on it. And you can go back on my channel talking about this month after month. I made lots of videos on like, should I buy, my feelings on modern booster boxes, my feelings on this stuff. And I told people that I bought quite a bit, right, at those prices. And it was at like $70, $80, $95. As soon as those prices went up to 120, 150, I think that at that point it was speculative FOMO driven. And before that, there was too much negativity. I think I was right. I think I have been right and continue to be right, to be completely honest with you. But the whole point, Mr. Locknet, and this is the thing that people cannot wrap their heads around. I am not here predicting prices. I'm talking about where we are in a sort of speculative cycle. And I do believe that as soon as those, I think as soon as those evolving skies booster boxes maybe hit 150 to 180, they were already overpriced, like, and getting into sort of that speculative. But things like things can then double again, triple again. And I've said that on my channel for years. It's why I'm not going to sit here and say because something is overpriced, it's not going to double again, or you shouldn't momentum trade or momentum bet or whatever into it. It's why all of the smartest investors in the world, it's very frustrating when people like myself and others try to articulate nuanced points, end up being very accurate over a long period of time, years now for me, on the general sort of trends and movements. Myself have made million plus in this hobby, and have one of the largest collections, and also maintained, right, dollars plus value of collection, right, and maintained one of the largest collections and continue to build in collection, continue to be a buyer. It's like, you know, and then you have people with like, not necessarily you, Mr. Locknut, but others who might have like $5,000 in a sealed collection, don't really follow much of the market, don't really engage that much, and think they've been right because they've made 20 to 30 to 40%, when I've also had $10,000 in modern sealed booster boxes and I've been selling into the mania also. So now where I will be wrong is if in like 5-10 years from now, the trend is something like it just continues to go up and people like aren't interested in like the old original stuff, and they just and they're not interested in the new stuff, and they're just interested in like the sword and shield era block, which is like lunacy in my opinion. But I'm desperately trying to help people against my own interest. Anyway, you know, it's surprising to me that people can't see that, those who can't. And again, I will never, that doesn't mean that I'm not surprised by how high prices have pushed up. I'm surprised that despite the economic environment, prices have been able to double or triple on some of these modern sealed. I would have guessed after I started feeling sort of that speculative FOMO nature that they would have maybe only doubled, like if you had gunned to my head instead of tripled. You know, but it's stupid trying to predict those types of things and exactly when you should sell and get out is stupid, and a waste of sort of your energy to try to pick an exact exit point. Really, for me, it's more on sort of an instinct of like, we're now into sort of mania territory. Let me take a quick look at how much is selling, at what the trend is, and let me get out at this really, you know, solid price with some buffer, feeling like, well, hopefully that trend is still pushing up as I'm selling. I really don't like selling into downtrends or into negativity as much as I possibly can. So we do have a guest coming on. You ready to come on, man? You ready? Can you hear me? You're not responding to me. I think you're.
Yeah, I can hear you. It's just you're getting quite a bit of lag though, unless it's just me.
Really? Am I lagging, guys? Or just for Ray? So as you try to figure that out, Ray, like,
Try it now. Can you?
just
There we go.
respond.
How about
Yeah.
now?
The sound is crackly for me.
Okay.
Let
me take my AirPods out and I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay, cool. All right, so Ray will come on in a sec. Ray's a great dude in the hobby. Definitely excited to have him on. So I want to respond to this Leaf Green Goblin comment. So one thing modern has taught me is that people don't care about pop as much as some people think. This type of statement, like, I don't like. So I'm selling low pop cards at humongous multiples all the time right now for mid-gen, vintage stuff. And even if I wasn't, I did just a few years ago or a year ago. So we have to be really careful when we trying to take lessons from sort of speculative manias as like, this is what the hobby cares about and thinks about. This is what the hobby values. Even cards that are 20 years old. If we take like base set Charizard and Ancient Mew, these are cards that we have a better sense of like what people and the hobby think about them. But even those over a very long period of time, 10, 15, 20 years, people's opinions could change. People's opinions could become more negative on some of those cards. People could care less about certain cards. Like, people might care more about certain modern Pokemon or certain middle era Pokemon, or there might be certain eras in Pokemon that have a lot more fans than other eras. And so that era has a lot, like, there are a lot more Gen 1 fans than Gen 4 fans. And then maybe there are going to be more Gen 6 fans than Gen 10 fans. You know, we don't know these things. And short-term price history is not a good, is basically worthless. I'm going to be very blunt on it, because it doesn't mean you shouldn't follow it and you shouldn't engage in it and then incorporate it in sort of a long-term, your sort of experience. Like, I am a big believer in data and being engaged, but my 7 years of selling and engaging in the hobby can read a comment like this and immediately say, that's absolutely, like, I don't know. One thing monitors tell me is that people don't care about pop as much as some people think. I mean, some people don't care about pop now, and then in a week they may really care about it. I mean, there are people right now who are selling cards that they went after for years to now get low pop trophy cards that I'm talking to, who were obsessed with, who thought they were stupid, but now are wanting rarity. There are people who hated grading who now love it. There are people who loved grading who now hate it. The point is that all of this demand and people's tastes and all these types of things, like, they shift and they change. So it's part of my issue with anyone coming out with statements about what do people like, and the trajectory, and now people like this, and this is what people are going to like forever, and it's why something like waifus, for example, make me so nervous, because this is such a new thing that people are paying thousands of dollars for something. That would be something that I would sell into, not be buying, right? Now, that doesn't mean that it can't sustain itself eventually and become a thing that has 10, there might be 20, 30 years, in 20 to 30 years, there might be 20 to 30 years of collectors of these. That could be one of the biggest things in Pokemon. And some of these ones could be like some of the early vintage ones, right? And that narrative could be created. But that's incredibly speculative. And is based on like, it's nothing right now. And you and I and many people can come and you can sit down. I could come up with 15 possible theories, and none of them could be correct, or maybe one of them will be correct, etc. All right, let me bring Ray on now. What's up, Ray?
All right. I think we're better now.
We are. Good
Yeah,
to see
my phone was jacking up. Sorry, dude.
It's very good to see you.
Wonderful to see you too, my friend.
How are you, man? So first of all, have you been on the channel before?
Yeah, I was, oh, it's not here. I had it pretty close by before, but I was on the drunk stream starring you and Dan when Kai and I had a pack opened and you signed the Grimer for me. But I can understand why you wouldn't remember that one.
That was on Dan's, wasn't it?
Well, I don't know if, okay, fine. I guess technically I wasn't on your stream. I guess, I'm sorry, but
I think this might be the first time here. So I just want to for those who don't know, Ray is someone I really respect in this hobby. I give him some crap and he puts himself down a lot, but he's someone who I think not only is like a really great guy, but is a very smart guy and is someone who I think has been really trying to figure out and create, a Pokemon business and a side hustle and like be engaged in these markets and these topics, and has been coming to collecticons and hanging out. People who come to the collecticons definitely know Ray. But for a lot of like people here, they probably won't. So why don't you just, if you want to add anything to that?
Well, I think really the most interesting thing, if we can add to it, is that you and I, we went to our first cons together. I mean, I went to the Atlanta Collecticon, but I didn't sell. But our first selling convention we went to together, and it was basically someone who I have a ton of respect for between you and Dan and Nick, of course. But you were much longer in the hobby than what I even was at that point. I mean, I was in maybe 2 years. We shared a half of a case together. I did okay. I made enough money to basically pay for the trip and have a lot of fun, and most importantly, just make new friends. But up until that point, I was a total just noob, and I still am. I mean, I try to engage every day with the idea that I don't know jack squat about anything. I'll try to keep the cursing to a minimum on your channel. But
I appreciate that, but I don't agree. I think you know quite a bit. I appreciate the humility. I do think it's very important, though, to not overstate for anyone kind of like what we know and like know where we're at and sort of our learning process and kind of like where our our skills are at. Absolutely. Sure. So certainly, like being at Dan's level or TCA Gaming's level or these type of sellers takes like many years to not only like the knowledge base, but just all of the like every little niche thing that they do to kind of maximize profit and maximize their business on a daily basis, and sort of like their work ethic and all of the relationships they have in the hobby. You can have a ton of knowledge, but not necessarily have all of the relationships, so there's a lot to certainly, build and work to. But
I try to maximize my fun. That's the way I put it, because this is fun for me. So if it takes me having to flip some things that I may not, although I don't typically, I quote unquote invest in something that I don't necessarily like, because I like to invest in things that I like. At the end of the day, this is still just fun for me. I have a normal day-to-day job that pays the bills. I don't necessarily envision this, being full-time or anything. So everything that I'm picking up is just because I just want to have a good time, engage with the community, engage with guys like you.
That's awesome, man. I appreciate that sentiment. I know that's like 100% why I'm here as well. I having the channel and like honestly just like caring about people and like the community and like sort of the both for myself and for other people does get me heated, like in tonight a little bit. Just sort of the speculation gets me heated, the sort of like the bad advice, the sort of
why? What if it's good advice?
What if
we always claim we always claim that we don't know? Damn, I could have told you 2 years ago. I was collecting some of the waifu cards just because I thought they were cool, specifically Japanese, just because I thought they were cool. I never thought in a million years that they were, what they are now. And you're right. They may not last forever. I'm not only bringing this up because you were just talking about it, but dude, it's happening.
So I would push very hard against the idea. So the advice is not, it's not the advice out there should be, if there's anyone giving advice, should be something like, here's something rare, historic, and cool that not a lot of people know about. Why is it so cheap? Anything that isn't that, in my opinion, anything that is sort of just speculative gambling would be my argument, in my view. And some of it, like if you had said that about the waifus, you would have applied some of those principles and potentially have been right. But if you buy them now at $1,000 or $1,500, you're going against those types of value principles. So I think that, are there examples of like buying on the way up that might work, or there's something percolating here and I should buy and now in the short term? Absolutely. But then you have to worry about selling and about timing it and all these types of things. And you're not just buying cool items at prices that don't make sense, that you think they should be worth. And so I just think that any advice that isn't that is bad advice. Like, to be honest. Now, that isn't saying which, like, everyone's, like, what different people think is cool is going to be different. So like what you might buy, like what you might think is kind of going to be niche, historic, and cool might be different than what I think is going to be niche and historic and cool. But I don't think it changes the fundamentals of what makes items valuable on a very long-term trajectory. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, when we talk long-term, no matter what, I mean, we could all be wrong about anything. I mean, when you're talking long-term, 5 years, 10 years, you can have your best guesstimation of what's happened in the past, but we can still all be wrong. But what you can't account for is demand, at that time. Demand's going to shift constantly. And that's what I see like with like Japanese cards. And for example, this hobby is so large. And this is just me coming from other TCGs that I collected, which are much smaller, like Final Fantasy TCG. I mean, we're talking, I actually saw today, what was the breakdown? Something like I want to say 2,500 master cases shipped from Square. Like so they actually released the numbers. I want to say that's what it is. So every master case has 12 booster boxes. So whatever that number is times 2,500 times 12, whatever that number is, that's what they shipped, globally for the set. I mean, that's just not a lot of product, but guess what? It also doesn't have a lot of demand. So it doesn't really matter. But when you have such a large market and the demand is shifting all over the place, of course there's going to be some wackiness, but I can also see why some of it goes crazy.
But there are two different debates. One is sort of like value investing versus as sort of like a universal correct way of like investing or speculating in anything, which I'm a fervent believer in. Like, I believe that markets are always irrational, and versus a sort of people who think prices are rational and expensive things are good and better than cheap, inexpensive things, right? They're two different camps of thought. So as a value investor, the analysis you're doing is constantly, fundamentally, is this thing overvalued right now or not? And you judge that based on the current price versus what you think the price is going to be in the future, the current supply and demand fundamentals versus where you think the supply and demand fundamentals will be in the future. So if I think demand is going to go up a lot in the future, then price will go up as long as supply doesn't match that or doesn't go up a lot, right? And so can we be wrong about our assessments on cards? Of course. But if we're doing that value assessment and that value assessment is in our favor in a very significant way, we're going to be right way more often than not. And the math is going to be heavily in our favor. So if I'm buying a card at $5, that's going to be one that I think is going to be one of the most important cards in a humongous hobby in 10 years, just theoretically, and there's only 100 of these cards made. So the market cap is 50, let's say is $500 on this card. And I think there's going to be a $10 million wanting this card, right? Let's just say I theorize that, right? I'm putting numbers to sort of my evaluations. That's a phenomenal investment with an amazing, amazing sort of potential return with a much lower risk profile. If you're buying something for $1,000 and you just say, well, I didn't really think about why it will go up in the future. I just think that all things go up. I don't really have an idea of like who's going to buy that or why the demand is going to increase. I agree with you that like demand, and I say it all the time, like demand is just like, can be crazy and so random, right? So like the demand, like the extreme increase in demand for waifus came out of nowhere. Like no, for most people, there might have been some people who bought them up and made that market happen and pushed that market to their fault. Who knows exactly how that happened.
There actually is somewhat of a reason behind it. I don't know if you know it.
Sure, go for it.
So PokeTuber, twice baked Jake. I'm sure a lot of people who are in your chat are familiar with him. I'm sure you are too. He kind of put a light on these like 2 years ago. Now, demand's kind of tapered off since he originally talked about it, but in one of his videos, which for whatever reason, his YouTube following, man, they buy what he sells. And I'm not saying that's not a good or bad thing. I don't mean that in any kind of derogatory way. It doesn't matter. The point is this, the people who watch his channel listen to him. I can distinctly remember seeing some of the cards I was collecting, like the full art Rosa from Cosmic Eclipse at that time. I mean, I want to say it went from like $50 to $100 to like $300 almost overnight because of how much he kind of like talked them up at that time. Like I said, at that point, it tapered, and that was more for the English side. Now, since then, Japanese has come along a long way. People actually started collecting it like crazy. And a lot of these times, and a lot of these sets, these full art trainers are like one per box. So they are somewhat rare. And you might get, I can't name a set right off the top of my head, but they are actually somewhat rare, kind of like the Moonbryon, where there is some rarity to it. It's not rare, but it is rare. You know what I'm saying? But there is some rarity to these.
So here's an autographed General Grievous card with the voice voice actor. This is the voice actor of Matthew Wood. The voice actor of Matthew Wood. It's from a $10,000 box of Star Wars cards. There are 20 of these in the world. I bought this card for $40.
No one cares. No one likes General Grievous, including me.
I just sold 3 General Grievouses at Collecticon.
I'm kidding. I love General Grievous. I love Star Wars.
I think a few people know who General Grievous is. And again, my point is just it's all relative. So when you say,
yes, I agree.
Rare one a box, relative to what? Certainly it's rare relative to $4 relative to $10. It's just sort of,
I'll say to the tighter print runs of Japanese cards, because Japanese print runs are quite a bit tighter. Now, that doesn't mean there's not a ton of them out there. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say any of this stuff's rare, but Japanese keep their print runs in check a little bit more. It's not like English print runs where it's everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, it's everyone out there has to make an assessment, right? So let me compare it to something in Pokemon. So I compared it to this. Like, I would say this has so much more value to me as a collector than some of these cards. I don't care what people think. I like Pokemon, I like Star Wars, et cetera, et cetera. Now, Wizards of the Coast and some early Pokemon cards have more special meaning because the actual art and the actual card was something I collected as a kid. When I look at this, it's like a cool piece. I actually enjoyed those movies. I really like General Grievous, and Matthew Wood played General Grievous in the movies. It's an on-card signature. There aren't that many. It's a cool collector's piece for a reasonable amount of money, but it cannot compete in the same way that some of those early WotC cards can compete. But a new Japanese card that just has another Pokemon on it, when I know there's going to be another set and another set and another set and another set with all those Pokemon on it, with new art, with new incredible art over and over and over again for years. The point I'm arguing is, why is the demand, other than just like speculative, I'm going to make money, going to hold and continue to go up on things? Why are people paying so much money for something that they haven't known about for a long time? that they don't have the nostalgia or the connection to, that isn't rare compared to something like this, that there are 20 in the world, that's 100 times more, thousands of times. There's thousands and thousands more of them, many thousands. We're talking 100,000s of some of these cards probably in the world. And, people can spend their money however they like, but when we think about sort of a value investing or where things seem value, we have to think about it, the fundamentals, not just the prices, and I think people kind of just go with the herd. I bought $25 yesterday. I bought the first ever, like Peter Pan and like Robin Hood cards, like cool old like niche Disney stuff, and you can say, and other people can say, well, nobody cares. Well, it's like nobody cared about Pokemon a year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. Nobody cared. Nobody cares about Beanie Babies now. People were obsessed with them. Like you're trying to think about, why do people care about this now? Why will they care about it in the future? And what will they care about next? Like these are the types of questions. And again, I think that
if you're trying to rationalize something that's irrational, what are you doing? Like
you're investing.
Thinking too hard. That's what you're doing, is thinking too hard.
I paid over $1 million to have a $1 million collection. Like the reason I'm so passionate about this stuff is it works. I saw Alex in the chat say, Jake, show your receipts. No, you can believe me or not. I don't really give a crap. People who know me in this hobby, people who've actually seen my collection, the people that I actually sell to know how much money I have in my inventory and my value. I really don't give a crap what you think or what other people think. I'm actually here for your benefit, and my passion is for your benefit and for other people's benefits. I don't need, and to be honest, on Patreon, I actually showed some of my old buys one time just to demonstrate sort of the prices that things were going for. But listen,
by the way, Jake, I don't care about any of that. You show me all that kind of stuff in your personal private
and it
reserve
doesn't matter.
collection.
And the whole point of this channel is that stuff doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
What matters is the content of your character, your arguments, and what you're doing now. Because there are tons of people who made a lot of money or have a large collection who I don't think are that great of investors or particularly making good speculative plays now. They just happen to be here earlier and happen to get right, on some things. They're not continuing to do those types of things. Now, will I find that I was overly bullish on some things and overly bearish on some things? Very likely. But that's due to my mistakes in my analysis, not due to my fundamental arguments, which I do not believe are fundamentally wrong. Do you see what I'm arguing, Ray? Yeah. just the simple, go on to Investopedia, guys. I'm not making value investing up. Go on to Investopedia, read about value investing, read The Intelligent Investor by Ben Grant. These principles will help you understand the psychology of markets and understand how to function in them.
It's funny because I really appreciate your approach to this. Obviously, I am a part of your Patreon. I listen to you as much as I can, but it's funny how I just approach this with so much more of a laissez-faire, collect what I like, hopefully sell what I like because I don't feel bad that I'm selling it maybe at a higher price then, or I may not, it might be harder for me to get rid of. That's part of the strategy. I want to buy what I like because it's like, I might hold on to it a little bit longer. It could totally blow. It's happened to where it's blown up in my face, but it's happened to where it's really worked out for me. But when you have something that's completely unregulated and, ran on hype as well as FOMO and as well as a bit of nostalgia and maybe emotion, you're going to get what we're getting. I mean, a
year and a half ago, people and tons of our YouTuber friends who have videos out, even just in our own clique, I'm not going to call anyone out by name, came out with videos saying modern investing's dead, modern sealed's dead, no one's interested. They way overprinted everything. And now a year and a half later, there isn't enough product, everything to the moon. The point is, it's irrational to call it either way, because that's not value investing, because you don't know. What you're trying to do is you're trying to do the opposite, and you're trying to get a sense of sort of where we are in sort of that greed fear cycle. And so my assessment a year and a half ago was we are still in a bull run, basically. And I believe we are right now. This is and there's lots of bubble and speculative energy going on. But there was a moment there where there was sort of like, is Pokemon going to collapse? Like there was a fear that like the whole thing was going to collapse. Like I was getting lots of Patreon messages all the time from people. Should I sell everything? Is it all going to collapse? And that told me now is a really good buying moment within a larger bull run. Now that doesn't mean that I think that I didn't think that I thought that there was risk during that period because of the general macroeconomic situation, recession talk, going into recession, starting to at this point they weren't raising interest rates, but a few months after it started raising interest rates, and as that sort of built momentum and built steam, I got more concerned about how that would impact things. As I would argue any rational, reasonable person would. And then the fact that things doubled anyway, your reaction to that should be, this market is incredibly irrational and speculative, not these are really good investments. That's what I would argue, Ray. So people who are like, these are really good investments it's so crazy, like, to me. Like it's like seeing something that makes absolutely no sense, and then rather than coming to the conclusion that, oh, it makes perfect sense, it's being driven up by speculative greed and sort of mania behavior, which impacts all these markets all the time. Instead, well, people just like this now. Well, people have liked this for 20 years, but now they just like this, and this is the thing that they like. Or now, is it possible? I've been selling these like Japanese, PSA 10s for crazy amounts. Is it possible that this new like Chinese market is sort of here to stay, and like the new Japanese market is like more sustainable and here to stay? It's always possible. It's always possible that the waifu shift is here to stay, that the altar shift is here to stay. And I'm going to repeat this again and again and again. It's always possible, but you're buying in already at a price where tons of people are speculating that it's a definite. People who are buying these things and speculating and buying $250 Japanese booster boxes to like resell and flip are speculating that it not only is it going to happen, but it's going to continue to go up, and it's going to continue to double and triple and all these types of things. And I would call that irrationality. Now, if someone comes to me and says, I think I'm being rational because of A, B, C, and D, and makes a good argument based on value assessment, I'm all for that. But I think where I get really frustrated is it's not an argument. Often I'm not hearing arguments like, I'm just hearing, well, prices are up, so it's a good investment. Well, people just like that now. Or what you said, which is just like, well, it's all irrational and none of us can predict anything. Well, it's like, no, like I've made $1.5 million and have this collection for a reason. It doesn't just, you don't just like throw darts at a dartboard. You throw lots and lots and lots of darts at a dartboard over a long period of time in a systematic way, and that tends to work out somewhat in your favor. Now,
the market's different now. When did you start, Jake?
2016. Now, the one thing I would add, Ray, is I may be quite a bit worse than this than I think I am. I'm very open to that, and that I was just very helped by the boom.
Yeah,
I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting to figure that out. How
you were. It's okay to admit it. You were. It's okay.
No, and I know that, Ray, but I'm trying to figure out how much of it is that versus how much of it was I right about things, and I'm trying to figure all of that out in sort of the new plays that I'm making. Now, the Disneys, the Batmans, the Supermans, like all those really worked quite well, but they also were kind of off the tail of that boom. So I'm seeing, can I continue to be successful and speculate and do my stuff in this type of market? I'm not, as sure about that in the long run, but I do feel very confident that when you are investing or speculating long term, the general value investment principle is just so important. But that's different than this sort of flipping, reselling game people are playing. Sorry, I'll let you go, Ray. I'm talking.
No, I don't really. I was just asking you the question of how much was 2016 the help, and I'm going to just go ahead and assume it was a lot. And that doesn't mean you don't know what you're talking about. That doesn't mean that you didn't make good plays. At the end of the day, you can't help when you're investing and not know. Like I said, at that point, you're not going to know the future. You didn't know 2018 and 2020 was just going to start this insanity for your card collection that you were starting. There's no way anybody knew that. So that's not on you. Good for you. That's amazing that happened. But the market is different now. It's figured out. Margins are smaller. You got to find where it's at, man.
So margins are actually a lot bigger now in flipping than they were then. So the amount that people are making off of and that to me is all the irrational stuff in the market that actually wasn't here back in 2017. So I would analyze the 2017, 2018 market as a much more stable, collector driven, healthy market. Now the market is much more speculatively driven. Prices are a lot more irrational. Now prices back in 2017, 2018, and I was writing on E4 back then, I was saying, how are these cards so cheap? There's a reason that I plowed, $80,000 into this market, over the course of a few years, plus all of my flipping and reselling and getting more value, out of it, what that I was doing there, because I thought it was extremely undervalued. But I was judging a lot of that also off of sort of that collector stuff I'm talking about. Now, the fact that you can just resell slabs that you are easy, find a card, grade it, and then sell a $5 card for $400, that there's so many plays and so many premiums happening all of the time. That's a sign that we are not at a good stable resting point, and that you're going to see a lot of price volatility. And so the way that I would handle that as a flipper is I just want really good margin, which luckily there is really good margin, because even you're protected by that downside margin risk. But what we're talking about tonight is investing. It's not the, that's absolutely there, but buying that $400 card, that $400 PSA 10, that already slab thing, is that a good buy?
By the way, when I clear something up, I just want to clear something up. When I say the margins are smaller, when we take something that we may have purchased in 2016, 2017, and you're not realizing 75,265% on it, like what was happening for a while, and unfortunately now you might have to take your 50% gain. That's what I mean. The margins are still there. They're just not absolutely obscene like they were 2 years ago.
The margins aren't as obscene. Well, I think what was happening, so I think the margins, and I might be wrong about this, I think the margins right now are as obscene as they were. But what was happening before is there was also upward price movement happening at the same time. So you would buy a card and then you would send it to PSA. And then by the time it came back to you, the card had 10x in value. So not only were you getting the difference in the graded cost, but you were also getting the 10x in the value. Now you're just getting the difference in the graded cost.
Sure. I mean, it's less. It's got to be less. I mean, it's.
But you see what I'm saying? It's the same. It's the same. I actually think it could be bigger now than I'm seeing, but I don't know that for a fact. But it's smaller in the absolute sense because back then a lot of the money you were making was the market going up, not just the flipper sort of buying low, selling high thing. Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
right?
I just want to pick your brain on something else, because I've been meaning to ask you this for a while, and it takes something like an actual discussion here to kind of really feel it out, because there's people all along YouTube who have different personalities, different thoughts on the market that we're in right now. But what are your thoughts on from 2015 to now, 2 years ago, I'll say is more it was what I'm really speaking to, but the actual creation and development of a market. Now, granted, sports has always been there. And that's kind of been a little bit longer. We're like the little brother to sports, right? But this has done it for a while in sports. I mean, what if this is just really the creation and the natural flow of what the market is that has been really created and what it is now? What if this is the new norm?
So I would say that I'm seeing speculative mania behavior, people paying for things that they don't want, people paying way over what they're actually valuing the item. So that supersedes what you're saying. So do I also think...
Do you have specific examples of that you'd like to share? Because that's, I'm not calling you out and saying you're wrong.
That's what I believe. That's what I believe.
Okay, because, I would say you would want to actually have examples. Have examples behind that. If you're going to say something like that, yeah.
Any alt art, pretty much. Any alt art that's $300 and higher. Any Japanese like PSA 10s that I'm selling that are $2,000, $3,000, $5,000. Middle arrow low pop stuff $1,000, $1,500 for the most part. Even Watsy stuff that $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 cards that most people are buying. I would argue that most people are buying these items as speculative investment pieces and not as items that they're happy to own. Or they're buying it for like a herd mentality.
Is it just the price you're concerned with? Because if you're buying middle era,
Yes.
let's just say a middle era Charizard that's super
Yes.
low pop because no one collected it before.
Well,
The idea before, a lot of people always said that you want to buy something.
Low pop. Like a lot of these cards have like 500 graded, 600 graded. Like we're talking about, this was a card that during the boom was $150. Like let's take like a good one is like Japanese level X, like Glaceon. Level X PSA 10.
I actually have one grading right now.
That's a good one. Okay, so that card was like $150 during the height of the boom. Now, then, and at that time there was only like 20 of them graded. Now there are hundreds graded in PSA 10. Now, part of it is because the PSA 10 English one went up so much because that's so low graded. So maybe the Japanese one reflected that. But like that one peaked up at over like $700, then came way back down. Now, an even better example is the primes, because the primes are actually peaking right now. The primes, people are paying $600, $700 for a Crobat, for a Slow King. These cards have PSA, they have 80 PSA 10s, 90 PSA 10s. That's more than Rainbow Rares from the Sun and Moon era. Okay? We're talking about way more than Full Arts from the X and Y era.
Sure.
This is a freaking Prime card. Who gives a crap about Prime card? I mean, I like Prime cards. They're cool. But do I think it's like the most important card in history? It was that I think there were probably 2 a box. These were easy, fairly easy cards to pull, difficult to grade, but not like insanely difficult as compared. I think the level X's seem a little bit harder. Again, I've graded a lot of collections. I haven't graded fresh out of pack so much, but if you look at the Japanese side, which is what I'm speaking about, actually very easy to grade in terms of a percentage. There's quite a bit of 10s over 9s. People are paying $700, $800. Anyway, there's lots there. I can, in my head, like when I say these things, like there's so many examples that I'm seeing where I have that reaction to. Now,
the only reason why I asked you to cite the examples is to let's give the people who are listening some examples of what you're talking about, rather than just maybe throw out something out there and maybe figure it out for themselves, right?
I think that's fair, but I also don't want to I don't want people to think exactly the way I think. I don't want to shout out it's more of the ideas that I'm hoping people are then taking and applying. Like if you disagree, like anyone here in the chat, if you look at these cards and you look at these prices that people are paying every day and you're buying them all and you're engaging in these markets and you think that they're great collector value, then you disagree. But then why is a Togetic, and I keep using this example just because I bought it recently, why is a Japanese Togetic where there's 700 total in the pop or so versus an alt art that might have 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 in the pop? Why is a Japanese Togetic selling for $25 on a PSA 9 and these cards are selling for 400, 500, 600? Why? Does that make any sense? It's Togetic. It's a great character. It's Neo Genesis. The pack is way more expensive, right? The odds of pulling it is about the same as pulling that prime, out of a pack, out of a box, because there are way fewer primes than there are hollows, and so the average pull rate tends to equal. No, it's not about the same because there's 60 packs per Japanese box anyway. Whatever, but like it's probably in that case it's probably triple. It's probably 3 times roughly easier to pull that card, but you're still talking about a $25 versus $700. The first ever Togetic versus like it's Crobat. Crobat isn't even from that generation. Why? Anyway, it's
name one alt art that's pretty cool. I'll say a pretty cool, because Togetic is I think a great character. Yeah. Pretty good. So give me an alt art that you would say.
What's the Aerodactyl or the Giratina selling for now? 500 for the Giratina, maybe 600 PSA 10. I would say the Aerodactyl, it's 400 PSA 10 now.
The Aerodactyl V full art with him flying like over the islands.
Umbreon is like 1,000 now, something like that.
Can I tell you something about that Aerodactyl V?
Sure.
It's much, much cooler of a card to modern collectors than what that Togetic is to me and you.
There is no chance that they like that card more than I like that Togetic. I just don't
spend more money on it and collect more token ticks because you're getting them at an extreme value, like what you're talking about.
This is what I'm arguing, is that they don't. That's my point. You're
I know what you're doing. I'm helping you. Like we're going along.
You can disagree, and you can say, well, the fact that they're paying more means they like it more, and I'm arguing no. They just are caught up in they think it's an investment. They're caught up in the mania. They're not in. They're caught up in the herd mentality. They are overpaying for something that they don't really care about and probably don't really want.
I've had the pleasure of being able to crack base packs as a 11 to 12-year-old Ray growing up. I've also had the pleasure of opening alt arts and see modern cards. Modern cards are really cool, Jake. And the full art, the alt arts are really, really cool. And there is somewhat of a rarity. They're not rare, but there is somewhat of a rarity to them. Just want to be clear and make sure that I'm not trying to say something is like 1 of 500, because that's not the case. But that rarity spikes a little bit when there's a hell of a lot of people who want them. Unfortunately, I love the Togetic too, but if I had to pick one of them, I might go Aerodactyl V over the Togetic myself. For the price, I don't know, but I'm just saying, man, I get it a little bit. It's strange.
You can only have one. You prefer the Aerodactyl V over the Togetic.
Are we talking PSA 10? Are we just taking raw cards? If I can crack one of them each from a pack right now, and they were equivalent in value, the packs. I mean,
let's say the Aerodactyl's $1 and the Togetic is $1.
We're going strictly by art, right?
No, which one do you care about more? Which do you think is a more historic, important item in the hobby? Which one do you think should be more valuable?
Which one do I think should be more valuable?
Yeah, that's an item in the hobby.
That's subjective, man.
No, that is value investing. That is the whole point. There are always going to be guesses made. There's always going to be subjective guessing involved in that. We're not saying your opinion is 100% fact and like you should invest 100% of your money on a freaking Togetic because you think it's more valuable, right? But the point is that is value. That is making a purchase.
Do you know that the Aerodactyl V is pretty hard to pull? Like it's not. That goes into the value assessment of its rarity. Now, granted, there's a hell of a lot of them. There's a hell of a lot more printed.
It doesn't. It doesn't. Rarity just means how many exist in the world. It has nothing to do with like the difficulty to pull. Now, that might make it be more attractive on a sort of psychological, emotional level, but it doesn't mean there are more in the world. Now, there's tons of Togetics in the world. I have no idea how many Japanese Togetics there are. Now, do I think the Japanese Togetic should be worth more than the Aerodactyl? No, actually. I think they probably should be worth about the same because of the difficulty to pull the Aerodactyl. But a Japanese Togetic is probably worth $5 to $10, and that Aerodactyl is worth what, $200, Roth?
Yeah, I think it's probably like 100 to 125.
Right.
But so either way, if we're talking about Japanese WotC like at all though, like to me, a lot of that is undervalued right now.
And I don't agree. I think the other stuff's just crazy, overvalued. So I'm just the negative. I'm the negative Nancy, and I'm sort of just like we need to get to a point where these speculators and investors it needs to get back to collecting. And that's why when I push you to answer the question of like what do you think that actually putting a dollar value on what you would pay for that card as a collector. And it's very difficult to do because we're all in this mindset. We all see the prices. We all know what other people are paying for it. So it affects what it's worth, right? Everyone is comp.
This is where I'm programmed different though. If you're asking me my thoughts on it, I'm programmed different because I don't plow through the pop reports and sit there and determine the rarity, how many come in a case or something like that. I do that, but and it's kind of secondhand. But I look at a card, and I just want to just look at something that what I feel like what would be wanted by the community. I want to have that. I don't know that thought of what the community would like, and it's kind of funny because that's what I was thinking 2 years ago when I was looking at some of these waifu cards, especially Japanese cards. I look at it and I see the art and I see the texturing, and these cards are absolutely ridiculous, like pieces of art, and no one was wanting them at the time. I thought I was nuts. I stopped collecting them after a while.
So, I mean, for us to call items that are produced in a factory hundreds of thousands of times as like pieces of art,
Yeah.
you're not owning the art. You're owning a piece of cardboard with some texture on it that has like that is nice looking. All right, like again, it's all in the branding though, right? Like we can brand it and we can say, oh, it's art. I own a piece of art. You know, it's like, well, sure, anything can be art. To be fair, anything can be
I was
art.
going to say, because how many times
Like,
has the Mona Lisa been reprinted?
generally, when we talk about that, we talk about like oil paint, like one of one, you know, original oil paintings by famous artists. Now, the art market, my dad is an art collector. We have art dealers in my family. The art market is highly manipulated and emotionally crazy too. So it's not like there's anything that is so good that it's like, you know, above sort of, you know, the greed and fear cycle and whatever. But it's like, but like when you say like, oh my God, there's texture, it's a, let me push back and tell a different story or a different narrative, right? It's how we sell it. It's a piece of cardboard there's hundreds of thousands of that has a Pokemon that's been printed on tons of cards that they're going to print a ton more of that type of Pokemon with similar art style in the future that could be even better and rarer versions of it. Why are you paying? And most people will say, well, I just like it. You know, I like it. And well, it's hard to pull, which is what you said. And it's expensive and it's difficult. And it's like my only way to get it is to spend a lot. And my opinion, and I see a lot of people in this chat, not a lot, but a few people in the chat, Jake, you can no longer see past your bias. I mean, Alex is always, rather than giving arguments, he says that I'm biased over and over again or whatever. Now, if Alex or you, Ray, or anyone is arguing that I actually do think that this Aerodactyl is a more important historic item in the hobby and is going to do better over time and last longer and connect to more people than the original Togetic or any Neo Gen card or any of these cards, that's fine. Give me an example of that from another hobby, of a card that is not a first appearance or rookie card from any other hobby. Okay? Any other hobby. Give me an example of a card or a comic or a character, anything where there's an example of a mass-produced item that is not like a specialty, extremely rare produced item that holds more value than sort of the original printings, the original first appearances, the original items. There isn't one. I'll save you time, but go ahead, Ray.
No, I mean, there isn't one.
You know, and there isn't even one that's close. And I can give you extreme examples in the opposite direction. And everyone, you guys are wrong. Like, I'm sorry, like, and you don't want to hear it because you own the card. You're biased. The people calling me biased are the biased ones, and they're living in a mania. But I'm trying to help them, but they, you know, I don't know. The thing about Alex is he doesn't even collect. He's just investing in modern sealed product, and yet he comes in all these live streams like shilling his channel and himself. Like, dude, like, it's ridiculous, man. Like, stop. Like, you're like, I'm actually a collector. Whatever.
Well, anyway, I mean, listen.
Alex, if you're a collector, anyone is a collector out there, and you tell me I like the Aerodactyl better than this, and then I respect your opinion. I'm not trying to be a dick about, like, you can collect and enjoy whatever you want, but I have the right to believe. I don't believe that most people out there are thinking very clearly and understand what they're buying and are thinking in sort of a long-term how they're going to feel about that item. Okay. And it's the same thing. Like, you know, Sean made a really good video on like Funko Pops today, you know, Beanie Babies. Like there are massive amount of examples of this out there where people, they really like an item, but they're not thinking about, am I going to like this item in 5, 10, 15 years? And what makes items likable over a long period of time? And I have looked at and studied all of these various markets and engage actively in all of these different markets that I'm talking about and own things in all the different markets. You know, go watch, like Sean has a good channel, like, you know, watch people like that on that sort of negative bearish side. Now, is he always negative and always bearish? Yeah, he's a little too bearish for me, but whatever. Go ahead, Ray.
I'm trying to put in words how some of the thoughts that you're laying out there can come across, because I do agree.
Please.
you know, there's the one-on-ones out there that are going to be tons of money. The reprints are of those one-on-ones, whether it's a reprint of a Mona Lisa piece of art that you might find at Target for $40 with some random frame. If we're talking that type of art, obviously we're not. We're talking high end. I'm being a little facetious here, talking high end art, but you're kind of painting a picture in a way of specific things in the hobby, right? For example, Alex, with a lot. Now I've watched 2 or 3 videos of Alex's, and a lot of what he is speaking about is sealed product, correct? That's a lot of what Rudy preaches too. I mean, Rudy is like, a massive warehouse full of cardboard that's just all sealed. Now, Rudy, we both know Rudy has a ridiculous amount of badass cards too that are very, very rare, hard to find. We know.
And Rudy sells out. Rudy makes money. So he gets his product cheap and then sells it to his patrons. So he's immediately positive on most of the stuff he's holding.
Yep.
It's all good. So he's actually gambling, guys. His sealed product, a lot of his sealed product investing, I bet if you actually gun to head Rudy, he would say, yeah, it's a huge gamble. And yeah, maybe I believe in it and it's worked so far. And like, and it's fun and I enjoy it, whatever. But I have $20 million in all this stuff.
He tells you in his videos.
Even when he loses money, he still offloads it at a profit to his patrons because he's getting the product at $68 a box, $80 a box. He's selling 120. Most of his Pokemon stuff he'll sell to you for $125 a box, right? And then he'll offload a ton of it, and so he's profit either way. And then the stuff that he keeps, he can either make a video later saying like how great it's all done, or whatever. He'll move on to the next thing. Like he's fine either way. Like
the point is any video that when I was trying to make any video that I saw of Alex was him talking about sealed product. I can't specify any time Alex may have said something to the effect of invest in these alt arts, invest in this. If he did, I didn't catch it, so I can't speak to it. However, what I can speak to, I mean, so far, at least in my short life, 3 to 4 years in the hobby, has been proven true. Man, I can remember when people were down on Fusion Strike and Battle Styles. What the hell happened with that?
Yeah, I bought a bunch of it at $68, $72.
It's crazy, yeah.
So this is like, some people who aren't listening to the arguments think that I'm against anything in the hobby or I don't like anything in the hobby.
Well, Jake, you come off negative, man. That's why I was trying to tell you that. You do.
I don't listen.
And I'm telling you as a friend, so.
No, I care what people think about me, but it's because they're not listening to the arguments or they're not understanding the arguments or I'm not articulating it well enough. Fine. Everything in this hobby has a price point that I would buy it at or speculate on or invest in, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I just said that these alt arts, I bought some of the rainbow rares were interesting to me over the last year and a half because they actually got lower than they were before the pandemic because they were so negative and so unpopular. Similar to me buying those booster boxes. If a point in history, the alt arts, people get really negative on them, there might become a price point that they're attractive to me as an investment or a speculative or long-term play if the hobby feels good. There's nothing it's not a this or that. It's all this versus the price point that it's at. Okay.
I agree. 100%.
So but people think or hear maybe that, oh, I like vintage better because I think these cards are better priced than modern. No, I just like it for the prices right now. Okay. 2 years ago, I was telling people to buy absolutely nothing, including vintage. And frankly, I'm still telling people, in my personal opinion, that I wouldn't be investing in anything Pokemon or speculating long-term on anything Pokemon. I would
not even sealed?
Slowly starting to collect. No, absolutely not. If I'm being completely blunt. Sure. Now, could it work out? Sure. Gambles are 50-50. That's 50% of the time you'll make money. If it's really a 50-50 gamble, that means there's an extremely good chance you'll make money. That doesn't mean, now do I think it's like a terrible investment, these sealed products? Now, again, it depends on the price point that you buy them at. When things got really negative and I can get them at $68 to $70, I liked the upside play. But a part of what I liked about it, Ray, was not the long-term investment potential of Battle Styles or Chilling Reign. It was the short-term stonking potential of this market. you know, buying Evolving Skies in 95, it had just been to 150, 180 a week ago. I liked the short-term flipping potential, you know, speculation potential of it. Not the this is going to be one of the greatest sets in history and is going to age like fine wine. And if it does, I think there's a decent there is some chance that it will. See, this is what people like. There is a chance of all of these things. There's some chance that Japanese cards will be better than English for the foreseeable future, and people will stop collecting English. There's a chance that modern will become more popular than vintage forever. It's a very small chance because there's no example of it in any other collectible history. So,
by the way, I just want to say really quick, I just want to stop you from your point and say, just because, guys, he's saying he would tell people no, not to invest in any of this, doesn't mean he doesn't like Pokemon, by the way. He's not saying that he wouldn't invest it at a certain point or anything. He likes he likes Pokemon. That's why he's here. It's why he has the channel. But I feel like I want to, because it can come off as very negative when you say, I tell people not to invest in any of this.
Yeah,
that's pretty much was your words. However, it doesn't mean he doesn't dislike the product, doesn't like anything that's going on with the hobby. I just feel like you probably should state that, because once again, it can come off as negative, man. Whether you care or not, whatever. But
I mean, listen, I worked so hard to try to help people. So, you know, if they want to, people are going to hear me however they're going to hear me. You know, I have a personality, Ray. So I've been on YouTube and made videos for years. Like, obviously I like Pokemon and care about Pokemon. I have one of the larger collections in the world. Like, I don't know.
Sometimes if you don't break things down though, man, people can't hear it, you know.
Ooh, I don't see these people. Maybe they come and talk to you privately. Jake doesn't see.
They do. They say how much they hate you to me privately. And I'm like, listen, he's all right, guy. Just deal with him. I'm just kidding, by the way.
I know you are. Yeah, I mean, people don't come to me and say this to my face, right? So I don't, you know, that I'm being too negative or whatever. You know, people might be saying it behind my back. You know, I'm gonna be here for the foreseeable future. Like, not, you know, I not necessarily need to make videos the whole time I'm in the hobby, but collecting and building. You know, my goal is to build a collection, open a museum one day, all these types of things. But part of that is being financially prudent and smart and trying to gauge where the market's at. Listen, I feel very confident about what's going to do best and hold value most over the very long term. I hope it all does reasonably well and you know, goes up and whatever becomes more popular. I just think it's wishful thinking. It's the same thinking that people from all the booms say.
It's just interesting to really see basically the vintage booming, you know, from like 2 years ago to now, the market swinging to where it's you know, the modern booming in a way. It's just crazy to see that change.
Yeah, and ironically, Ariel, like, if it switches back to everyone starts buying what they like and it starts becoming collecting more, that'll be a time where actually it could make more sense to invest and speculate. That's sort of the irony. Investing is not always the most fun thing. It is the real truth about being a good investor. It tends to be going against the herd. You don't often make a lot of friends, and you're often doing the opposite of what people are doing and thinking and feeling. Sort of a strange personality type that tends to do it. Pokenomics, why do you say it's all okay, but when modern goes up, it's irrational or bubble? If your vintage cards go up, it's supposed to be expected. Never said that. Complete nonsense.
Well, hold on? Let me answer that too.
Yeah.
Actually, a year and a half, 2 years ago, Alex, that is Alex, right? Nostalgianomics is Alex. I want to make sure I'm calling by his real name. I remember Jake specifically saying at that time he was selling into some of the vintage market because he felt that was bubblish at that time.
I'm selling the vintage now.
Well, you still do that now, but the point is you were speaking that same mantra basically 2 years ago for the opposite end of the market.
The most overhyped, the most overvalued things at that time, if you can go back, I said evolutions. They went down 90% on average, like the Charizard and all of those cards. Hidden Fates and base set were the three, and Jungle Fossil. And the stuff that I felt would hold better would be like E-Series, original Nintendo EX era, middle era, and Neogen. And guess what? That's exactly what happened. So
can I request,
now, did I know all the percentages? No.
Uh-oh. Did I lose you?
I think I broke up there for a bit.
Yeah, you broke there. Yeah, I can hear you now.
I don't know.
Can I request 2 people to come in?
Sure.
Can I request Retro and Alex to come in and join the conversation? I think they both would have a lot to add.
That's fine. I'm just really tired. Alex, please do not misquote me and misquote my opinions and say too strong of things about what I've said. Like,
okay. How do we reach out? Can we reach out to Alex to get him on here?
I'll just put it in the chat. Guys, click that link if you want to come in for the two of you guys.
So not only let's not misquote each other, but you know what? Let's all be, you know, adults and talk to each other like adults and have fun and enjoy the hobby and communicate to each other with respect.
Okay, thanks, Ray. I mean, I feel like I've been very respectful on my channel. You know,
hey, I'm not talking to you specifically. I'm saying everybody right now, everybody who's friends, who's in this chat right now, we're all friends, man. Like, just trying to enjoy the hobby together. I don't know why it has to be said. It has to be said.
I think some of us are collectors and hobbyists, and some people seem to have some other agendas at times, to be completely honest with you, Ray. So whatever.
Well, to be fair, Jake, having that thought can be a little biased, man. I mean, if you look at it from his perspective, that may be the way he thinks.
Well, some of us are here to collect long-term and build up collections. Some of us are here fundamentally to make money and invest and speculate.
Okay. Is there anything wrong with any of those?
Wrong? No, but you're going to come from a different perspective of what you care about. Like I care less about making money and more about like people being healthy and making good decisions for themselves and having sort of a long-term healthy collector base. I want people to collect, to be honest. My bias, if I have any, is towards people to stay in the hobby and collect and be here long-term. It's not, you know, I think Alex is a good guy and very passionate about my sense, and he'll be on in a second. I should let him speak for himself probably, but my sense is that his passion is like wanting to, when he talks in his videos, is like helping people who are a little more casual and who just want to sort of make money and put it in something easy, like, you know, modern sealed and these types of things. Maybe not so much making collecting content or how to sort of build a collection, what time to speculate and buy. And the truth is like 90+% of my channel is talking about like raw cards and graded cards because that's what most collectors do. I mean, obviously there's some sealed collectors out there, but like that's pretty straightforward and simple. Like, you know, it's a bit more simple. So
I definitely started more as a sealed collector until I got more comfortable with slabs and grading and stuff. That's kind of what my trajectory is. I was just grabbing the sealed stuff until I really knew what the hell am I doing with slabs, with grading. I had no clue, man. Some of the crap that I sent at the beginning too. Oh boy.
Yeah. And so like I mean, I have a split sort of like, I want to give people I do want to give people good financial opinions or ideas that help them, you know, think and make good decisions for themselves. But ultimately my goal is to help people who are passionate about the Pokemon hobby, who love to collect, be able to build the collection that they want. Like that is why I'm here. That's my passion. Like flipping and reselling and helping people build a business is cool. And I do think a lot of people who have businesses who just want to flip and have businesses, they do really like the cards, which is part of why they want to like flip and have a business in Pokemon. But it's not quite the same breed as me. Like, you know, it's not quite the same game that they're playing that I'm playing or the same interest, you know. Anyway. Okay.
We're never going to be you, Jake.
What's up
about and Retro wanted to come on too.
Retro, if you're there, you're welcome to come on.
Hey, Alex. Nice to meet you, buddy. Good talking to you.
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, I've been enjoying listening to you guys.
Good responding to you from the chat, buddy.
For sure, man. For sure.
So the one thing I'll say to this before getting to Alex, like, please don't dump on the people who only want to make money. Undermines the rest of your takes. Like, it is true that like we're all passionate, right? There's like an emotional element that is not rational about my feelings about the way people make money sometimes in this hobby. Like that is separate from sort of like the rational debates on like where the market is going to go. And the more flippers and speculators and people doing it's part of what I was talking about earlier in the hobby, the more it creates bubbles and issues for collectors. But it's very similar to sort of the whole like frosted caribou thing. It's like, just because I want the hobby to be a certain way doesn't mean I have the right. It's a free market capitalistic system that we all have the right, as long as we're not doing anything illegal, frankly, like to sort of exist in the way we want to exist. And so just because I get frustrated, I don't like someone's behavior, and it doesn't mean I think they don't have the right to do it, just like they may think, I don't have the, whatever. So I think that there's a difference there in my mind versus the sort of like rattle calling like scams out, which is like a whole separate thing. It's just people who are like blatantly cheating, stealing, type of thing.
Well, let Alex introduce yourself, buddy. No debate yet. Introduce yourself.
No, I know. People know me. I mean, I'm Alex. My channel's
been on the channel like twice already, even though he says we've never debated. We don't let him on, even though he comes on every.
Well, I feel like every time. I mean, we kind of just pussyfoot around the issues, or kind of go through the niceties. Everyone kind of talks about different stuff, and we kind of get to more of a, it's fun to collect. Let's enjoy the community. Let's all have fun together. Which I'm about. Like all chilling and having a good time. But it's like, at some point we gotta discuss the issues. But I just want to respond before we get into debating, because I see in the chat I'm not a collector and stuff. I mean, here's just one I just pulled out that I had out. It's like, here's just one case which filled with vintage slabs. I mean, if I'm not a collector, I mean,
I thought you said you sold. I thought you said you sold.
Blastoise. I mean, if I'm not a collector, why do I have all these cards?
Alex, I have heard you say on streams that you sold all the vintage in the boom because you were smart and you made good money. So you didn't actually sell it?
I bought these after.
So you think they're good value as a collector?
No, I would never ever tell anyone to buy slabs if they want to make money. Like you talked about. If you're collecting, you don't care about the value.
He's proving my point in real time on a psychological basis. And he didn't realize.
No, you're saying it's a good value. It's a good idea to buy slabs as a future investment. They're going to come back. I don't think that.
Alex, do you see how you're the exact thing that I'm talking about just from a psychological point? Do you see that?
No.
Or do you not understand my psychological argument?
Go ahead and say.
Alex. He's not trying to pin you down or make you look bad or anything, man. He's just asking if you understand his side of the argument.
Alex is a tough guy. He's fine.
You okay, Alex?
You're not gonna say anything to offend me. What's up?
I'm a softer guy than Alex. Alex is fine.
No, say it, dude. Like I honestly don't know.
The whole point, right? And this is where I feel like I keep talking by you, Alex. Like that you're not like. Have you read it? Like, do you know what about like? How would you define what value investing is? Do you know what that like concept?
Yeah, you're assessing the value of the item in terms of what you deem it to be worth, and if you deem it to be undervalued based on whatever metrics you're using, you're obviously going to get into it in hopes that in the future the majority of the population is going to assess the value that way and properly price the item. That's basically what kind of the
right. So you've made an assessment personally as a collector, right? You've made an assessment and you've said, to you as a collector, as a person, these vintage cards are worth buying, not to make money, because you just said that yourself, but are worth buying for you as a collector at the prices that they're at.
Well, because I grew up in 1999, I don't think anyone who's a kid right now is going to feel that way at all.
Oh, okay. So there are these other people that you don't know, but all right.
I mean, ask anyone our age.
So your argument, just to phrase it. So your argument is that you are not the average person in this market. So although you agree with me that your value investing and your value not investing, because you're not investing, your value collecting. Your value collecting is in the vintage right now, or it was in the vintage whenever you were buying that, because you appreciated and wanted to get back into it, right?
Yeah.
But you don't think you're the average person in the market. You think that most of the market is not people your age, and is people who are going to want the newer stuff and not the Watsy stuff. Is that your argument?
Correct.
Okay. So name another hobby, any hobby in the world. You can pick any one. Okay. And then I'll come back with some examples, but any hobby where the original sort of first appearances and first printing stuff, okay, is less expensive or didn't continue to go up in value or tied to any of the modern stuff. Any hobby that's been around 10, 20, 30, 40 years, a single one.
Can't name one.
Exactly. Okay.
Now, can I expound on that?
Can I name 15? Like, sure.
Can I
Go
expound
ahead.
on that?
Sure.
Just because the first edition Charizard, Pikachu Illustrator, any of the trophy cards will always be the most valuable, it doesn't mean they're a good buy right now, because there are hundreds and thousands of other items and cards that are going to double, triple, quadruple before those even go up 50% probably.
Okay, so you and I are
the best thing. Yeah, if you got in at the beginning, but getting in now, it'd be stupid to buy those cards.
Okay, so you and I are actually in agreement in the sense that, would you say that both of us believe that anything in the hobby could theoretically be investable, but it's all the price point? Okay. Right? So if those Charizards were way cheaper, let's say that Charizard was $1 or that Aerodactyl was $1, which would be a better investment?
Charizard.
Okay. So there's a price point in which things would be better or worse. Okay. We fundamentally agree in that sense, but we might just put different price points or value assessments on where things should be. That's fine. That means we have two people who are value investing, and we just have very different value assessments of what's going on.
I mean, Jake, but I mean,
wait, can I just really quick?
Go ahead.
So to your point earlier, because I did hear you talking about like the PSA 9 Togetic. I would just like maybe throw this in. I think that a lot of that stuff is good value, but I don't necessarily see it as a value investment, if that makes sense. I think that if you want to build, I think if you want to build out a crazy collection and of Neo, and you go and pick up Japanese 9s, you can have an insane collection for like $400, and that's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I don't necessarily think that stuff's going to move up, double, triple, even move up like 40%. There's a lot of it out there. I think it's important that like it, first appearance of a lot of awesome Pokemon, some great art, obviously like Watsy era, but I don't think it's a good investment. And so I think it's okay to see value in things, but not necessarily see them as a good investment. Right. And so
that's what I said.
I just wanted to add that. Sorry, I didn't know if you said that. I might have missed it.
That's exactly what I was arguing before. But the point I wanted to then make, Retro, but let's compare that to another card. And let's say which one is a better investment, the item that stays flat or doesn't move, or the item that goes down 60, 70, 80%, which I would argue that if that item doesn't move at all, some of these other items over a long period of time, short term, that Aerodactyl has a way more of a chance, Alex. Like, for example, that Aerodactyl has a way more of a chance to double in value over the next year, probably. Right? Because there's more momentum. We're more unclear about the pops. There's more heat. There's more attention than that Togetic. Now, is it possible for the Togetic to double also? Absolutely. Because there could be a sudden move back to Japanese vintage. So like, Alex, I know you don't follow like the middle gens and the PSA cards so much, but for example, like I've been selling like PSA 10, like primes and level X's in Japanese, for example, and trophy cards in Japanese at like 20x valuations from a year and a half ago right now, because in China, they're like buying up a bunch of PSA 10s right now. So like, there's always a potential of something like random to kind of pop, but usually the stuff that has the most movement is the stuff that's like the most volatile, the stuff where there are YouTube videos being made where there's like 4 million views and they're showing that card, right? Where there's a lot of that supply hitting the market, where people are grading for the first time, where people are seeing that card all of the time. So it's more likely to go up and down.
So one little last thing, and then I'll let Alex talk. The only thing I would say, so like, and I'm not, super bullish on Aerodactyl or anything like that. I'm not trying to make like a bull case for Aerodactyl, but the only thing I would say is like, I'm not sure exactly when the set dropped. I'm thinking it's 2001 or 2000 for the Japanese Neos, but like that stuff has had 23 years now. And of course, like the focus on grading and things like that have drastically shifted over the past few years. But like that kind of stuff has had 23 years for people to engage with it, people to collect it, people to be interested in things like that. Again, not saying it's not a good value, but the reason I think you see a lot of these alt arts it's kind of like an IPO, right? Like it rips, eats doo-doo. And then like assuming there aren't more reprints, like that stuff all starts trucking back up. Chilling Reign, Battlestar, like all these alt arts, like the singles, they're starting to move back up kind of with the box prices. And I think that I see what you're saying about like these other cards are maybe more important to the history, but I don't really think that that's what people like. There's been 23 years for people to engage with these cards, whereas these new alt art cards, there's a lot of them, sure, but people have only had like a year or two to engage with them, right? And so, and when they come out, a lot of the time they are at prices to where people can't even really afford them. So when they do hit these bottoms, product continues to get reopened, or not reopened, but open, and reprints don't come. I think that's why things hit a bottom and then they start moving back up, is because people have only had a short period of time. Subjective, but these cards look great too. That's another thing, right? Is Pokemon's doing a really good job. And so I just think people are having a good time and it's still fresh, right? It doesn't mean that Togetic's not cool or people don't appreciate it. It's just these things are fresh, right? It's a different direction. It's full arts. Yeah. And like I said, just people haven't had 23 years to kind of see this art over and over. So yeah, but sorry for cutting you off.
Some of those points are on the side of that it's going to go down in value, right? So the point that people haven't seen this art a long time, and so it's fresh, is the point that like people are sort of bored or tired of the originals, the people who are already here or have been engaged with them. And so they're, for the short term, they're going to buy and speculate and be engaged in these, but then they're also eventually going to get bored of these. Would be sort of but the rest of what you said, which is that they're good art and they're this or that, again, we can go back and forth. I can come back with, well, they can keep creating good art. Good art's subjective. In the 90s and 80s, you know what? You can go and you can look at comic book forums and comic book conversations. They made alt arts of comic book covers in the 80s that were shinier and more crazy that everyone said they loved. 20 years later, everyone hates them. Everyone wants the vintage art. Everyone likes the vintage stuff. But my point is just that demand and shift and subjective sort of what's good art, what's bad art will change. There will be periods in this hobby, again, if it sustains, where good art is the vintage older style and people get tired of sort of the new shiny continued thing. And I'm willing to guarantee that given enough time, because I've seen it in every other hobby that I've studied, if the hobby lasts. The point is, where do you think we're at a point right now in the hobby? And I would say we're more towards people overvaluing some of that type of art and undervaluing, or more correctly, because I'm actually more with you, Retro, personally, and AP had a good comment here. If we all acknowledge something is good value, are we just assuming that the market will never properly value those? So in my mind, when Retro and I are saying these are like good value, I think we also feel that part of it is like relative to everything else. For me, I should speak for myself. It's not so much I see these things and I think, oh my God, how can they be this cheap? It's, oh my God, how can they be this cheap when people are spending $1,000, $4,000, when people are spending $7,000 on Pikachu promos, random Japanese Pikachu promos that barely have any history from 2016, 2017, that those cards were $50 a few years ago. I got some of those for free, handed out to me. So I was going to make my best investment ever in Pokemon was a complete by accident investment where someone just gave me some free Japanese cards. And then I graded them years later and I went from $0 to $5,000, because I thought it would be funny. But my point in illustrating that is like, take it from a guy who's studied a lot of these markets and been engaged in this market a decent amount of time. It is so wild how demand shifts. And why I like to take, when I think about the long term, because for me, Alex, like I want to collect like my whole life. Like my goal is to have this stuff till I'm like 70, 80. So like I'm often thinking about this stuff. Like what in these other hobbies, Disney cards I'm looking at, Disney collections, like what lasted 70 years? What lasted 80 years? What did people go back to and collect generation after generation? What stood the test of time and what didn't, and that's the stuff that I slowly want to build and collect. And it doesn't mean I don't like or appreciate the other stuff. I just know that it doesn't, it's less likely to hold up good value, particularly when you're already buying it at $1,000. And I know you, Alex, are not telling people to go out and buy a lot of these cards at $1,000. You're modern sealed product, which is a whole nother thing. But yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, let's kind of shift the conversation like to more financial, discussion. So talk about market cap, right? So if anyone doesn't know, market cap is the total amount of money, in the actual card or in the product, and basically it's the amount of, money times the amount of product that's out there. That's the absolute cost of that market cap. So with sealed product, okay, the supply is always going down. Unless there's a reprint, there's a blip up, and then it constantly goes down for its whole life. Meaning the price can actually continue to move up without the market cap moving at all. The market cap can stay stagnant, no new money coming in that product, but the price can move up because there's less and less of it every day. Where PSA cards and singles, there's more every day. So there has to be more money moving those items for the price to actually move up on those. Where a sealed product, it doesn't need that. That's why sealed product actually is a lot easier time moving up in values, because it doesn't need the just influx of money all the time the way the singles do or the slabs do.
So how do you explain 1980s, 1990s sports booster boxes that are still $5 despite the whole boom in sports? Because you're right, and those have gone down over time more and more and more. But why were those $60 to $70 back then, and now are $5 to $10 now, despite multiple generations of booms?
I mean, that's the same discussion as why did Beanie Babies fail? Why did any collectible fail? I mean, if we're talking about failed collectibles, I get it, but
it's not failed. It's massive. Sports is the biggest, is by far bigger.
That was severely overprinted.
Yeah.
And it didn't have,
right.
they didn't have inserts. They didn't have the kinds of rarities we have now in Pokemon.
Absolutely.
Like there was no alt art type thing.
Absolutely.
In 80s, 90s sports,
Right.
So,
I mean, Jake, basically what you're saying, basically with PSA cards though, it'd be like owning a stock. Okay, it'd be like you owning Berkshire Hathaway stock, and then every day, like, oh, we're going to add a couple more shares to the market. Every day they just introduce new shares. Eventually you just keep getting diluted. That's kind of what PSA cards do. There has to be more money wanting to move into that card for the market cap to rise.
So Alex, that is factored into the current prices. This is how investing works. Investing is about future, right? So the reason people are paying $300,000, $500,000 for these booster boxes is because they already think like you're thinking and are pricing that into it, right? So the real question is not, is that true or not? It obviously is true. The real
same thing about PSA cards though. That argument.
It's true for both sides. It's true for both sides. But the point on the other side is that's also priced into PSA cards. It's why people don't pay that much for PSA cards often, because they know the pops will continue to rise, because they're worried the pops will continue to rise. So the real question is not, is that dynamic affecting the market? The real question is, are people rational about it, or are people irrational? So Alex, if you think people who are investing in PSA cards aren't taking that into account and so are paying too much, fine. But I think that people on the booster box side are over leaning on that fact and believe that fact is a necessity, that means 100% it will go up in value, that there's some people who are sort of very much leaning on that fact. Look at MetaZoo, $40 booster boxes, right? They only printed 50,000 of them. More and more of those got open. It went from $250 down to $50. Now, again, all these things are not Pokemon. And I don't think investing or speculating on sealed product, if you get it at $70, $90, $110, is a terrible idea. And Alex, this is why I get frustrated debating you, Alex, because I've said this to your face so many times. I think that there's a good case to be made that those are the most reasonable, rational investments a lot of the time in the Pokemon world these days, particularly if you can get the sealed product at a good enough value. And it's exactly why Retro was talking about earlier. Even some of the best PSA cards right now don't feel very good value. Everything it's again, I'm speculating and investing mostly in other hobbies right now. But this whole it's sure thing, and when we look at $250 booster boxes or $300 booster boxes on English, or $250 on the Japanese side, you start getting into I think that's speculative. I think that's a mania. People paying $1,000 for team up boxes, $1,200 for team up boxes. I don't value it that high. I think that that's crazy. I I don't like the item that much. I don't think it makes any sense.
But that's my point. Like that's why I said in my last video. It's like everyone that kind of was from around when you got in the hobby, like, you know, all the old school people, they all feel the same way. None of you value modern. And so that's why it seems so like speculative and it seems so ridiculous when these prices go up. It's because
who's paying $1,000
vintage price? If a vintage price goes up, it's almost expected. You expect
who's paying $1,000? Who's paying $1,000 a box, Alex? Kids?
I mean, hundreds of people. There's sales everywhere in TCG player.
Who though? People our age.
Okay.
It's
People
still being bought, Jake.
People who I would guess most of their favorite and most of their engagement is largely with the vintage stuff.
But here,
also,
I'm someone. I get a lot that, oh well, you know, people can't afford or vintage or whatever. I'm someone who can afford like 95, 99% of any vintage item or product right now. I would choose to buy modern all day, every day over any of it.
Actually, you chose, as you said a little bit ago, as a collector to buy vintage because you thought it was a better value, which
there's nothing else to buy.
Which proves my
right now in modern.
And your whole argument that we don't like modern is BS because you just said you prefer vintage and think it's a better value for yourself.
You know, for a collection, but as far as investing, I have nowhere to put my money. I can't buy any modern. It's like right now, there's no. I mean, Scarlet and Violet's just getting released. For the past months, though, there hasn't been anything to buy. I've already had my positions in the modern sets. What do you want me to spend my money on?
All right, really quick before this goes off the rails, let's like take specific things so we don't get too off into the weeds.
I agree with Retro.
You were talking about like the $1,000 booster box price and saying like who's buying it. I mean, realistically, no one really knows, right? Like obviously it's probably not kids, but
I think it's pretty fair to say who is buying it.
It is definitely like
graphics and financial who can afford it. Like
for sure, but like as to why they're buying it, like no one really knows, right?
Sure.
And so I think when
that wasn't Alex's point, Retro. Alex's point
for sure. I'm just
yeah.
trying to like parse out individual things so that we don't kind of like, you know, snowball 5 points and we argue 5, you know what I mean? So like just trying to keep it because it is tough, right? Like no one can really know, like, are people buying this as a speculation? Are people buying it as investment? Are people buying it for fun to open because they do like we don't really know, right? Like what's happening, but like Ray said, like the boxes are selling.
By the way, Retro, so I'm gonna cut in really quick and say, I've said this to you before, Jake, but how do we quantify what Whatnot and all these other streaming services are doing to some of these boxes? You're right. A kid may not be able to buy Team Up at $1,200 a box or whatever it is now. But you know what? He can buy into a break on a Whatnot channel and buy one pack of Team Up that the streamer's buying. And there is a shit ton of that kind of stuff being opened on a daily basis. So you're right. The kid may not be buying that $1,000 box, but he can sure damn buy one pack out of it.
Yeah, that's a good point too.
And we also don't quantify a lot what Whatnot, what Trip, and what those other streaming services are doing to this community. There is a ton of breaks on a daily, an insane amount of breaks on a daily basis. It can be vintage and or modern. Go ahead, Retro.
Really, I was just gonna say, supply aside, you know, like it's tough, man, right? Because like I have a couple E-Lottos, right? Like PSA 10s, and those cards literally have an exact print run of only 5,000. Okay, and the pops are really low, all that stuff. I think they're good cards. They're big Pokemon, all that stuff. There's only 5,000 of these, and you can buy PSA 10s of those cards for like $500, $600 outside of the Charizard, of course. But like, you know, like that's kind of crazy. And you know that there's 5,000 of those, right? Like Pokemon told everybody, like, we're only making, this is a limited, you know, campaign promo. Right. And then you're talking about these Sun and Moon boxes selling for 1,000. It's like, that seems like value, but you have to understand too, that's something we enjoy doing because we're like financially brained. You like seeking out a good deal. I like seeking out a good deal. I like saying, oh, well, this seems undervalued to me. It might not be undervalued to the market, but to me, it is undervalued. And so I think sometimes because we all kind of think this way because we love this stuff and we think about it in like a market sense. Sometimes like it can be tough to kind of get out of the way we think about things and understand that that's not how 99% of the market is thinking about things. Like it is tough for you to understand like the pops are so low, but I'm here to tell you, Jake, 99% of people buying PSA graded cards never look at pop reports. Don't even know that pop reports exist.
that's the exact point, Retro. That's what gives me the advantage and why I am right over time. Because the facts don't care to, I think SM Prime is, someone said this, the facts don't care about your feelings, right? And or whatever it is. And so the idea of that is that the facts, the actual amount of these cards and the actual history and fundamentals will be real and will they are intrinsic to the actual item, regardless of if you see it or not. And they become apparent over time. And they can only hype and narrative is not as strong as actual fundamentals. And your awareness of how good an item is probably important eventually, but it's irrelevant in the short term. And in fact, I prefer it when everyone has it wrong, because that's how I buy everything so cheap, right? Like the reason I'm buying these cards for so cheap is because everyone thinks it's stupid and thinks that, and thinks that, and doesn't know about it and doesn't, and it's fine, right? It's great. Like for an investor, for a speculator, that's literally what you're doing. You're taking advantage, of that sort of thing.
I think
if you're wrong for too long, how much gains have I already made with modern over the last 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years that it'll eventually just outweigh any amount of right you're going to get on those, because I would have already made hundreds and thousands of % return. I mean, just like Team Up, literally over
thousands of % return.
Team Up, I got that at $150 a box.
I made way more on my Japanese Worlds promos than you made on those boxes. I could tell you that much. I made way more on my Disney, on my Batman, on my Superman in the same time period than you made. And so much of it was driven by speculative madness. Both what you made and what I made was driven by speculative craziness, by the way. It's not like what I think.
We bring other hobbies into it. We're talking about Pokemon, though. I mean, we're trying to keep this subject on Pokemon.
Yes, but I was telling people not to. First of all, yeah, whatever. Okay, since about 2000, let's say since Logan Paul came in, and maybe a few months after, because it really actually took about 2-3 months after Logan Paul came in for a lot of those modern booster boxes to really tick up a lot. There's actually a little bit of a lag after the vintage booster boxes. But since then, those booster boxes are down 20 to 30%, mostly across the board, right? After going up 8 to 10%, 8 to 10 times in value. Absolutely. Evolution, Team Up.
Some are higher.
Which ones are higher?
A good amount in Sun and Moon are actually higher. I mean, I know Evolution.
I was fairly certain they were all higher too, Alex. Yeah.
No.
Wait, so okay, let me
they reached 1,000. Evolutions was at 1,500. A couple sold 12.5. Team Up was selling for 1,300 at the top. That's like 1,000.
Unbroken Bonds was never $600-700 a box back then.
I don't remember. I'd have to look it up.
It really wasn't. No,
Team Up was never this high.
And Unbroken Bonds had that reprint, right?
Shining Legends. I sold Shining Legends near the top back then, and Shining Legends is back to almost where it was then. I mean, a lot of modern has already regained all of its losses, where vintage has remained stagnant and kept all of its losses.
Again, I sold vintage and didn't buy any because I didn't think it was a good investment.
You said you have $1 million worth.
Yeah, okay, so you want to know what I did?
Yeah.
So I sold about 30 to 40% of my stuff, rebought a decent amount, but now I'm very heavy also in lots of other CCGs and TCGs and all sorts of vintage stuff across lots of things.
Wait,
So
let Retro talk.
Really quick, just a question. So I watched your PSA return video. That's what it was, and I remember you said something. You were like, I think sometimes people that haven't been used to numbered cards can overpay on, or get like maybe too excited about like the numbered cards and overpay for them. Like, why do you think that is? Why do you think that is?
Because they're coming from a world where there are no serialized cards. And so they're stunned at like how amazing the value is of serialized cards, because they're used to like paying lots of money for like pop 100s, let alone an out of 20 card where there are only 20 in the world. And in the Pokemon hobby, cards where there are only 20 of in the world cost $100,000, like $50,000 to $100,000. And you see it like in the way Magic is reacting to like the LOTR, like the Lord of the Ring, and like or the way MetaZoo is a phenomenal example. People paid $10,000 for those serialized MetaZoo cards out of
So,
100.
see what we're doing though? We're stepping away from Pokemon again. Like if we just want to say, hey, the investment opportunities have left Pokemon Vintage and now they're somewhere else. But I mean, if we can just all agree that Vintage is no longer going to be, something that's going to make you money in the future, I'm cool. We can talk about Star Wars the rest of the night.
Wait, real quick. The reason I was asking that, real quick, the reason I was asking that question is because I was trying to prove the point, and because I agree with you 100%. I agree with you that people do go into these other hobbies and can sometimes overvalue. And I think part of the reason, like, I agree with you 100%. I think another reason to that is also because even though there is value there, there's a hardline print run of X card. The market is also infinitely smaller in Marvel, Star Wars, these other non-sport sort of collectible cards. Whereas with Pokemon, like, just like you said, people are they're not used to things out of 25. They're used to like alt art pull rates and things like that. Right. And so that's just kind of like where it's at right now. You see value. I see value. I think the Star Wars out of 25, I think that stuff's cool. But I also don't necessarily, it's possible, like you could do great on it. You could be the first person to grade a bunch of that stuff, absolutely kill it. And that's awesome. But in Pokemon, like a lot of hobbies, people aren't really here to go super crazy galaxy brain with it. It's very, very, very base level. And I don't personally think that's going to change. Now you can say these things with like good fundamentals and intrinsic values in the future, like maybe they'll outpace certain modern things, and that's totally possible. But it's also possible that they absolutely don't, and they just trade flat, because most people want to interact at a base level in anything, right? Like they don't like Nesto, for instance, he's a great skateboarder. Dude is like damn near pro. He buys grip tape, he buys decks, he buys trucks, right? Like he's not looking for the best, like he's been skating all his life. And I think a lot of people that are in this hobby are doing the same thing. Like they're just trying to have fun. And even if you explain to them all these fundamentals and all the pop reports and market cap and all that stuff, they're going to be like, look, man, I just like the full arts. I like the new sets. That's how I collect. That's what's fun to me.
But retro ignores history and every hobby. Like it's fine, but it's just not right. Like in any hobby ever. Like,
sure,
go ahead, Ray.
But like look at sports, for instance, right? Like old players in low numbered, in like pop in hard to pull inserts, old players like Randy Moss, like goats, right? Like old goats in new product hold no value.
Yeah, because they're not first, because they're not rookies.
Exactly. But like all these new players are constantly what drives the market. And if you look at like sports content, if you look at what people are buying and selling at sports shows, it's all modern.
Alex and both you guys seem to be putting words in my mouth. Like I'm saying that
I'm not trying to at all. Like I apologize if it's
Alex puts words in my mouth that I'm saying vintage is a good investment. Not saying that. You do, Alex. You say it all the time, and you just repeat it over and over again, despite the fact that I don't.
I'll respond after you're done.
Yeah, it's relatively, some of it, a better value, not a good investment than a lot of the modern speculative stuff. Absolutely. That's a completely different idea and concept. I am not saying that this is going to be an amazing investment. I show this to give it a real example of another item that's out there. I can give tons of examples. I'm surrounded by tons of DCGs and CCGs just to show what other types of things are and what their price points are. It's up to people to decide for themselves, this or that. But Retro, your point that like people just want to have fun and enjoy themselves, like, sure, that is exactly why. That's exactly why people who are, I'm not saying investing is always the most fun or is always the most laid back or whatever. And you often have to go against the grain. I happen to find it fun. It happens to be, some people do seem to enjoy investing, but it works because people are going with the herd. People are going with the moment. People are not educating themselves, engaging in all these things. But then given enough time, some of this stuff more people will see, right? And so if you have an item that 1% of everyone in the Pokemon hobby has seen, that means only 1% of the possible people could even know what this item is, so could even know if they'd want to buy it, right? So items that are very, that people do not know about, but yet could have mass appeal, have tremendous upside. Items that everyone knows about doesn't have that upside. Now, there are also downsides.
Everyone wants.
People could say this is bad. People could see this. First of all, how are they going to see it? One, how are people gonna know about it? One, and two, even if they do know about it, they may reject it and think I don't think it's cool and I don't like it. Fair enough.
And that's our issue. Is like we're always on the opposite sides of the supply and demand. Like you make a great point, but you always ride off demand like it's not as big of a deal. Where it's like that's great if there's tons more available. If there's 10 million people that all want this modern box, it's still more valuable than 1%. Or if
no, it wouldn't
find out about that card, it's not.
No, it wouldn't be. Actually, you're not right at all about that math. It's all math, Alex. At the end of the day, if you have 10 million of an item versus 20 of an item, you can do the math, right?
Every day there's less sealed product, and the demand is obviously growing.
Okay,
it's an inverse supply demand curve. Of course, the price is going to go up. It's simple economics, Jake.
If you say to me one more time that I don't care about demand or that I'm going to lose it, it's all supply and demand.
All right. Let's
I won't put words in your mouth.
We can have a good conversation here without.
No. Earlier in this conversation, earlier in this live stream, I was making comments. I'm not putting words in your mouth, so you can disagree. But you certainly made it sound like I watched you for years. Every single time this modern boxes go up, it's always followed with it. We're still in a bubble. This is mania. This is unrealistic gain. All this stuff. But then, like when you'll see vintage cards rise in value, you'll be like, yeah, I understand that. It's this pop. That makes sense.
Give one example. I want you to give one example of a vintage card that I said made sense that you saw me say. One example.
That the value made sense?
Yeah, just give me an example.
All right, I guess I can go search through one of your live streams from a year ago and find 100 examples.
You can't. It didn't exist. I was extremely careful with my words. You're not right.
Okay.
I don't know what to tell you, Alex. I mean, right. Did I say in those live streams that E-Series, Neo Gen, and original Nintendo EX would do better and I thought were safer than base set and evolutions? Yes, and I was
undervalued multiple times with vintage cards.
What?
You've used the word undervalued many times.
People have been yelling at me for being a bear on everything for years, my friend. Like do I think some things are undervalued right now?
Some people could take what you were talking about earlier with the Togetic, that you were making that seem like that was undervalued.
Relative.
So, but it could come off as that. You may not directly say it all the time.
People I understand.
I think
that people don't understand because they're not thinking critically. But it's very frustrating to articulate very carefully.
Also, at the end of the day,
that I don't care about demand when everything I talk about is the relationship between supply and demand over and over again. That I think vintage is somehow undervalued over and over and over again. Now, relative. Now, there's other modern things, and I've said many times, even in this stream, sealed product is a different animal. I tend to always compare PSA modern slabs to PSA vintage. And Alex likes to just say, well, but it's sealed, even though that's not what I'm arguing. You do, Alex. And
I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this.
Jake, you're starting to come off as combative. Let's relax, take a step back, and I
say things and articulate things, and then I'm met with stuff that doesn't
either way.
I got a blunt for all y'all in Dallas. That's all I know.
You're good, Jake. You're good, man. I mean, that's what this is about. It's about just we're just getting our points out.
The thing is I feel like some of us sometimes talk. Well, Alex, you just talked in absolutes when you said, what was it? Vintage is better than modern. Something to that line. I forget exactly. It was like 25 minutes ago.
That's fine.
However, with the thought process of demand, at any point the demand can swing back to the vintage side, man. And then what would say you to that point? Would you just start making videos at that point saying, go buy vintage, go buy vintage, go buy vintage, because now that's where the demand's at?
Well, I mean, not actually like that quick, but yeah, I mean, I've mentioned in many videos, it's always good to be able to move with the trends, move with the waves. So if things start shifting, you have to shift with them, like in any market. I mean, every hedge fund does that. I mean, Warren Buffett does that. Like everyone's going to shift in terms of what the market is doing. I mean, Anyone who didn't shift back in the tech boom, they got crushed. Anyone who didn't shift after 08 got crushed. You have to always shift your views. But right now, I mean, there's nothing out there except, you know, this boogeyman of the future of like, oh, no one's going to buy this, or the band's going to fall off, or, you know, whatever. Other than that, there's nothing that shows me with any data or statistics that this trend is stopping. So why would I jump off?
So it's fine to be like, I am not a value investor. I'm a trend momentum investor. And I look at charts and I follow data and I go with numbers and trends. If you and I could just be like, that's what you do. But then to Ray's point, which was articulated really well, then you should, if it goes the other way, shift back. So that means that at the early part of Logan Paul, you would have been investing in vintage because great. So that's what you did. Right.
I had all I had was 90%. If
you're early, you'll make money. Early, you'll make money, and if you're late, you'll get destroyed. Like
my point is like
that's what happens.
No, my point is 2015 until now, and then you probably like Scott, Gary, the ones who are gone forever. We all were doing the same thing, right? We were all investing. We were all putting our money collecting. I'll use the word collecting vintage. The big boom happened, made a lot of money. I saw the shift, so I shifted. And obviously a lot of people didn't. And now a lot of people seem like they're just trying to hold on to the vintage when obviously it's stagnant, dying, the demand's not there. And they're mad at the people like me who shifted their mindset and got on modern.
I can promise you, Alex, that is not what is happening here. That's an imagined boogeyman that you've created. Alex, I can swear to you that I am not trying to. I am such a bearish voice. I have talked against my own interests for years on this channel. Vintage, modern, whatever. I share all sorts of plays. I blow up hobbies that I'm in, getting amazing deals before I bought everything that I could. And then I'm bidding and dealing with people that I've literally introduced cards to people, to bid against. Okay. So this idea that there are people out there who are holding on, or like PK, like I feel like you feel like PK. We're collectors, dude. Like, I'm not holding on to I don't need to hold on to the value of my vintage cards. In fact, I actually feel quite comfortable with the moves that I've made. And I would imagine PK and a lot of other people feel the same way. And so
Jake, all PK talks about is dollars and cents. I mean, a collector doesn't just talk about finances every one of his videos. If you're a collector, you're not just talking about dollars and cents. I can come out and admit it. I'm definitely about the money. I enjoy Pokemon. That's why I'm in the hobby. But yes, I'm obviously about the dollars and cents. You can't talk about it day in and day out and say you're a collector. That's what PK does.
PK is definitely a crazy, in my opinion, having met him in person a few times, the dude is obsessed with Pokemon and obsessed with, but part of it certainly can be market. But it's a market. Even the way he talks about the market is as a collector. Now he's talking about flips and plays. I've heard him sort of change his lingo. PK, if you're watching, like I've heard a shift to more of like the Dan retro, like
spicy boys,
the world of like flipping and plays. Then certainly he used to not use any of that language. His content was a lot more like mine in terms of the terminology. But PK is like obsessed with Pokemon, could talk about this stuff endlessly for ages. He is not someone who's looking to make a short-term buck and holding up desperately because he's like has so much money in vintage and like needs to hold it up. Alex, you said it yourself. There's no example from any other hobby that supports that somehow this middle era stuff will just go on forever and be the biggest. That's where you get the pushback, Alex. The pushback comes from this claim based on no evidence. Your only evidence is that it's expensive right now. And even that's wrong because I can give you 50 cards from middle era stuff, all sorts of stuff on Japanese and English that have performed 10 times, 20 times, 30 times better, right? Now, that doesn't mean that it hasn't performed really well and been really solid. I'm not saying that, okay? Those are saying two different things. But this sort of like all or nothing thing.
Hold on.
Yeah.
When you say perform that well, we're not talking about these backdoor crazy deals that Jake finds at 3 a.m.
Not
I'm talking you buy a slab at market price,
yes, buy a slab at market price.
And it rises in value. You don't grade it yourself. You don't break it from a collection.
Market slab, $50, $40, $60, sell for $700 6 months later, 8 months later.
Can I ask a question?
That's normal.
Can I ask a question?
No, I mean it's been a bunch of promos and it's been a bunch of Japanese stuff so far this year. No English has done it so far this year. But it has in the past, Alex.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Is there a reason why we cannot segregate what would be considered vintage versus modern? Is there a reason why this still has to? Because what you're really doing here, in a way, is still having the modern versus vintage debate. But is there? I mean, why can't you just say last 3 to 5 years? Let's see what these sets are doing. First, I don't know, WotC sets. Let's see what they're doing. Why can't it be segregated? Because there's certainly different divisions of collectors collecting those different areas and different eras of sets. There's clearly a market for the modern, and there's clearly a market for the WotC era sets. I'm sure there's some that are in the middle.
I'll answer that. So, of course, there's a market for everyone, every collector, every investor. My issue with it is, and this is the gripe I have with Jake a lot, is the things he does and talks about, you have to be very in tune with the market, very good, which Jake is. And, you have to have a lot of talent, less skill, and you have to also get lucky from time to time on those big hits. Whereas, I mean, I can show you the spreadsheets. My Sword and Shield case investments right now, okay, for the last 3 years, from base set all the way until Silver Tempest, Lost Origin, Silver Tempest is the last one. So basically, cases, if you buy a case, multiple cases of every one of the sets, you'd be up around 100% right now on your money over 3 years. And like when you look at buying all kind of bunch of slabs and singles and trying to invest in all, it's really hard to get that kind of gain. I mean, maybe in Japanese right now, but in modern, it's really hard to ever see that because you're gonna have some slabs that do nothing, go down, some may go to the moon, but with modern steel product, it's just consistency. And it's just so much easier to let people aren't getting hurt and going through these wild swings with their money.
You argue momentum investing, and then you flip back to, no, I'm not a momentum investor. I'm a value investor, and modern sealed product is always the best value investment. And this is the frustration, okay? If you say everything at any price could be good, it all depends on the price, then you're a value investor. If you say one thing is always the best, no matter what the price is, you're actually just terrible.
I didn't say the best. I said it's the safest. It's the most. It's the
So at $300, so buying Japanese at $250 is the safest investment you could make. Buying a modern.
I don't do Japanese product. I don't know.
And you're using the extreme example, Jake. Obviously, you're talking about Triple Beat that just came out as $250 a box. But I believe Alex is talking about what would be. I would assume, I don't want to put words in your mouth, Alex, but what would be MSRP and under. Whatever a distro would get it for. I mean, or you could even if getting it a little bit over MSRP, whatever some shops may sell it at. If we're talking about Triple Beat that just came out and it's $250, if anybody's buying that, I looked at it and I just laughed. I'm get the hell out of here. I'm not buying that. And I love Japanese. It's just not going to happen. And comparing the value investment versus momentum investment, as someone had said in the chat that that's what this is more of a discussion was. I understand and I agree with that sentiment. But examples are being used of vintage versus modern. I mean, if we're going to compare apples to apples, compare to apples, apples to apples, where find those two examples in modern and find those two examples in vintage and use those. Don't value and momentum invest me with something from, a Togetic versus an Aerodactyl. Because to me, it's just two different worlds.
But see, I'm not putting words in Jake's mouth, so you can respond, but you're not using these exact words, but the way you're presenting things, it's almost making it vintage versus modern. You're talking about how you're buying vintage cards, but then you're talking about how modern is in a bubble and it's a mania and it's crazy to how the prices are moving. So it's like that's you're not saying it, but you're implying it that vintage is still a good buy, but modern's crazy.
So the whole vintage is a good buy is not. You're hearing that implication. I can get how people might.
You bought a card.
I bought a $25 card. I think the worlds will go on, and it wasn't for investment.
And you've been buying.
Yeah, and how many vintage cards did you just show me that you bought because you thought it was a good value? Whatever. The point. You bought a lot more than I bought. So
you're talking about it as an investment.
No, I'm not. That's the whole point. I bought it because I liked it and it was cheap and it's fun and I can afford it.
That's fair.
Not right. That's the whole back and forth retro in my head. I said that before for a while. Again. Now, I do think modern is generally going to be the place. So other than sort of that weird sort of like Logan Paul thing, I do think that modern can be more susceptible to bubbles and to irrational movement than vintage. But that's not because vintage is better than modern, Alex. You're not getting the argument.
I gotta stop
You're
you.
not. Hold on, just wait for a second. Okay, you're gonna agree with this probably.
No,
if
I
you're
won't.
the numbers. Okay.
Look at the bubble. Just happened.
Meaning, oh, Alex, just let me finish the point. The point is that there is more irrationality and more kind of up and down movement and volatility around stuff that just comes out. Now, booster boxes, less so than because you've just followed the booster box market. Let me tell you, the PSA card market, the black label market, all of the crazy movement on slabs, you can see generally modern slabs immediately and modern raw cards, they come out and they're $500-$600 and they come all the way down to $100-$200 because of the mania, the excitement over the new set. That's one example that happens on base. No, it happens every set, Alex, right? If you're the price guy, you're the trend guy. I'm not saying it's going to always happen, but if you want to look at trend, that's been the trend, right? And it doesn't, no one really knows exactly why or doesn't really quite understand it is what it is. But the point I'm making is that because it's new and people don't know exactly what to think of it, and there's lots of news coming out and lots of people are learning about it, the price is going to be more volatile. That doesn't mean it's a worse investment. It just means because things moving more doesn't make them worse investments. It just makes them harder to predict. Now, the sealed product is going to be easier to predict. And I've talked about how to invest or speculate on sealed product many times. I always try to buy it after like the biggest reprint possible and then hold from there. Because usually after the biggest reprint possible, usually after the first print, people are often really hyped on the set. Usually, but again, the trends can switch so quickly because there's a time when like booster boxes were the play. There's a time when ETBs were the play. Now we're back to booster box. Like, and this is your world, right? This is the trend world. This is trying to be up on sort of like what people are going after, all these types of things. But all of that is very volatile. It's very speculative. And the movement, now, if you buy at a logical time and you happen to be right, you can certainly make money. But I'm talking about mostly these boxes that have already doubled, tripled in value, or these PSA cards that are $1,000 or $600, $800 towards the top. I'm not talking about $70, $80, $90, $110 boxes. I wouldn't invest in those, but I don't think that they're highly overvalued as a collectible. Okay.
I still want to go back and hit your point though. You said
Sure.
that modern is more volatile. So vintage had higher highs and now they're having lower lows in the fallback than modern ever did through the 2020 boom.
Hold on. General, and why I'm arguing this is because when we had 90% of new people come into the hobby, I would argue, let's just say, because of that, everything was crazy volatile.
But vintage was more volatile. You said it wouldn't be.
Hold on. No. I never said that at all. That's not.
You just did.
You don't understand the concept. Now, unless there's a huge amount of new people in, just follow me here.
Okay.
Because there are 90% new people in the hobby, everything was extremely volatile because everything was being bought and changing like crazy, right? But once things have already been out for a while and everyone in the hobby sort of decides what a price should be and things have been out for many years, that is likely. Now, there are these crazy examples like China suddenly coming in the market and random demand going for vintage or middle gen. Hold on. But generally speaking, the most volatile, unless you have a huge influx of new people into a certain old category for some reason, which can happen like waifus or promos or whatever, generally speaking, what you should see is the newest thing, which hasn't been tested by the market, which most people are engaging in for the first time, to be the most volatile. That's true across any market, by the way. That's not a Pokemon thing. And it has nothing to do with like modern good, like bad, vintage good. It's just a factor of something being brand new.
So you're talking like the new set, not like the new era.
And the new era, because it's also still being tested, because a lot of it is still being opened. A lot is hitting the market. No one knows exactly how much is coming on the market. So you tend to see the biggest positive and negative swings. And so generally when I'm buying the graded stuff, I try to buy it at that bottom. And then, so like, a year ago would have been a pretty good time to buy like rainbow rares, in my opinion, from the Sun and Moon area, if you were going to buy them. That's something I've talked about on my channel. Like alt arts in a few years from now, 2-3 years from now, would theoretically be a good time to buy them because most of the supply at that point will be opened and people will have moved on to the next set. People will be kind of bored of them and they won't be old enough to kind of be cool while people will revisit. So that's like the general process or thinking on something like that, generally speaking. Now that's speculative. It may or may not work. But the point is that the longer something people have been able to engage in it, and the more fixed the supply is. That's the other key point, Alex, right? If the supply is fixed and the demand has had more time to become fixed, the price will be less volatile. No, 100%. If the demand is more volatile and the supply is more volatile, guess what's going to be more volatile? The price, because that's what prices are, right?
And there's a chance that the demand is always going to be more in Sword and Shield than it ever is going to be on Vintage again. So there's a chance that a 5,000
more or less, it's volatile.
Sought after than 100 pop, mid-era card.
Volatile. It's not more or less. It's volatile. Volatility doesn't mean.
Yeah, but now that Evolving Skies is $400, and if they don't do a reprint, it's going to get open very, very less. Going forward, and so there's going to be a lot less Moonbryons graded, and it's going to be less and less volatile.
Yeah, I think
over time, that's the point. It should become less volatile over time. Yeah,
I think it does have this like self-fulfilling prophecy thing with the modern. That's kind of what's happening now, because like the price, like, you can just go on TCG Player and look, like all these alt arts, and Squeaks and a few other dudes are kind of responsible for moving floors up on things, but it creates a self-fulfilling prophecy because the box goes up. Moonbryon's still $1,000. It bottomed. Now that card's ticking back up raw. And if they don't reprint Evolving Skies, the boxes probably are going to still keep going up and up and up. And even though it's not the smart thing to do, people are going to rip it looking for Umbreon. Umbreon's probably going to move from $500, $600 to like $600, $700. The PSA 10 will move back up to $1,200. Like that to me, that's the catalyst. Like that catalyst makes sense to me. It could not happen, but like that catalyst, and that's with all modern, like the catalyst is there. It might shift to where people aren't interested and that catalyst doesn't exist anymore. But right now, that's the current market dynamic. And so when we talk about these things that I think have good intrinsic value, like I was talking about the Elatos, or, maybe you can point to some different vintage thing or Worlds promos or different stuff like that. It's like that stuff seemed overvalued and then it like 3x. This stuff, it's like, maybe it's overvalued to me because I'm not going to open it looking for Moonbreon. I'm not buying a $300 Evolving Skies box, but I understand, hey, this card's at $400. The PSA 10's at $1,000. The box is this much. If they don't reprint it, it's going to go up. That makes sense to me. Now, could that shift in the future? Maybe, but I'd rather take the bet on the catalyst that's working right now that I see the pattern repeat than try to like put too many of my eggs into the basket of like, okay, well, here's how I assess the market. Here's where I see value. And I think the market's going to reflect that, because it's more, to me, that's more risky than just kind of going with.
That's my exact point though, right, Retro? That's exactly how bubbles form, is exactly what you just talked about. You have the smart people who are engaged following the trends, or the people who are super engaged following the trends and trying to make money off the trends. Go read a book on bubbles. Like it doesn't happen in the Pokemon. I'm not saying it's just this is the exact formation. It's just to understand it intellectually.
All right, let's take this. Let's take Ruben. We'll take Pokerev. We'll take Cool Trainer Ryan. You can call anyone. These people were putting. Pokerev's already said that before 99% of his collection was sealed. All these people were hoarding mass amounts of sealed product before the boom, meaning they saw a higher opportunity in sealed product even before all this modern talk. Like sealed product has been collected and hoarded and everything before the modern age, and to act like it's like a new thing or it's not battle tested or all these things, it's kind of a wrong mindset to have. This has always been done. It's worked for years.
It's been strange to me that we've gone through 2 or 3 bubbles in the past like 4 or 5 years, even though the market's dipped. It's just strange how everything's always a bubble when, to me, it could just be the modern market.
Which bubble have I been wrong about so far, by the way?
I don't know. I don't keep tabs on who's right or wrong. It's just I'm not even this isn't about who's right or wrong here. It's just strange that when things go up like crazy, it always seems to be a bubble. And I'm not saying you're wrong.
Well, it's kind of like you can zoom in and look at like 1 year, 5 year periods, but when you look at like a 30-year period, it's basically straight up, a little down, straight up, a little down. It's kind of the same way with boxes. It's like, straight up, they're still steadily rising year after year after year. It's proven at this point, and to say it's not, it's ignoring the facts.
I'm pretty much done with this conversation. I'm definitely going to let you speak, Retro, because we're just sort of saying the same things back and forth to each other, and I'm just sort of like over it, honestly. and it's fine. Like, it's whatever. Like, Alex is saying that it's just going to go up steadily over time forever, but he's also saying that vintage is that isn't going to happen, and that there's going to be a time when vintage does well. But it should. I don't really. It's a little bit like if you, Alex, are saying that all of these booster boxes forever, no matter what it is going to steadily go up from here into the future. That's perfectly fine for you to have that opinion. It's fine.
You don't.
We can leave it there.
You don't.
There's a chance. The reason these boxes would forever go up in the future would have to do with supply and demand fundamentals and the prices that they're at currently right now. So the reason they would forever go up in the future is because, like you said, let's say that over time they get eaten up, right? And there's less and less out there, and Pokemon is able to grow, and it's able to grow enough that even all of the new products and the new sets that come out and compete with these sets, it doesn't flood the market. So what happened with sports in the 70s and 80s is they did really well until they came out with inserts in the 90s, which were cooler, which made the 70s and 80s stuff suck, and then they didn't like it. So if Pokemon comes out with serialized stuff, all this is dead, by the way. So just be careful, and people are really underestimating that, but because that's exactly what happened in sports, by the way, but whatever. But if it becomes rare,
value because of the cards inside is what you're saying.
Only, definitely not, Alex. You know that I'm way smarter than that. Stop dumbing down my ideas.
Well, that's what you're saying. Is they're going to go down in value just because the cards inside go down. That's not true. I mean, you can open any box and you're never going to get your value back, right?
Again, anyone who doesn't agree with me after this debate, like, it is what it is. Like,
no, the point is the steel prize.
I just don't know what to do. Like, it's fine.
On its own, though. It's not about the cards inside.
It's okay. Like, again, I'm not saying any of that, Alex. Like, hopefully, every argument you made. Like, I know all those arguments. I've been making them for years before you came onto YouTube. Like, go back to my videos. Like, again, and if you were on YouTube before me, you'd be making them years before me. I'm not saying like came up with these arguments. They're just, we get it. Like, we know. I understand the fundamentals of booster boxes. Like, you understand the fundamentals of booster boxes. Like, that's not what we're disagreeing on. Okay. So like, it's whatever. But, again, just to be clear, I think that particularly these booster boxes that are 2-3 times MSRP are very speculative. I don't like the momentum. I don't like all of the movement. Alex isn't bothered by it. He thinks no matter what, booster boxes will go up forever. That's what you said, right? You can't just pick the $70 ones that I buy. I buy those too, right? Like, you have, like,
I own every set. I own every Sword and Shield set.
Okay, fine. Right. And you said you don't do Japanese. Japanese is the more crazy one right now. By the way, think Japanese is way more speculative than English right now. So that's a whole nother thing. So I tend to think the most speculative stuff is the stuff that you don't talk about, which these days tends to be the Japanese and tends to be a lot of the PSA 10. So when we're talking
Japanese alone, leave it alone.
Yeah, what are you doing the Japanese, Jake? What the hell are you got 2 Japanese collectors here, man. You're killing us.
Anyway, but despite all of the heat, like, I want you to know, like, my passion, and I'm sure everyone's passion here comes because we like this stuff, we enjoy it, we care about people. I don't think that people are trying to disagree on purpose or bring any negativity. I very much appreciate all of you guys coming on. I want to give Retro and Ray a chance just to like say something, because I know I've been talking way, and it's my stream. I can do whatever.
Yeah, you want to stop talking.
I have lots of opinions. I'm going to share them. It's my stream. But I do want to give Ray and Retro a chance. And I'm also happy to like moderate conversations on my channel sometime and not just share my opinion. If you guys ever want to come on, or if you guys want to bring a couple people on, I can moderate and you guys can debate it or whatever. Believe it or not, I was a therapist.
And talk, I'll give my goodbye. Like, I just want to say, like, I told Retro this on Instagram before this, like, we go to a CollectCon or I'm out with you guys, like anyone in this chat, I'm cool to just hang out, have a good time. All's cool. It's like, we're in this sort of debate thing. So we're just debating. We're passionate. It's not that I'm mad at anyone. I'm not upset. So I know everyone gets that thing about me. They think I'm just like super pissed and upset and I'm just trying to have a real talk and not like pussyfoot around the debate, because I think a lot of people do. So that's all this was tonight, everyone, or anything in the chat. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of these things and get some things ironed out. So we're all good. I hope everyone's all good with me. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, I think my only frustrations comes from my perception of just us talking past each other and my feeling like you're not understanding my arguments exactly, and you're not formatting my position correctly. Welcome to like almost every debate ever, though. That's perfectly fine, and you probably feel the same way to some degree. So, and again, the chat, there are plenty of people I saw the whole time that were like, Alex is exactly right. Jake doesn't know what he's talking about. So. This is the reality of conversations online. You're gonna have people who are like, Jake knows exactly what he's talking about. He's like he's the GOAT. He's the best guy in the game. And you're gonna have people saying that about Alex. And it's crazy to me that but it's interesting and it's certainly a part of debate. But yes, again, nothing personal, obviously, between Alex and I, just sort of heated ideas and disagreements. And my heat comes from being, I try to be very careful with my words, and whatever. It's frustrating to have them, be said in a way that I don't imagine, but that happens in my personal life too. That happens to every human being. So, welcome to being a human on planet Earth. All right, Ray and Retro. Any last minute thoughts, and then we're gonna wrap it up here.
You go, Ray.
So I have to unpack roughly an hour of Jake talking. What kind of time do I have, buddy? So
if Jake says
Alex,
5 minutes.
Alex,
if Jake says 5 minutes, it means 45. So
okay, I've muted Ray. Ray is done. All right, Retro. Any last words?
Hey, all right. Actually, I do have something. So one reason why I wanted to have Alex on tonight is because Alex, you did put out a YouTube video the other day where I did comment on, and I said, you doing your best Rudy impression. That was me. And asking you to throw a little bit more nuance in your videos, because I really did appreciate your point of view. And it's one reason why in the private chat before you had come on, I had asked Jake to bring you on so you guys can maybe discuss some of this. Maybe in the future, if you would like to take my advice on this, don't specifically point out people's names, because it can become off as you're being derogatory to them when some of them may share the same passion and some of the same thoughts as you. So that you said you didn't want to point out anybody, but you did in your video, and it's going to cause some heat.
I get in trouble when I don't point out names too.
No, I hear you, but like, it's a tough spot to be in. I like your video. I subscribed to you. I liked it. You can take it however you want. I'll continue to watch your stuff. But when you specifically call out people in a public video like that, there's going to be some crap that may come back. And it can be taken as negative too, man. I mean, this is grade school 101 what I'm saying here, but it's just the truth.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like my issue is not you saying people's names. I just don't think you have people's arguments correct all the time, and that's what bothers me. But that's because you and I disagree. Like you're not doing anything wrong. Like you know what I mean? So like, I actually don't have a problem with it fundamentally, Alex. I think it's just like, I'm going to get heated because I just like disagree with the words that you're saying, not the fact that you're like, you know what I mean? Like heatfully arguing, because you and I both argue and you and I both bring other people's names up. So, it's that part, I don't know the issue, and the same people who don't have an issue with me bringing up names who they agree, disagree with, what I mean? I do think there can be a little bit of a hypocrisy there, but
anyone out there, feel free to bring up my name if you want to bash me in any of your videos. I really don't mind. I'd rather just be out in the open.
I don't really quick. I don't think that does anything though, right? Like, I think honestly, I think disagreement is good. And I did agree with your point on your video where you were saying that like a lot of the time it can be an echo chamber, people go in circles or whatever. Yeah. I think disagreement's good. But I think when you argue past each other, and everybody can do this, I'm not just trying to like pile on you guys or whatever, but I'm just saying, like, I think disagreement's good. And I think that it can be beneficial and it can teach people things and show people different perspectives, but it's how you go about it, right? Like I tried to put a live together and people didn't want to come on because of the way that things came off to them. You know what I mean? And it's like kind of a more bees with honey type deal. And I agree with a lot of your points, and they might even agree with a lot of your points. And I believe that there's a common ground. There's more common ground than people really think there is. But I think I think if it's like, well, you said this and rather than just like reaching out directly and talking to people, because it is the internet, right? And you can misconstrue, like, if you haven't met people in real life, like you don't really like know them as well, and like you can misconstrue what people are saying, right? When you put 15 minutes of your free form thought out into the universe, it's super easy to pick it apart and just be like, oh, well, you're a dummy because you said X, Y, and Z. But in reality, as adults, we should be able to come together, and even if we disagree, that's okay, and we can still be respectful, I think, so because I do think it's good, and I do think it's good to have discourse, right? But it's just how you go about it, right? And I would have loved to have been able to have people that you disagree with, or maybe even disagree with you, talk. But yeah, like when you go about it in a way to where you're like, oh, this person doesn't want you to make money or things like that, it's tough to then get those people to then want to come on and have like a productive discussion with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah,
you tend to talk a lot in absolutes, like what Retro just made an example of. If you talk a lot of times in absolutes, it can be rough.
I can prove this stuff though. I mean, I can show you a video clip right now of Mason from Cardinal Gaming literally saying modern Pokemon product is not investable.
For sure. But listen, that's not the point though. Yeah. That's not the point. It's like, if you disagree with that statement and you want to like approach that statement, there's a way to go about it that's
productive
than just being like, this dude said this, here's why it's wrong.
I also have emails that I can show you of asking him to come on for a debate. He would not.
Okay. Well, what you could do at that point is say, I'm going to create a response video to Mason's video on this.
I did that.
Cool. Either way, like, once again, I subscribed. I like, subscribe, and commented.
There's nowhere else I can go from there other than, make a response video asking for a, debate, like emailing, reaching out. I don't know what else to do at that point, except, I mean, if I talk about stuff, I talk about it. But I mean, I gave them a chance to defend themselves. They don't want to.
Maybe because their point's already out there.
Okay. Then there's nothing to argue about, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I will say this. I think if we all got together in person, everybody would have a good time, man. And yeah, like I really don't think that it's as deep as people think it is. Like, yeah, man, I think everybody could be friends and still disagree on things. And I think that that's okay. I just think it's the way that, like, yeah, I just think it's the way you go. And, it's funny coming from me. I'm a pretty brash dude too sometimes, right? So like,
me too, man.
It's tough for me to say that, but I'm just keeping it real because, I do like you. Like, I watch your stuff, and even if like I disagree with some things or whatever, I'm like, yeah, this is still cool or whatever. So yeah, man, I think it's okay to have
talk with my friends, right? I mean, we should be comfortable enough to just talk, right?
Yeah, but again, like I have been on a live with you. Like, I've reached out to you, I've talked to you personally, and these other guys maybe don't have the same relationship or aren't as comfortable engaging. Like, I'm more comfortable in being confrontational. These dudes might not be. So when you come off with a confrontational sort of like energy, they might like, detract from that a little bit. They might not be able to handle that, right? Me, I'm just like, I'm confrontational. Like that's just who I am. So I see that and I'm like, but I can also see why people would take that a certain way and then not want to have a conversation because they're like, well, if I go into this conversation, I already am not confrontational. I don't like confrontation. And this person's been confrontational to me. I feel like I'm on a back foot. I don't really know what to say. You know what I mean? And then that doesn't really get anybody anywhere, because if the point is to kind of flesh out each other's ideas and what you really think about whatever the topic is, then like the personal attacks and making people feel uncomfortable it's not conducive. You know what I'm saying? So
they also may have done the value assessment on whether or not having you on was worth it, I
don't have to go on their channel. I'm not asking for that. Mine, we can all go on Retros, we can go on yours. I don't care where it's done. Like, you know what I mean? I'm just trying to get the conversation going.
Of course. I understand. Are you not here right now? You're conversating, right?
No, what I'm saying is like, I wasn't asking them, hey, bring me on your channel, or hey, come on to my channel. Like, I'm not looking for that. It's just, we can do it anywhere. I don't care. We don't even got to do it on YouTube, right? I mean, it's just, I just feel like a lot of people just, get on and talk and give their views and all their opinions, say things like that, but then never want to like debate it or back it up or give any reason how they got there. They just want to come on and say, Moderns not investable. You know, look at all this they print. If you're buying this, you're just stupid. It's like, how can you say that? You know?
Are you in the Pokenomics Discord by any chance?
Yeah, you and I just see like the hobby quite different. Like, because I think all of the channels that do that are just buy the next 5 modern things, and that most of the people talking about vintage are giving, you know, and more broad stuff are giving more like nuanced takes. But like, yeah, like all of the people that you called out in those videos, like when I saw those videos, like most of what you said was like pretty accurate. Like people flip-flopped, they said different things in the past, they don't acknowledge it now. Like I didn't watch all of them and I forget exactly. So don't quote me, guys. Like there might have been parts that were like really taken out of context and unfair, but like, no, I mean, your style pisses me off because it's confrontational and because we disagree. And I feel like you're taking me out of context. And at times I feel like you're intentionally trying to piss me off so that you can like get me to react so that you can have more debates. And I wonder if you're trying to like, you know, there's a bit of that sort of like, you know, like that's a way that I can like get on or I can have those conversations. Like I've had to be public, like I've had those feelings or thoughts before, or am I with someone who's just like being honest and and we're just passionate and have very different ideas. At the end of the day though, who cares? Like I'm like, I don't know you, like, you know, whatever, you don't know me, you know, personally, whatever. But like, you know, I'm as someone who's been doing this for I think I've been on YouTube the longest of the people here. It's easy to from the sidelines to criticize a YouTuber. So or to be newer and to criticize a YouTuber on sort of their decisions that they make. But in reality, like what Alex is experiencing and the type of messages that Alex is getting and like what he's taking in, like who knows what people are saying to him and like the annoying stuff he's had to deal with, which is like formed his sort of like his opinion and his feelings, which are different than mine, you know, et cetera, whatever. I know that like I've never, you know, I certainly have, you know, gotten frustrated with you know, my only frustration is the feeling like, you know, and I've written a comment before, which I've deleted before because I didn't want to cause more negativity, but just like, you know, putting me in the beginning of a video and then making a bunch of statements that have nothing to do with like or very little to do with like what I say. Like, you know, I don't like stuff like that. But you showing like a video, you know, someone making a video saying all modern is terrible, and then 6 months later saying like modern is great or like whatever, you know, like they should like be at the very least they should be able to laugh at themselves, you know, or to be light about it or explain, you know, why those things shifted. But all these people that you're talking about are quite knowledgeable, are super engaged in the hobby, and also shouldn't be made to look like idiots. So I think that there's a way to do it where it's like, here's an honest thing, but like, let's not make people unnecessarily look like idiots. I'm not saying you did, you know, but just in general for people, you know, because like
I feel like I have to challenge that by saying they're all knowledgeable. Like a lot of these people, they're knowledgeable about Pokemon. They're knowledgeable about the hobby as it was. But a lot of them, if you ask them off the top of your head, hey, what's this modern box cost? Hey, what's the price movement been on modern, you know, whatever? They won't know. They'll tell you everything there's to know about all the vintage and the promos and when they were released and the artists that made them. But then you ask them about modern stuff, they're clueless. So they shouldn't even be talking about the modern market because they're not.
What are you talking about? PK?
No,
Mason certainly knows all of the modern stuff. He's an LGS reseller who's like really everyday.
I won't get into names again because I'm gonna get in trouble. But
like, who are you talking about? Me? I know the prices of all the modern. I talk about them all the time. But so who are we talking
about? Shit. I'm not talking about shit.
But so who is it? Because I do think that PK. I think he's become probably more knowledgeable. But I think there was probably a time.
All right, Scott.
Scott. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I honestly don't talk to Scott. I'm not friends with Scott. I don't know if he's up on prices, if he's into data. He certainly is very experienced and has been around a lot. But he might not know the data very well because he's not engaging in it. I have no idea. That's the real truth, is I don't really know. He's said incorrect things in his videos that I've seen. I made a video about him where he said like Japanese was doing great when it was tanking or something. You know, there was a video it came out with and it's like, no, actually, like all of those PSA graded cards are talking about having someone like the worst hit. You know what I mean? So like, but again, it's hard because someone can be wrong about certain data points, but be extremely knowledgeable about the hobby. So we also have to be careful.
Out there.
You know what I mean?
I think what happened was, you know, he went through all the growth. He knew everything, and kind of got to that point where he's kind of on his pedestal. He's got everything. He's got all his net worth in Pokemon. He has all these Patreons. He basically has it all going to where he doesn't spend his time engaged in the modern market. So I don't think he really knows as much about how it moves as opposed to everything else he pays attention to.
You know, Scott buys a ton of modern Japanese, right?
Yeah, I know he buys it and puts it away. I don't think he's like, I mean, he gets it off from distributor, puts it away, but I don't think how long he pays attention to the price moves and the actual singles, how, you know, the later sets, Sun and Moon, XY. Like, I don't think he really pays as much attention because all he's ever talking about is either his, you know, anyone who's sending in cars for him to sell. He's talking about, you know, he never really talks about the modern market. And then when he does, when he makes those small videos, he gets so much wrong about it, which tells me he's really not that engaged. He's just putting out content to try to kind of address it.
I mean, I don't like
Would you
his
agree?
typical YouTube content either. That doesn't have anything to do with his personality or anything. I just don't necessarily watch him a lot. However, he does have a Patreon. I would ask you, are you subscribed to his Patreon and get his detail and all his videos from his Patreon videos? I don't. So
No.
if you're not getting that, he might be offering his patrons who are paying him for his opinions much more information than what he would be putting out publicly to the regular consumer like you and I. Which
And
I wouldn't
I get-
Japanese.
I get more from Jake. I get more from Jake privately from his some of his videos. I'm in his Discord. He's going to offer me more of a service. You know, I subscribe to him.
And like in my Patreon, we do like deep dives into data. If I wasn't like in some ways like forced or pushed to do some of that research or data, I wouldn't know the data nearly as well either. There's a ton of data. So I think being very good with collectibles or having a general sense of the Pokemon market is different than like being very engaged in certain areas of the market. But I would agree with you, Alex, if the point is that you shouldn't talk directly about a specific area of the market in very strong terms if you don't know the price history and you're literally talking about the price history and you're just wrong, particularly if you're like an expert in the hobby or people look up to you or whatever. I don't know if he did that or how egregious it was. But again, we all there are times when I'm asked questions and I think I know the answer. Like, I think I have the data right in my head, but I haven't checked it in a little bit. And I go, should I answer this? Should I not answer it? And I'm sure if you went back in my videos, there'd be times where I gave prices or I went into data that I thought was right, but that wasn't right. You know what I mean? So like, you know, so it's but that is different than like titling a video like this, and then I would like make sure I did research. You know, that's different than getting like a random question. But anyway.
Yeah, there was a time when I could tell you everything from, you know, every WotC set. I could tell you what every PSA 9, PSA 10 was going for the market with any given day. I mean, but I'm just not that in tune anymore. So I would never make a video trying to act like I knew or talk about Japanese booster boxes being 250 out of the gate. Like, I just don't follow it. So why would I talk about that? You know, that's just how I feel about some of these creators talking about modern, where it's just like, how can you bash something you don't even know?
Well, and really quick too, because there's so many different parts of the market and the market isn't a monolith, like what's happening over here doesn't affect this, doesn't affect this, doesn't affect this. That kind of makes me wonder too. It's like with the whole like bubble stuff, it's like, is it a bubble or is it that different things move at different times? Like, you could say, okay, well, like this is in a bubble because it's doing really good. Maybe that's just where demand is. And maybe there wasn't enough demand, like with the Champions Festival stuff, right? Like that stuff was, you know, like it was already pretty expensive and then it went nuts. But maybe that's not necessarily a bubble. Maybe that's because a lot of information, like a lot of people they just had Worlds for the first time in 2 years. People like had never seen these cards before. And then now all of a sudden they're like on YouTube, Pokey Chloe, Frosted, all that stuff. Like the normies are now seeing these cards, right? And then Chinese demands coming in, all this stuff. So now 3x, 5x, 6x, 10x on a lot of these cards. Is that a bubble or is that just new interest coming in? Because right now, like all this other stuff, like, you know, WotC PSA first edition 9s and like all this other is just chilling or like trading down 10, 15, 20% on auction, just kind of. So it's like, is it a bubble or is it just that the market isn't a monolith and different things have different demand at different times, or like people move into different things at different times? And like right now with the modern stuff, maybe it really is a bubble, but maybe that's just like where the demand is, right? Could it shift? Potentially, but like, I don't really know if it's maybe a bubble so much as it's just like, that's just where people are super hyper focused right now. I don't
By the
know if
way,
that's going to stick for the future.
And we
I don't know if
can we
that's
can make
gonna
one more
fly.
specific point, and this goes way back to the start of the video of Japanese waifus. And I just want to point out, they are insanely popular in Japan. Like you can't almost, I mean, insanely like that's the most popular chase really are the waifu cards. So of course it's much more difficult for us to pull them out of Japan because they're being bought up there like crazy because that's the most popular chase in every set. So we have to rely on what we're opening here that we're getting exported from Japan just to make things, you know, and let me clear my point, just to buy them here and get our own supply. So yeah, I mean, I'm getting pinged sometimes on eBay from people from Japan trying to buy stuff and get it shipped or PSA 10s back to Japan. It's kind of crazy.
Like, well, because like real quick to the trainer point, like when you talk about like fundamentals and stuff. So like right now, I've been looking at the Japanese specifically with the full art trainers, the regular trainer, like the non-hyper rare version, which is actually easier to pull. Those are in a lot of cases like 3 to 6x the hyper rare price. And the hyper rare is more rare, but like because the Japanese demand for rainbows, or at least with those rainbows, isn't really there. So like I've been picking up a lot of those cards because I'm like, these are the same waifus for like a fifth of the price in a lot of the case. The cards look great, you know, who knows? But to me, it's like there's a perfect example of like fundamentals. Like these cards are much rarer, like multiples rarer than the non-hyper rare version. But the non-hyper rare version is where demand's at. And so that's why that stuff's going crazy right now, you know? And
the danger is that's how bubbles form, is that you have something that's irrational, and then around it, you have other people then relative to that make decisions, and it changes the whole price point. So you have one high price point, and now everyone's comping everything else based on that. Now I'm more comfortable paying a lot more for this because of this. If this was lower, I wouldn't be comfortable paying for this. The definition of a bubble in collectibles is simply that the price separates from the inherent collectible value, and that now the value is tied to making money or investing. It doesn't mean that it's going to burst though, and bubbles can last for 10 to 20. There are examples of bubbles lasting 10, 15 years of markets that are mostly speculative driven that last for a really long time, right? And
once it become normal.
Really quick though, like why? I guess to the point, like why is it irrational? So you go to the barbecue, right? Mm-hmm. There's 45 burgers. There's 10 hot dogs. The hot dogs have better fundamentals, but more people at the cookout want burgers. You know what I'm saying? Like, are the hot dogs undervalued? Like that's just what I'm trying. It's like, is there a bubble around hamburgers, or just people just want the hamburgers? Like there's less of the hyper rare, but more people want like the regular full art. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe people are overvaluing the regular non-hyper rare version, but maybe that's just what people want, and maybe that's what they'll always want, even though the hyper rare version is rare. Maybe they're just burnt out on rainbow rares, and when they have these full art trainers, they want them to look like regular people and see the, you know, the skin tone and the clothes. I don't know, right? But like that's just
always an option. It's always an option that it's not a bubble, and just as you said, that demand has shifted permanently. No other example from any other hobby that would support that. And that's where we just continue to go. No, but like people like that should blow your freaking mind. Like talk about a lack of humility. And this is where I get heated. Like people think
the community's died.
Like you think your opinion about what feels right now in the market and people in the chat, I like this card, matters more than 80, 100 years of collectible history and what tended to become valuable over really long periods. It just doesn't. And that's where I get heated.
Die because the community's died.
It doesn't hurt me if people buy them. It's fine. Like, you know,
I'm using the waifu example because there's actually more to it than just recent craziness too. The waifu thing in Japan has been like that for a long time. I mean, it's always been, those have been the chase cards. It's just becoming, you know, that's becoming the chase card over here now too.
Again, it's when people are buying it to make money, not because they like it as a collectible. That is the definition of a bubble. That's the only definition of a bubble. The other thing we're talking about, like things could be correctly valued now and demand could shift, but that doesn't mean that it was a bubble. Do you guys understand? Do you just see the differentiation? So for example, taste can just change. And that doesn't mean that it was in a bubble. It was actually correctly, or it was priced based on the collectible value at the time, but then collectors moved on to something else. That's different. So that you're trying to make two assessments. One, you're trying to make an assessment, will this become more collectible over time? And then two, you're trying to make an assessment, are people buying this to collect it, or are people buying this to flip it and make money? The more they're buying it to flip it and make money, the more we're in a bubble, the more in a speculative mania it is. That's just it. And that's just, I don't, it's nothing to be argued with. It's just sort of like basic,
Jake, I think the point is you made that like a lot of those collectible hobbies died or went off because the communities died. It's like saying, when the internet came out, like, oh, the internet's a bubble, but it's been around forever. So every company that attached to it, went forever. Now it's, here to stay. It's kind of like now that social media is here to stay, and there's always going to be this in-depth community on all these different social media platforms. It's going to be a lot harder for a hobby to die now than it did back with whatever examples you're going to use. And so, just based on how things are now, I don't see, Pokemon dying in demand like you've seen in these other hobbies you're mentioning.
Yeah, and Squeak says, how do we prove that something is only being bought to make money, though? Is there a way to properly gauge that? The answer is no. And that's why these markets are, again, highly speculative, and it's a big gamble to invest in cards, because and that's why, for me, I need to have a very strong opinion and the margins need to be huge. So the fact that all this is very difficult to determine, like, I'm the guy who says I'm very not confident, like, right? The other people are arguing I'm very confident and this is going to go up and this is a great investment, right? So they're the ones that should have to say or prove why, as Squeak asked here, why something is being bought for sure this way. I'm more like, it's a very difficult thing to determine. I personally wouldn't buy it for that price. I wouldn't buy it for even close to that price. When I talk to a lot of people, it doesn't seem like they want it. I don't get the sense. And then I add in, like, well, there's tons of other items that seem cooler for less value, that seem more valuable to me. And then I make that assessment. But absolutely, Squeaks, at the end of the day, it's a speculation and it's a personal sort of subjective opinion. But the more confident you are in your assertion that something is a good investment, the more confident you should be on answering that question. If you're more like, well, I don't know, and it feels like a gamble and it's quite expensive, that's very reasonable. Now, for me to come out with a little bit of a stronger thing tonight and say, I actually think that some of this is speculatively driven, is definitely a stronger statement that I am definitely not sure of. It's my opinion based on my feeling, based on when I look at these prices and my feeling when I see these prices. And I don't think people are pushed enough, because I think almost a lot of people here, if they were shown these prices and pushed to actually answer, how much more expensive is this than you would buy right now? And as majority non-collectors and flippers, there are tons of people here. All of you guys actually think these prices are crazy. You have no interest in buying it. Not you, Alex, that you're not into the gray market, but tons of people here in the chat and stuff. Like, it's strange to argue that something is a good value when you won't buy it as a collector or aren't even close to the valuation yourself. Now, Squeaks, to be fair, like, Squeaks bought a bunch of alt arts at like a cheaper value. I don't know if he still thinks they're a good investment or whatever. So Squeaks obviously believed at the time that was a really good value or that was undervalued. In the short term, he's been correct. In the market, in the long term, we'll have to see. If he continues to hold them, how they do. But that's actually someone. Now, was he buying them as a collection? No, he was buying them to speculate, and then lots of people doing that actually drove that market and got the market to where it's at, which is kind of my whole point. All of that momentum actually creates the bubble, but whatever. It's all,
Don't you think that could be your own bias, though? Is like you thinking like that other people you don't value something, so you don't understand how other people can value it. Like, take like a flash fire booster box. Like, you'd probably pay $3,000 for a lot of cards, but would you pay for a flash fire booster box? A lot of people would. And they could actually back up their arguments with, actual figures. But for you, it might seem like, a complete waste of money.
Yeah, I mean, cardboard in general seems like a complete waste of money to 99% of the world. Why don't any of us buy it? But the point is, I have historical data and historical experiences in lots of other hobbies over many, many years to support why I think some things will become valuable. It's not just me feeling a certain way, okay? And whereas everyone else is just feeling a certain way, to be completely blunt, who has the opposite take. So,
basically, you're just trusting other hobbies that Pokemon's going to perform the same way.
I'm trusting human history with collectibles over the last 150 to 200 years.
But The internet's already changed human history forever. And all companies before that have changed with it. I mean, Blockbuster went out of business. Now we're all streaming everything. So it's like, could you be wrong that human history could change because now the communities are all online?
But let's think about it logically. Why would it change in this way? We obviously understand why Blockbuster went out of business. There's a very specific reason, because people can now watch videos. So why are people going to want stuff that isn't first appearances or new or the originals because of the internet?
Because it's more a proven investment now. I mean, why do we trust the dollar? You know,
that's nothing to do with the internet. You were trying to argue that the internet was going to have something to do with people wanting modern Pokemon more.
You said why would human behavior change? Because now the behavior, everyone understands this is a proven thing. So now the behavior, you know, back then, you know, it was way more speculative, and it was deemed as speculative. Now the narrative is being changed where it's not being deemed as risky.
Like with Beanie Babies, when everyone was saying it was an amazing investment, and you had people in courtrooms fighting, divorced couples fighting over the Beanie Babies, and there's lots of they're hilarious.
Anyway, they're always going to be a pain.
Sports in the 80s and 90s, not to mention like tons of like Hummel figurines and Heron and all sorts of porcelain pottery that's gone down in value considerably and used to be like the number one thing that our grandparents like collected and engaged with. Anyway, it's just but we're talking about a separate thing. We're talking about what within, because the whole Pokemon hobby could obviously go down. Like that's obvious, right? The you know what I mean? Like we can all, I know Alex is arguing in some sense that it can only go up, and that somehow modern sealed can only go up. But I hope that you would agree that the whole hobby could potentially go down, rather than trying to separate different things. Okay. But within the hobby, yes, there's going to be anyway. Yeah, we don't need to get back into it. We were going to end the stream a while ago. It's like my opinion. This is how I would, you know, again, this is my perception of the conversation. Like there are opinions going on, but there's also some facts. Like how I'm trying to define a bubble is a fact in the sense that it's one definition of a bubble. People could have different definitions of a bubble, but if we're trying to like come up with a definition of a bubble, trying to come up with the definition of value investing, people understanding these terms is really important. Now, you out there deciding are these things in a bubble is going to be a bias and a personal decision, right? And everyone's going to have a different decision. That's a different thing. But I think trying to understand what these things are and understand the psychology, and then you kind of taking that information and thinking, you know, are we not, is sort of up to you, you know, and up to everyone out there. Like that would be my hope.
And I get you don't want to hurt people, but I mean, it's really a testament just behind you. I mean, how you feel. Like, why don't you just be honest about how you feel? You wouldn't be holding that stuff if you didn't.
You mean most of the modern products behind me? Because it's like pretty much all modern Pokemon. You see, it's all modern Pokemon.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So why
modern Pokemon?
Rip
right?
some packs. Let's go.
You mean the fact that I have more modern seal than you, Alex? Because I probably do. I'm fairly confident. Really,
I knew he was a scammer the whole time. This whole stream.
But I bought it.
Isn't it disingenuous then to act like you're not about it and then to be doing it behind the scenes?
I've been selling it actively, but slowly. But again, I do a little bit of the Rudy model. Rudy says he's investing. I don't really think. I mean, he does hold some of it for the long term. I'm not holding any of this for the long term. This will all be gone in the next like 6 months to a year.
I mean, same, more time, but yeah, same. I would say 2 to 3. I mean, I flip the product every.
Why? It's going to go up forever.
What?
Why? It's going to go up
forever. Think about vintage. Hold on. Once a box gets to $500, is it easier for that to go from 5 to 1,000, or for that 500 to go into 5 $100 boxes and have those double and triple? It makes more financial sense.
Oh, that's a very different idea than what I thought you were talking about. Because we were also talking about like team up box, like things that were 1,000, like 1,200, 1,500. So, okay. So your argument is that all of the new, you're going to buy all of the new sets over the next, and then sell them once they reach some sort of $300 to $500 point, and then move on to the next thing.
Yeah, I did a video, like honestly, in XY Sun and Moon and not Sword and Shield yet, but XY Sun and Moon, like 90% of the booster boxes, they plateau in that $300 to $600 range. Don't know why. It just seems like that's where the people have a hard time getting past. I mean, you'll have a few outliers go above, you'll have a few outliers be below. The vast majority. So $300 to $600 seems to be where they run up to, and you can realize your gains and try again. I mean,
so retro talked about sort of price trends and these types of things and these instincts, right? Too. So it's very dangerous to look at trends without understanding them and seeing if they can be repeatable. So you day traded stocks, right, Alex? Mm-hmm. And I assume you did like price charting. Did you trade off of price charting?
I mean, both, I mean, if you're day trading, but for swing trading, you're more looking at, longer looks or news or things like that. But yeah.
How did you feel about price charting's accuracy in the stock market about predicting sort of price movement?
Long term, I think it's pretty accurate. Short term, not very.
Long term accurate. Interesting. In how so?
I mean, if you look at like, year, 5-year, 10-year charts, it's pretty accurate.
Like on a stock by stock basis, or do you mean like a whole index fund?
Well, obviously index funds, but yes, I mean, stock by stock basis. I mean, as long as you're not like messing with penny stocks or real volatile stocks, I mean, yeah. I mean, a trade I made recently, like AMD, Advanced Micro Devices, they're a computer processing chip, company, but it's really easy to see they fell to a level where they had support in the chart. It had multiple levels of support. It was around the 50s. It was easy buy. I mean, now it's up to $100 again. And you'll see that constantly. There's a lot of, areas where you see the same patterns again and again and again. It's happened for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years.
Not financial advice. Not financial advice.
None of this financial advice. This is just what I do myself. Do not take this financial advice. I'm not a licensed financial advisor. All right.
Why does that make money? Like, what do you think is going on? What is the underlying reality of why that works?
I think
very dangerous.
The majority, it's the majority of people believe it.
Wow. Okay, so that is right. So that is the definition of how financial bubbles form, right? Is that the majority of people want to make money and believe it, but they don't understand fundamentally what they're doing. So as soon as it shifts, everyone changes. And everyone follows the herd and follows and believes something and then repeats it to each other, which makes it true. And then it kind of slowly moves until there's a panic and then everything collapses.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I mean, you can say that. I mean, but
really quick. I don't necessarily think that it needs to be like all one or the other. Like if we're talking about like the modern sealed stuff, first of all, like if you're in this live chat or on this conversation, like you're engaged in the market enough to where nothing's going to zero overnight. Like there's going to be so many different indicators and your intuition and just, you're going to be able to tell. Like it's not like all of a sudden, Evolving Skies is going to go from 350 or whatever it's at to like $100 overnight, and you're just going to, lose 70% of what it's worth. Like that's just not realistic. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but like it's not realistic. So like with this modern sealed stuff, I feel like you can push the goalposts and be like, oh well, in 5 years or 10 years or in maybe, but like in the short term or whatever, like what's the worst that happens? You buy a box for like $100 and it goes to like 80 or something. Like you're down $20.
It's all with Ancient Origins and Roaring Skies. I mean, the same thing happened in Battle Styles, Chilling Reign, and Fusion Strike. It's already repeated itself.
Yeah, I don't see like, I mean, VMAX Climax is a perfect example, dude. They did like 45 waves of that set, right? And drove it all. At one point, you could literally buy cases. Now, this was also before the Japanese stores started cutting off the plastic on the boxes, which is also given a premium to sealed Japanese product now. But they printed the living hoot out of that set. And it got down to like, you could buy cases for like $38 a box. And now that stuff's back up to like $80 a box. Like what was your downside at $38, right? Like maybe you're not going to quadruple stonk dog your money, but like what's your downside at $38 for that set? Given the current like market dynamic and like given your intuition and you know what I'm saying? Like what is...
Given the current market dynamic, yeah.
For sure. But that's what I'm saying though, is like it's not going to go to zero over, like that's just not really on anything.
Right, I'm talking about I'm talking about long-term collecting and investing, right? I'm talking about, which is where fundamentals really matter. And this is also like, it was important, Alex's point before, he's holding these things for 3 to 5 years. It's a much better chance that these things don't fall under $60, or whatever in 3 to 5 years than it would be in 10, 15, 20 years. This idea that age makes things more valuable is wrong in collectibles.
Well, it's not just age though, right? Like
sometimes it makes things a lot more valuable. Other times it makes things irrelevant. And that's the thing that you have to think. Demand disappears. Things become irrelevant. People don't care about them anymore. with age. So one people care about it more and it becomes cool and old and people like to revisit it. The other side, they don't. So anyway.
So Jake, you do believe that those in like 20, 30 years, you think those vintage cars are still going to outperform?
Outperform? I do not think these are good investments at all. I think I would not invest any money seriously into Pokemon cards. I would only do it if you love it. And
so you would be like a deca millionaire, because why would someone keep $1 million, which I assume is a large portion of your net worth, in something you don't believe in?
I have quite a bit of money and plenty of money in other assets. And I'm also now in real estate investing and doing other things. And so I have a lot of, that's professionally now. So I have a lot of other sort of potential money-making things and becoming part of a company. So what I talk about is like afford your collection. Like life is not just about making money and maximizing money all the time. It's about being able to like afford cool, shiny things and what you want. Now, the other things I've been buying and speculating on, I do think have investment upside potential, and I really like them. The investment upside potential.
For you, it's not for making money.
What?
So your collection's more just for you. It's not really about making money.
So some of the stuff I'm buying, there's a portion of it that is speculative and trying to make money. Some of the stuff that I'm buying, I would be very happy if it just like was able to hold its value.
So you're talking more of like the baby shinies, the rainbow rares, like those are more your speculative, but you're talking about the vintage or more you're safe, you know.
No. The rainbow rares, I'm a little bit of light, but more I just wanted to collect the whole era, and that was like to me the best time to collect it. I want to collect the whole alt art era too, like, and I'd be waiting for a good time that I think's like this channel. The fundamental is not to help people make money; it's to help them collect in the most financially responsible way possible. Right. And so part of that is, though, often flipping and investing and speculating in a smart way. Because if you can actually invest and speculate and then sell into the hype, you can then go back and take that money and buy the stuff that, that you really want for your collection and feels a better value. Now, will these things become investable again? They could. Like I might view there could become a point where prices get to a certain point or other prices, to sort of Retro's point. If the rest of the hobby really sustains itself for a long time at higher values, then I might look back on some of this other stuff if it hasn't moved and feel like it's undervalued. Everything's in flux. But also, Alex, I collect like literally 20 to 50, probably 50 at this point, honestly, like different TCGs, CCGs, card collectible things. So I have so much to choose from as far as like what's the best investment that I don't need to buy anything in Pokemon.
You just answered every question. I'll never need to. Just you saying that your channel is more for people to create the best collection at the most affordable cost. Like that makes a lot more sense. You're not trying to say that, these are going to be the best investments and the best way to make money. So that pretty much tells me that I don't need to ever debate with you about anything. I get it now. I get it.
Sure. But I also disagree with you. We definitely disagree. So I don't think your strategy is like the best way to make money. And I think that it's quite a lot riskier than you think it is. But I also think there's a decent chance it will work. And you'll make money.
I never said it's the best way.
I just think you're way, overconfident.
I never said that. I've said multiple times, like Retro's way is the best way. The best way is to be a permanent flipper. I mean, that's the best way.
I haven't made $1. I just think cards look good in plastic. So,
I mean, if you have the time, obviously buying collections, buying lots, grading, singles, that, constantly being involved in the market in and out is going to be your best way to make money. I'm just saying this is the best way for an average person who doesn't have a ton of time on their hands, doesn't have unlimited knowledge, who wants to be involved in Pokemon investing. It's the least barrier to entry, and it's, at this point, I would agree, it's one of the most proven ways in the hobby to make a return. That's all I've ever said on my channel. It's for everyone.
Also, really quick on the investment point too. It's like if you don't have a price target, I mean, we could go super deep in the weeds, P ratio, all that stuff, but it's like you could believe in a company but think that it's overvalued. It's the same thing with modern. It's like if you buy the box at 100 and it goes to 300, just sell it. Like it doesn't well, what's it going to do over the next 3 to 5 years? It's like, who gives a shit? You just tripled your money. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
so
the opportunity cost too. I mean, what could that do for you over the next 3 to 5 years?
Yeah, exactly. So taking your money out and move, it's like, if the idea is what's the best investment and you don't have a price target, or you don't understand like what the fair value or the trajectory of whatever it is you're investing in, it's like, what are you doing, right? Portfolio management. It doesn't matter if you believe in the companies. If one of your equities trades up 100% one day, all of a sudden your portfolio's out of whack. So you're going to sell a certain percentage of that and redistribute across the add to a cash position, floating rate, whatever, right? You're not just going to be like, well, it's up 100%, but like, let's see where it can go in 3 to 5 years. It's like, no, you take that dub and you redistribute, right? To rebalance your portfolio. And so I feel like if you don't ever set like a specific price point or a range of like Alex was saying, you know, like I like to sell my boxes when they get to this. And it's also like dynamic too, right? Because Battle Styles is probably not going to perform the same way Evolving Skies has. And you might have to settle for a 160 or a 180 sellout price on Battle Styles because you don't really see any more upside on it. Whereas with Evolving Skies, you're at 200, maybe you see, you know, price movement up to 300, whatever. But like, if you don't ever set a point of like, here's where I'm going to sell, it's like, well, then everything is going to go down at some point, right? Probably like we're all going to be dead and gone. This shit's going to be dust by that point. So I think it's important when you're specifically talking about investing, understanding, and that goes back to the point that I was saying that like this shit's not going to go to zero overnight. Everybody on this call and most of the people in this live chat, I imagine, are very, very engaged, and they're not going to let themselves get wrecked like that. They might lose money here and there, but
That's overconfident.
yeah, I don't know.
That's overconfident. If you
maybe.
study collectibles and hobbies, really smart people got absolutely wrecked who just really believed in the hobbies. So
Yeah,
it's just,
I mean,
it's just you just have to factor that into your equation. And I know that like people don't like to think of the negative and the downside, and it's like it sucks to have to think of it. And it's more fun to just be like, yeah, like it's safe and I'm gonna be great. But like we're really not capable of predicting things like that.
It's not necessarily never believing that there's a negative catalyst or like a possibility that things turn around on you. It's my issue is where like you get analysis paralysis, where you're so focused on like the potential negative side of the play that's the only side of it that you see. You only see the risk, you don't see the reward at all. And so that stops you potentially from ever doing anything because you're like, well, everything's risky, so I'm just going to sit on my hands. But all investing is risk.
That's
you know
clearly not
I mean?
my
I know. I'm talking to the proverbial. I'm not saying you specifically.
I know. I wasn't. Yeah. I was joking. If anything, I'm always buying too much. But
So
what do you think about all this, Rhett?
If anything, I'm always making 30 plays at once, and I'm overwhelming myself with how many plays I'm trying to make constantly. Go ahead, Ray.
Listen, guys. I have a play that I have to make tomorrow, and that I have a local card show that I'm selling at, and I need to be up in 4 hours. So, you know, I'm going to get up, scalp my ass off, and scam my ass off, and hopefully sell all my modern plays, turn them into vintage gold pieces. Basically trying to say I'm getting the hell off here. And I really appreciate all three of you guys for talking with me tonight. So thank you so much, Jake, for having me for one. Retro, you're awesome, man. Thank you. Alex, keep it up, man. I like your stuff. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
All right, thanks for hanging.
Later, Ray.
Okay. We've been going for a while. Are you guys up for like 15 more minutes if people want to ask questions? If there's anything good.
Serious though, like no trolling and like
people will troll, but I'll try to pick up.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, we should do this again. It's always it's engaging. I'll tell you that much.
I think it's good. Like I really do, man. Like I think it's good to, like it needs to stay respectful and civil. And I know like that's kind of ironic coming from me, but yeah, man, like I think it's good. And I think the people watching this probably really enjoy it too, you know, not the drama necessarily, but just hearing people go back and forth and think different thoughts. And yeah, I don't know. I'm a fan, so glad to be here. Thanks for having me on.
I feel like sometimes I just feel like I almost feel like, you know, I've seen interviews from like Dana White. I feel like him like with the UFC, like he just wanted to get to a point where it was like a respected sport. That's kind of how I feel like with modern. Like I don't want it to be a vintage versus modern thing forever. I just want it to get to a point where Modern's a respectable part of the space. It's seen as a legitimate collectible, like kind of how you were talking about earlier. Like it's seen as something true collectors actually want and actually value over some of their vintage counterparts, to where it's not like a thing where it's like, oh, if you're putting money into modern, you're stupid, which you don't say, Jake, but it's implied by a lot of other creators.
Yeah, I more have issues with the arguments that people make, not so much the, like, oftentimes the things they're doing to me are a lot more reasonable than some of the takes that I hear come out of people's mouths. But often on YouTube, and sometimes that's you, Alex, but it's a lot more like a lot of these like top 5 videos and things that I see. And it tends to be more like, it's more the guaranteeing language, the really positive, upbeat, strong language. But again, I think that stuff drives views. I think people like the upbeat stuff. You saying that you do it intentionally because you want to like legitimize it or encourage people to be more into it is an interesting idea. You know, I think that's interesting. I certainly respect that. I mean, I part of why I don't like talking negatively, I always try to strike a balance, actually. And I don't like talking negatively is because I want this hobby to grow, but I actually believe by being very negative, I actually really help it grow, because I keep it, I like help people hopefully be kind of more real with what they're doing and careful and consistent over a long period of time. I want people to like be inspired by you know, I would like there to be a lot of people doing what I'm doing over a long period of time so I can do it with them, basically, you know? And so, you know, I just want a lot of people who enjoy this stuff and want to collect it because they enjoy it and think about it.
Do you ever think you've gone too far with it though, man?
Do I feel like I've gone too far?
I mean, like when you came out, it was needed. Like during the ridiculousness, it was needed for you to calm people down and bring them back down to earth. Like, do you think all the bearishness is still necessary?
Yeah, or I wouldn't be doing it.
All right.
But it depends who I'm talking to, Alex, because like they're like sometimes when Dan and I speak, I tend to be the more positive voice of the two on some things, and I feel like Dan is too. He doesn't see the collector value in some of the stuff that I do. I think that that's my sense. Like I actually really, there's a lot of stuff that I actually understand why it has value, believe it or not. And I don't think it's just Beanie Babies. And I think there's a chance it will sustain value with people for a long time. So if you go back on my channel and you've commented on a lot of these videos where I've been very bullish when a lot of other people were negative, you know, around the time when the booster boxes were tanking in price and like, you know, when the bubble first happened on vintage, I came out with videos saying, you know, I came out with videos saying like, now is actually the best time to buy in 3 years. This is like, everyone's been complaining for years about everything's too expensive and FOMOing. Now is actually the best time to buy because it's the most panicked people have been. And that trying to explain that's how I think about these markets. Like I really strongly believe that investing is about sticking to your sort of principles and not being persuaded really by other people at all, to be completely honest. I really don't care. Like if you give me data or info that changes my opinion, phenomenal. You know, cause I'm always aware that my like I feel very strongly about my the way that I go about in these hobbies. I feel very, very strongly that will work functionally. But the actual assumptions I make, I know I'm going to be wrong a decent amount of the time, you know? So I'm always trying to improve my assumptions or hear other people's, you know, beliefs and assumptions, because, you know, as Squeak said earlier, like a lot of this stuff at the end of the day is based off of, once you get off of that first step, is based on, well, I'm assuming X, Y, and Z. I'm assuming that in 20, 30 years, most people are going to want this and this and this and not this, this and this, right? At the end of the day, even if I'm basing that off of history from other collectibles and hobbies, there's still some assumptions being made that could be wrong at the end of the day, just like you're making assumptions that could be wrong, you know, I would assume.
We could all be wrong.
Yeah. I mean, trust me, man, like I get into the same, like sometimes, you know, like I already brought it up, but like, man, like with the e-lottos, I'm just like, damn, man, they only made 5,000. These are Japanese exclusive holos. There wasn't an English equivalent, blah, 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 blah. Like, And I'm just like, man, these cards are $400-$500 raw, and they're selling for $650 in a 10. That seems crazy. That seems crazy to me. And I could like sit and pull my hair out about it and be like, and who knows, maybe in 5-10 years or whatever, like that is what people want to go back. Like that's totally possible. But like, I mean, since I've been tracking them or whatever, like they've kind of just stayed the same and they've gone down. Like they've gone down a good amount. I mean, the Charizard's down like 30% or something. And yeah, I mean, they're not making any more of that. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes I do sit and think like, oh, the margin here doesn't make sense or whatever. I don't really invest. I can think it's silly, but I think when, and to your point about Dan, like not seeing the collective value, I think he sees collective value. I think he's just used to the price history that he came in at. And he knows in his head, at least, like how common these items are or whatever, and doesn't value them the same way the market does. I bet if in 10 years, this stuff was back to 2015 prices, Dan would master set collect for sure. I mean, if he could pick stuff up again, PSA 9s for like 20, 50, 70 bucks, I bet he would probably do it. I just think that he knows too much. And when you're constantly flipping and you're constantly sourcing minty raw cards and you're like, I know how often that card comes up. I know what that card sells for raw. I don't value it for this graded. I'm just trying to hit the margin that already exists. And I think a lot of the time with the investing, people get so focused. Like I remember some dude, in a Discord or something was like, well, the Espeon Altart is only 200 and the Moonbreon Altart is 500. So isn't the Espeon super undervalued and it should close that? And it's maybe, but that to me, like betting on that is infinitely more risky than just saying, okay, well, what does the PSA 10 sell for? How often does it 10? If the Espeon 10 or sells for 450 or whatever and it's 200, there's a $250 margin there that you can hit right now with no risk at all. And even if it collapses, oh no, you only made 150 bucks instead of 250, but sitting and buying the Espeon, hoping that it'll close that $300 to $400 price spread between that and the Umbreon, being a super popular evolution coming out of the same set, being just as difficult to pull, that to me is infinitely more risky. Because in my mind, that's how the market should work. But that's risk. Like that to me is where the risk lies. I'm just trying to hit the margin that already exists. Whatever the market does, like who cares? But it's so risky for me to just be like, well, this is what I value and this is what I think, and all the numbers out. It's like maybe, dude, maybe. But I don't think that necessarily like always works anymore. I think it did work back then. I don't know if it's going to work as much like moving forward. It might, but I don't know. I really don't know.
So a few things, right? So flipping takes time generally. Now there are some flips that don't take a lot of time and are quite quick, and you can get quite good at flipping very quickly and not having it take much of your time, or flipping some. There's a whole, I mean, you could flip every second of the day. I mean, there's a million things you could do all of the time, or you could only do 30 minutes a day or an hour a day and still, make some money, right? Investing, if you have quite a bit of money, it does take time to buy. But for example, like I use like Easy Sniper and I use a lot of sniping tools and other sorts of things. So I can sit and place hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of bids a week, on all sorts of various platforms, like pretty quickly. So just like with flipping, it does take time to buy, but you can figure out ways of like making it quicker for you, like more efficient, et cetera, et cetera. It takes money. And as Retro said, yeah, it certainly is. It's in this environment, generally speaking, it's more risky, but it depends on your margin, right? Because there are people who are flipping who are buying like raw collections at like PSA 8 prices and hoping they get 9s and 10s, and then they're coming back like 8s and 7s and they lose like $1,000. So like there's also a lot of people flipping out there who are like losing money too. So, but certainly if you are finding situations where there's, your normal one is going to be like, maybe I make 25 bucks if it not, or breakish even if I get, half 9s, half 8s, I make, $5-10 a card if it hits 9s. If every 10 I'm going to make an extra 50 bucks or something, whatever. And you can extrapolate that, based on every $25 I'm putting in. So I'm doubling my money you know, maybe most of the time, you know, occasionally I'm tripling or quadrupling, and then, you know, on occasion I'm making no money on maybe a really bad submission, or just a little bit of money on a really bad submission, you know, after fees, whatever the thing or the area in the hobby that you're doing that at, sure. Now, if you had taken that money and speculated on Marvel cards or Star Wars cards or Superman or Batman or any of these things at the right time, you would have made a way more money than all of the effort and all of the work you're doing at flipping. Can you actually do that in a successful, repeatable way? How much of that is luck? Those are the real questions. Flipping is going to be a much more solid, and there's no reason you can't try to do both. That's the thing, because those plays, those moments where something like that comes, or you find something you think is super undervalued, if you have the capital to put it in that and flip, why not do both? Why not keep your, and I obviously do quite a bit of both. So, you know, I think, and the investing is fun, and it's collecting and investing, right? There's a fun element to it. I'm not trying to pay my bills with this. I'm not as serious, or as like, I would rather, it's more fun for me to make $5,000 because I guessed something right about the market than it is flipping a bunch of margin plays for a few weeks, even if I'd make the same amount of money. It's just more fun doing the speculative investment play, which is that hobby-esque part. But if you're actually breaking the numbers down, what would actually make more based on time, it would be an interesting thing to look at, and it really depends on the time period. Now, if you are working a full-time job where you're making a lot of money, and you're making more money than you could be flipping Pokemon cards, and then you're also, and maybe this can go to like Alex, it's like, if I'm making $110,000, $150,000 a year, and I feel like I could only make, you know, 100,000, 90,000, 80,000, maybe flipping cards in a way that wouldn't make me insane. But I want to put 10% of that 130,000 just in modern sealed and see what happens, because it's like the easiest and most carefree thing. And I believe in, I think it's going to go up. And I believe in the hobby, and there's been this track record, like totally reasonable. Like nothing about that seems crazy to me, and seems understandable, that perspective. But it doesn't mean that it's foolproof. It doesn't mean, and it depends on your price point. And I would push you on certain areas. And I would say, you know, you can certainly maximize if you're more, I think, and I heard you say this, Alex, like about me, it's like you have to be so engaged in all these markets. And it's like, well, yeah, but like at the same time, it's like, I do spend a ton of time doing this, obviously, but it's like fun. And I think you could become, particularly some of these niche markets, like even just like DBZ Score or Star Wars or Marvel, like they're pretty small. Like they're way smaller than Pokemon, and in some ways a lot more digestible and easier to manage, even if the liquidity is quite a bit worse. But some of the margins are even better. So I don't know. I think that it's a little bit. I don't know. It's hard because I've been doing this for so long. It's like, I don't know, like how deep you have to be, right, in order for, you know, it's like, I think at times, and I hear everyone do this, like you underestimate sort of your experience and knowledge, because it's like, there's so many things that are obvious to us that I remember. I was thinking about this the other day. Like I had to look up the difference between Shadowless and First Edition when I first came back into the hobby, right? Like I didn't know exactly what each one looked at, and I didn't know the difference between Shadowless and Unlimited, right? So it's like, that wasn't that long ago, you know? That was
how much time would you guys like estimate you spend like per day, per week, you know, doing this nowadays?
What do you think, Rasha?
I don't know if I'm comfortable sharing that, but I will say,
I mean, I know me back in the day when I built my whole collection in the, you know, 2015, 16 till, you know, I mean, I was spending like every second that I had outside of work, and I mean, I spent some time with my wife, and I'd stay up later than her, and I mean, it was multiple hours every single day.
Hours? I thought you were asking money.
Oh no, like time investment.
Oh,
yeah.
time. It's tough, man. Like I guess it just depends on. I mean, I'm doing this like semi full time at this point. Like I have other businesses that are like my bread and butter, but I would say like this is definitely like more of a focus now than it was even like a year ago. As far as time goes, like it really depends because the workload is dynamic. I'm not an old school Pokemon business model to where like I'm constantly breaking down, uploading CSV to TCG player, picking, sourcing, packing, PWEs and things like that. That's not really my business model. And so it depends on like what I'm trying to do. Like sometimes I will source individual cards, but if I see an opportunity to buy like a collection or a sealed product that I know is plus EV and I get 100 gradable cards out of it, I'll just do that. Right. So like a year ago when I would source, I would spend hours and hours and hours sourcing. Now, daily, I would say I spend maybe 30 to 45 minutes because I've optimized those processes so that I can spend time doing other things that are more important. I don't know, man. Like but again, like I'm not just like a regular hobbyist collector dude or whatever. Like I'm doing this as a business, and like I'm scaling this like very, very aggressively. But it is fun to me. Like this is fun. And so that plays into it too, for sure. Like I don't mind. Like after this, I'm probably like, I gotta go run on the treadmill or whatever, but I'll probably run and then I'll come and like I'll sleeve and savor a bunch of stuff because I gotta get a PSA sub done tomorrow so that I can have it out Monday. And I'm willing to do that. Like I'm willing. It's only 11 here because I'm West Coast, but I'm willing to stay up till 1 a.m. and do it because like I love it. That's not every day, but I love doing it.
I remember back in the day, like just all the research and all like the keep up with all the auctions and then have maintaining hundreds of listings and it's like I remember how much work it was, and that's why like I just always let people know like, hey, you're definitely without a doubt going to make more money, not just passive investing. It's just what's your lifestyle? I mean, do you have a full-time job? Do you have a wife or husband? Do you have kids? Do you have other hobbies? How much time do you have to dedicate to this? If it's not much, I find it hard to really be successful doing what you or Jake or other people like you do because
For sure,
I know firsthand the time investment is so heavy.
Well, to me, it's like not anybody, I shouldn't say that, but like most people can flip cards, but to scale it into a business, like that's a completely different thing. And even with the sealed product or whatever, like that's much easier, right? For somebody to just buy a case and slap a label on it. Obviously, like you have to be engaged in the market and be tracking prices and things like that and buy at a good price. And there's a lot of stuff that goes into, but it's way, way less than knowing every single card, like searching for auctions, like researching every promo, comping everything 20, it's a lot easier to just be like, dang, okay, Chilling Reign seems cheap at $78, $82 or whatever. Maybe I pay with my credit card. I get 2% cash back, blah, 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 blah. That decreases my cost basis. I feel pretty good at it. And in 6 months, if it goes up, great. I slap a label on it. Like for sure. It does take a lot, but that's with any business, right? Like you can't get past a certain, like your bottleneck at a certain point is going to be time. And that's like a major thing that I learned from Dan was when you get to a certain point, so like Dan with Troll and Toad, for example, right? Like Dan is able to do 48 hours of work in a 24-hour day because he's got Troll and Toad working for him, right? And so like at a certain point, your only bottleneck is time. You can know everything. You can know the prices. You can be super engaged, but it's how much can you do in a day? So getting past a certain point is figuring out how to optimize processes. Every little thing matters, and also figuring out how you can like outsource your workload. With modern sealed, you don't really have to worry about that, right? You can just kind of stick it in your closet, and then when it sells, it sells. You have to, print out a couple labels and tape them, or if you have a label printer, do that or whatever. But it's infinitely less work. Like I definitely agree with you on that.
I mean, so what would you say? Like 3-4 hours on average a day? I don't know.
I know, probably more like 5 or 6, because some days like I'll do it all day, and then some days I'll just do it for like an hour because I don't have stuff to do. But it's like I'll do a lot of work to, you know what I'm saying? Like I'll spend it. Okay, I have to list a bunch of stuff, but I have like listing, right? So like I wake up at the same time kind of thing. I do X amount of listings per day, and that's like I know how long that's going to take me. So like I can do 10 listings in like half an hour or something. Right. So I can knock out 20 to 30 listings in like an hour. And so I know that I have that like it's like wake up, breakfast, list, get that done, then do this. If I need to, like go through an order, whatever, break down a collection, check stuff for condition, I'll do that for an hour. Then I come, you know what I'm saying? So if you compartmentalize your time, then it becomes a lot easier. But when you're just doing it as a hobby or for fun, like people are probably making like $12 an hour because they're just doing it for fun. They're not taking it seriously. They sit and they look at oh my God, look at the art and all that stuff. That's great. You know what I'm saying? But like when you're running as a business, like I don't do that anymore. When I get packages in, I rip them open, I put them in a stack, I get them stacked. And then as soon as they're stacked, then I'll go through that stack, take it out, pull it out of the sleeve, check for condition, put it in a new sleeve, put it in a new saver, top loader, wipe it off with a microfiber, right? Like it's turn, burn, 10 seconds a card. I'm not sitting there like, oh man, I really love this. And that's when you end up making $10 an hour, is when you're doing stuff like that, right? Because every little thing just eats your time away, right? Like, oh, I like this promo, I want to grade this, I'm going to go do that. It's like, it takes time, man. Versus like, I just snapped 50 cards, I just snapped 100 cards. Those are going to come in, those are gradable, I'm done. I don't really need to sit and do that work. But it's when people treat it too much like a hobby, it's not optimum. Like you should just go get a regular job. If you're not willing to treat it like super, super hardcore, like you're going to get cooked, or you're not going to be successful, or at least you're not going to make as much money as you could just make at a regular job, you know? So that's my honest opinion.
What about,
but
what
I
about
think
you?
that, yeah, sorry, go ahead. I just ranted a lot. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm interested to see, like, I would love for a lot of you guys to track it. I would love to see the data of how lots of sellers are going to be doing, and you know, this year and in a few years. I know it's personal data, but I'm interested to see, you know, does it stay? Do those margins stay there? Does it stay liquid enough? You know, the scale. You know, it'd just be interesting, and kind of the ebbs and flows. Be interesting.
I'm gonna be completely honest. Like, I'm in school working on like getting my CFP, and I'm still kind of doing that in the background for sure. But at least right now, that's kind of on the back burner, because to be completely honest, the salaries at these firms are good, but right now I'm making more doing Pokemon than I can go make at like Merrill. And that might change in the future, and that's why like I have the degree, and like I'm still working to get my certifications and things like that. But at least right now, dude, this is a blessing. This is so much fun. Like, this has changed my life. Like, to be able to do a hobby at this level, like, this has been amazing, you know? And I don't know if it's going to last forever. I would like it to, not just to make the money, but because this is amazing, man. Like, this stuff's awesome. But yeah, it is possible. I just think you need to be intentional, and you need to bust your ass. I think it's really easy to look at like a ZNG or a Dan and see the finish line and not pay attention to the race. It's so much easier to see like where people have gotten and not consider all the work that they've put in to get to that point, and their business acumen and leveraging their network and things like that. Like, yeah, I don't know. I think it's easy for people to be like, oh, well, you just had a bunch of stuff back in the boom and you realized all these capital gains. It's like, no, dude, Dan knows how to run a business. Absolutely. Z knows how to run a business for sure. I mean, yeah. And so, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, people said in the chat, I mean, they're saying if you can like get a 150K job, then you could easily make at least 75K or, you know, more doing Pokemon. It's like, maybe others. I mean, I never went full time like you or, you know, Dan or, you know, Z, but I mean, I was pretty in depth in the hobby back then. I mean, I was very, you know, engulfed in everything. And I don't think I can make anywhere near over 6 figures doing this if I tried to a year. I really don't. I mean, it's very hard when you take into account, like, you know, all the risks that involve one, all the costs that go into it when you know, now paying taxes, you know, when you buy the cards now, paying, you know, shipping, listing fees, you know, shipping them out. If you're, you know, paying grading, you're taking that risk, grading costs. I mean, it's hard to actually realize over 100,000 profits doing this year, in my opinion. You guys may be doing it very much easier, but that's kind of, I mean, in my opinion, it's a lot easier to go get like a job. Like, I mean, I guess not easy, but I mean, it's a lot easier to work yourself up to, you know, make a salary in a job than it is to try to, you know, grind in this, in my opinion.
I mean, I think it's kind of like people make that joke about, you know, like getting a significant other, right? And it's like, well, what's the crazy you can deal with? And I think that you could talk about your job and say like, oh man, my boss, whatever, I have to do this, I really don't like it. but it's what crazy can you deal with? I'm not going to lie to you and say that this is easy. It's not. Like, it requires work. It's stressful, like, but I love it. You know, I enjoy what I'm doing, so I'm willing to put up with the things. In my perspective, also, like, I've ran businesses my entire life. Like, I had one job, like one job where I worked for somebody else when I was like 18. Since then, I've always ran my own businesses. So I have the benefit and the blessing of just like that experience that I've been able to transfer into this as well, that maybe other people might not have, right? But yeah, like, I'm not gonna lie and just be like, yeah, man, quit your job, like, go flip Pokemon, because absolutely not. Like, I think most people should go get jobs. Most people should not run their own businesses, and that's not a function of intelligence or skill or ability. It's just, that's just the reality of it, right? Like, most people probably should go get a job and then kind of like do this on the side as just, you know, flipping cards here and there, collecting at a net zero, that kind of thing. Like, that's probably what most people should do. But it is absolutely possible to net six figures in this. Absolutely. But it's not, I'm not going to lie to you and tell you that it's easy, but it is possible. So.
No. Anything to add, Jake?
Yeah, sorry, we're kind of hogging the conversation.
No, I'm just listening. It's great. No, I mean, this is not an area that I know, you know, I don't have great in-depth knowledge. So, you know, what do I do? How much time do I spend, to answer your question? So, I mean, I have like my Patreon stuff, which requires a lot of time, like a lot of energy answering people. And a lot of the research I do is to make sure I'm up on things so that when I'm asked questions and I'm in conversation, like, I know what I'm talking about and I know what's happening. So that's all part of that. But if I weren't doing any of that and I didn't feel the responsibility to do any of that, I think I could probably do just myself and just my own stuff anywhere between 0 to 2 hours a day. But it's sort of like, I do whenever I feel like it, like whenever I want. And it's very sort of like, and I think I feel very comfortable saying not realizing long-term capital gains, although a lot of this, my plan is to sort of do that, but just continuously sort of repeatedly do that. But I think $30,000 to $40,000 a year doing something like that, like selling, you know, I tend to use, I sell some things. I probably sell $50,000 to $100,000 a year, you know, online, like Instagram, Facebook, eBay. And then I probably do another 50,000 a year at the conventions, and the profit will be like, after all the fees and taxes and everything, maybe like 30 to 40,000. That would be like that's generally like the margins I work at. That would be my guess. And that would be like me just having a lot of fun. And then I plow all that money right back in, basically, you know, to continue sort of growing, you know, but not all the time, you know. Like when I sold a lot during the boom, I plowed a lot of that into the stock market because I just didn't like anything in collectibles, and I had way too much money from Pokemon to like plow that into like these other things. There's like, I would have owned every single card in some of these other markets with you know, because these were tiny markets that I was dabbling in as compared to the Pokemon. So anyway,
but I mean, more like,
I don't know if it'll, you know, we'll see if that's what's been happening. You know, and that's not realizing the capital gains, which are silly. You know, you can't count that in sort of what I'll be able to sort of repeat.
But how could you possibly know, like, as much as you do about all these hobbies, like, you know, Star Wars, Superman, like, you have to put in hours and hours of research to be as in tune with the markets as you are. So, I mean, 0 to 2 hours a day, maybe making plays, but I mean, all the research and all like the back end stuff, I mean, it's gotta be more than that, right?
I mean, how long does it take for you to research a set? You know, I don't know, like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Like, I know where to look. Like,
so 5 or 10 minutes, you feel comfortable enough to invest like a large amount of money into a Star Wars card.
A large amount. I mean, so like, it's cumulative. So no, for sure not. But the cumulative knowledge, as I've talked to. So first of all, things that are serialized, there is a little bit of an ease there immediately, because you know how many are in the world. That helps cut out a lot of the searching. But then it becomes sort of understanding where that card fits in the set, where that character fits, overall in the hobby. A lot of the research happens up front though, Alex. So like I might spend maybe a few hundred hours over the course of a few months studying 3 or 4 hobbies in depth, getting a general sense of all of the options. And then I just have to like remind myself, like quickly 5-10 minute, quick check of a pop report, quick check of this or that. But I can tell you pretty much every important Star Wars set, or in the order and the important cards in every set. But again, it's easier than Pokemon, right? There's a lot less of it. And then there's sets like I love some of these 1930s sets, some of these like Castell like playing card sets that are like some first appearances of some really cool, characters from like big IPs. And those take 3 minutes. I mean, they're all the same. They're one set each, different IP.
Just dive in. I mean, because there's no way you can come up with an idea of value on those.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, I mean, they're often very cheap. And so the value is like, I think that they're quite cheap. And based on how cool I think they are, based on how well I think cards will do in the long run, how relevant it'll be. And I'm comfortable as a collector to like own it and enjoy it, and doesn't need to go up too, so, but I'm not buying those things are not necessarily, I do think that I'm hoping I can count. I mean, I think there's a chance I'll be a millionaire again on some of these things, by the way. Like if you're actually asking me, and to be honest, I think there's a chance that I will be a millionaire again on things that I've, put $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 into, and sort of do again what happened in Pokemon at some point. It could be 20 years from now. The thing about collectibles, particularly when you're buying them very low and very inexpensively, if they're an extremely rare thing, they could pop at any time. It could be, there could be a new card boom in 20 years and people go back to these for some reason, right? So you just have to sell. I always sell. That's what I tell people. When that happens, you got to sell. So there's always that possibility, but sort of that $30,000-$40,000 mark, I'm expecting some of it to come from that, but most of it's going to come from the more liquid stuff, the stuff that I know. But even within Star Wars, like I sold 4 slabs, at Collecticon, and I 3 to 4x my money on those, things like that, similar to Pokemon type plays. Star Wars, the margins are better. There's less people doing it, but there's also going to be like less liquidity. It's more specialized. It was only like 3 people who bought them. If those 3 people hadn't been at Collecticon, I might have sold none. A lot more people are asking for Pokemon. I'm not sure I would create a large business or depend on $10,000 to $15,000 yet of any one of these things. The good news is I'm like a hobbyist and a collector, and so I don't have to, and so I can kind of feel it out. I can kind of feel it out over time. But part of what I love about this stuff too is like anywhere where speculators or investors can make more money, like those are areas that are likely going to be overinflated and overvalued because they're in those areas. The areas where people aren't doing that yet and where it's just collector driven is going to be inherently at a better value point, generally speaking. So I look for things that are super niche, that aren't necessarily super liquid, that people aren't super aware of or knowledgeable yet, but have all the fundamentals that I think can pop. Although nothing has given me the feeling that Pokemon gave me, 3, 4, 5 years ago. But that's also because Pokemon being the biggest IP of all time and these cards being like so crucial to our generation, it just seems like that like none of this stuff it feels that clear as sort of like major IP paired with like the biggest collectible probably from that IP, paired with like 30-year-olds loving to collect what they had when they were 10. Like, it's like when you're looking for
Mario.
Yeah, I mean, I try with
Mario's a play right now, baby. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, but video games are the key thing, and they're already a fortune. So it's I'm not sure, in the card world with Mario, whereas Pokemon cards and video games for sure, and video games have skyrocketed, but cards are so crucial. That's part of the problem with Mario cards or Star Wars cards or Marvel cards or all these things that we talk about, right? Is will they be more into cards, or will they be more into the toys or the comic books or the figure, or whatever.
Well, to your point.
Sorry,
Go ahead, Alex.
I just wanted to answer this question. I think it's a really good question from Cedar Amodio. So Do any of you make decisions on what card to buy based on if a future buyer will be left holding the bag or something that's worth less money, like an altruistic perspective?
Right.
Wait, I don't. I'm trying to like figure out like what like do I specifically buy something with the idea that I'm gonna dump it and then it's gonna go down and I'm gonna get off on the fact that it went down? Like I'm confused.
So I will
Is that
answer
the
this.
question?
My ideal scenario is to be there in a really undervalued market, and then it becoming a more established collectible, and then selling it to people at a more established price point, not necessarily a super hyped over inflated price point. When I was selling some stuff at those super inflated hyped price points, I did not feel great about it, and I partially eased my guilt by having this YouTube channel as I was telling people not to buy. And Dan and I, there are videos of Dan and I having these conversations on my channel as it was happening, as we were selling our $1,000 EVs and Pikachus, and we were selling our $6,500 PSA 9 unlimited Charizards, and telling people like, we have like under our beds, like I could create 100 more of like these first edition jungle EVs and Pikachus, guys. Like, anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like I definitely don't like feel good about it's not even about that. I mean, but you could apply that to like anything, man. It's like, oh, well, the car salesman feel good selling a new car to someone knowing that it's going to lose 20%, 30% of its value after driving it off the lots. Like, I don't know. Like to me, it's just like the margins there, but I don't grade stuff that I'm just like, oh, I absolutely hate this or I don't understand this or whatever. Like I don't do anything in Magic because I don't have a connection to Magic. I didn't really grow up with it. I never like it doesn't interest me or whatever. So I'm not going to get into Magic and be like, oh, I'm going to dump all these bags that I don't care about on people. You know what I mean? That's not my goal. And even with like the modern stuff that I grade, I just grade the stuff I think looks cool that I like. Like it was Scarlet and Violet came out, I bought the Gyarados and the Arcanine. You don't have to be a genius. Like I could have bought the Miriam and I would have made, X percentage more or whatever, but I'm doing just fine on Gyarados and Arcanine, right? Like, cause I know that's what people like. That's what I like. I thought the cards look cool. Yeah, they're going to start out at like 150 and then they're going to go down to 120 and then they're going to go to 1 and then 80 and then Z&G is going to auction a shit ton for somebody and they're going to go down to 60 or whatever. But like, it's not like I'm sitting here, Giovanni. It's not like I'm sitting here like, oh yeah, like ha ha ha, your card went to 60. Like that doesn't make me feel good. I don't want to watch anybody lose money. It's just a business, man. But that really quick, like you made a point, Jake, about like front loading a lot of the research and information. And to Alex's point about like how much time do you spend on things like that, I would agree. Like I'll spend a lot of time. Like it's kind of like the one day of hard work can put you like a year ahead sort of thing. And even with eBay, when it comes to listing, it's like, dude, if I can grade 20, 30 of the exact same card and it's dummy liquid, guess what? I make one listing. That's it. How much time does that save me? Right. So you're saving yourself so much time. So, okay. Versus me like buying a collection or buying singles, right? Like I pick a card, I snap 100 copies of it, okay? The cards come in. I go through them. I pick the ones that have the best centering, to take out the ones with whitening that are OC, crooked, whatever, right? Then I go to submit to PSA. Guess what? One line item, quantity 50. That saves a shit ton of time. Then they come back from PSA. I go to list them on eBay. I'm saving a bunch of time. I made one listing. When the card sells, I click sell similar. I take new pictures because the card's got a new cert number. That's it. I'm done. Click done. So there are different ways that you can optimize your time to really, and like with the information stuff, I'll do the same thing. Like when I first got into Marvel, I didn't buy anything for like 2 months. I sat and I watched all the creators. I listened to the Marvel Card Collectors podcast. I started at the beginning, and while I was working or doing other stuff, I just have that on 24/7, learning as much as I could, sets, rarities, pull rates, everything. So then when I went to buy Marvel, I didn't need to sit and analyze. I was like, I already know these cards. I know exactly what to buy, and I can buy intentionally. You know what I'm saying? So you spend a lot of time up front, and then like once you kind of know stuff, you're just like, all right. And you can't always know everything, right? Like there's so many different cards and so many different parts of the market. You can't track everything, but it's like if you sold a Pikachu promo, like if you sold a Pikachu poncho before, maybe you didn't sell the Gyarados, maybe you sold the Charizard, but you're somewhat familiar with the Pikachu poncho market, right? So if you see a Pikachu Gyarados come up and you're like, oh, that's like $1,200 raw, but you just sold a Charizard for $3K, you're like, well, like you don't need to do an hour of research to be like, well, let me look into this really quick. Hop on eBay. Oh, recent solds are 2,200. Yeah, this is a good buy at 1,200. You see what I'm saying? It's like you do all this work in the background, and then it creates it, like it compounds. It creates more and more and more and more and more plays over time. Like there's stuff that I don't need to research anymore because I don't want to say I know everything because I'm always learning, but I know enough about different things to where like I don't need to sit and spend 5 hours researching. And when a modern set comes out, I don't need to research shit. I just pick the cards and buy them. That's it. You know what I mean? Same thing with you. It's like, you know, a set comes out, you're like, oh, it's got Dragonite in it. It's probably a good modern sealed investment. It's going to be a hot set. That's it. Like that's kind of where it stops. You know what I'm saying? So once you kind of work it, but I watched Jake and Dan and Old School and Scott and like all these different people for, you know, a year, 2 years, and everything was dummy expensive. And, you know, it seemed way overvalued and I wasn't really messing with Pokemon. And so I went down all these other rabbit holes and started getting into this super niche Japanese stuff and learning that market because that was all down and no one was looking at that time. Now that shit's kind of reversed or whatever, and I can come back into Pokemon, I can take all this stuff I learned from these other markets that are way more liquid, apply it to Pokemon, which is stupid liquid, but I still have this arsenal of like 10, 15 different random things that nobody's competing with me in because I spent the time doing that. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, kind of a rant. But
it's a tune-up thing. You just kind of need to tune yourself. It's like every once in a while, I feel like I need a tune-up. And then, you know, and I need to like quickly dive back into something. But me doing as much as I do, Alex, I do forget that like there are things that I just can't freaking watch everything. And so I miss stuff and it drives me nuts. And that is the one thing that does exhaust me at times, the amount of things I'm trying to do at once. And the amount like I think my specialty is buying basically and just sort of like trying to be there at like every best deal and getting and really focusing my energies there. And yeah, and it requires a lot of effort and work and being up on everything and knowing all your price points constantly to be able to like bid on all those auctions effectively. But yeah, go ahead.
I just want to touch on that question. Like, you know, I'm in somewhat of a sales role where part of my pay is based on performance. And so basically there's one saying, it's just like, when you're thinking about like, you know, buying the card and selling to someone, basically selling them a bag, here's the thing you have to think about. That's the price of what the item costs. Okay. They're a buyer, meaning they're gonna buy from someone. So if not you, someone else. So that's why you never like to feel bad about selling the card because you're just selling a card at market value and that person's a buyer in their heart already. They're gonna buy that card. And so they're either gonna buy your card, they're gonna buy the next person's card if yours isn't there. So you don't have to feel bad about, you know, pushing this bag off to someone because they're gonna buy anyway. They're gonna buy my product, they're gonna buy the same product from someone else if I don't sell it to them. And so that's why, I mean, I think if anyone's got that like weighing on their conscience, it's like, look, this person values that price. They're going to pay it no matter what. It's not you taking advantage of them. It's you being in the market at that point. That's all it is.
Yeah, I don't really see it. I do got to go here, but like I don't see it as taking advantage, and maybe that's like a cop out, and I don't know, man. Like it doesn't feel morally wrong to me to be selling. It's just a market, man. Like people, oh, Japanese is too expensive. The box is just like, dude, it is like, you don't think that everybody wanted to open Shining Fates during the boom when it was $90? Like, it's like, yeah, man. Like, and are the LG, is Mason a bad person? No, absolutely not. And it used to frustrate me that people would like sit and just be like, oh, Mason. It's like, dude, Mason's a good guy. It's like, he just has to run his business. And I don't know, man. Like it's tough, and I don't want to play God or anything like that. And I think it's weird when other people try to play God and say you can't make money or anything like this. It's like, I don't know, man. Bottom line, I just look at this like a blessing. If you would have told me 3 years ago, you're going to be able to rediscover your childhood, meet all these cool people, have all these amazing conversations, go to these cool events and stuff and hang out and make new friendships and stuff like that. And I don't feel like I'm hurting anybody. You know what I mean? Like I'm having fun, but like I don't scam people. I don't sell resealed stuff. I don't like lie about condition and then send somebody a crease car. Like I don't do that. I do good business. And I feel like in free markets, just from my experience, like the cream rises to the top. Like the bad actors, sometimes the bad actors are going to make more money because they're lying, cheating, and stealing, and that's unfortunate, and that's incentivized in a lot of places, unfortunately. But I do think ultimately, like the good businesses, I mean, look at who's at the top. Rusty, Dan, Z, and G. Like these are good dudes. I trust them. I've sent all these dudes cards and money and stuff like that, right? Like these are good people. Like I don't know them like on a but just from my experiences with them, like they're good people and they're good businessmen that you can trust. And I think that that's important, and people have really built that up over time. So if a card goes down after I sell it, I don't think I'm a bad person for that. You know, like, and maybe that is a cop out, but
Are they going to pay me more? Are they going to pay me more money when it goes up? Like my Evolve Me Skies booster boxes I sold. Like, are they now going to pay me extra since they've appreciated? Like,
yeah, I personally believe that it's better for you and for others to behave in a moral way, and that just because other people are doing something doesn't mean that you should do it, and just because it's not illegal doesn't mean that it's not. Just because something is legal doesn't mean that it's moral or ethical. The state does not impose my morality. Let me put it that way. I have different beliefs and standards. Some laws I disagree with. I think differently than the state. So anyway, but it's very, everyone has their own subjective sort of ethics and morals on that sort of stuff. So I think it's pretty great. And again, just like Retro said, most of the people he's talking about, including himself, like, it's pretty far down the food chain, like the immorality of like selling an overpriced slab versus like a lot of things in the world. But that doesn't mean that, you can't figure out how to do it in as ethical way as possible, in a way you're comfortable with. And it doesn't mean that you can't like develop better business practices over time, even Rusty will talk about, doing things that he did in the beginning, like being involved in raffles and like things that he over time just was like, like I don't need to kind of do these things. I can sell more directly the card to the person rather than kind of like disguising it a bit in sort of a gamble. I feel better about selling it this way. But again, the gamble can be fun for some people. Mystery boxes, although you might be losing money, can be fun, and why people should be allowed to gamble. And I think gambling, and even when they know they're going to lose, is fun, to a certain extent. So whatever. I've answered all these things a million times on this trail.
and to the morality thing too, it's like, even with like, if I were to go work at Merrill or something like that, right? Chances are for a while, I'm going to have to like cold call people to bring in AUM. And to me, even if I know, okay, look, like we're professional, we're trying to make you money, we're trying to like teach you financial literacy, things like that. Like we're trying to help you manage your assets, put your kids through school, get you out of debt, whatever the case may be, right? The idea of me cold calling somebody I might not have talked to in 10 years and being like, hey, do you want to come in and invest your life savings with us? Like that to me is in a certain way predatory. And a lot of these funds too, like if you have $500,000 in with Schwab or Merrill or something like that, great. They're going to call you quarterly, bam, bam, whatever. If you have $10,000 in one of these, Edward Jones or some shit like that, here's what they're going to do. They're going to call you weekly, every 2 weeks. Oh, we need to diversify your portfolio, because they're not making enough money passively on you on the 1% management fee. So they want to get you to make trades so that they can make their percentage off that, right? And to me, that is morally like shaky, and that doesn't make me feel good, right? Like I feel a lot better about selling a card at market price than I do about trying to nickel and dime somebody that's already trying to get a step up by bringing their money into, like I said, an invest or whatever, and then I'm over here trying to make my management fee and nickel and diming them on trades. That doesn't make me feel good. You know what I'm saying? So it's like in my mind, at least, like that is, yeah, man, like that doesn't feel great, you know. And I could go work for a family office or a private equity, you know, different things like that. Like but I'm just saying, like
It
yeah,
just all
man,
comes down to mindset, bro.
yeah,
It,
yeah,
it really all comes down to mindset. Like, you know, if you put yourself in the opposite mindset and think, well, you know, these people are very financially illiterate, and they might do, you know, 10 worse things with their money. So I'm actually helping them out by taking it off their hands so they don't lose it, you know, doing some other, you know, scam or something like that. So it's like, it's all those things are all mindset, man. It's really hard to see an exact black or white in those types of businesses.
for
You
sure,
know?
for sure, for sure.
I think it also, right, it has to do with your confidence in your skill set, you know, right? As a, you know, if you feel like you don't know what you're doing as an investment advisor and you have to sell yourself to people, there's probably going to be some ethical issues going on in your head, you know, that any person who cares about anyone would be. But as you gain sort of confidence and experience, I think, like with anything, I mean, this was true as a therapist, right? You know, because therapists get a lot of negativity and hate, you know, for, you know, in doubt of sort of the field. And as being, you know, a therapist for 11 years, you know, it justifying sort of the high prices that people would pay, you know, to come speak to me or engage with me, you know, like any field, figuring out, like, the best way you can be ethical is get good at what you're doing and provide a really good service. And then you can ethically sort of sell yourself, basically. So work very hard on producing it. You know, if you're a reseller, work very hard at, you know, someone like Z&G, right? Like, work very hard at getting good relationship with eBay so that you can provide the cheapest prices, you know, and pass along those savings to people doing consignments through you, right? And like, that's a win-win business model for everyone, right? It's like, develop business models wherever you're doing, just like as Alex said, like the win-win of an investment advisor is that this person isn't going to invest their money at all or invest their money foolishly.
No, for sure. Yeah, that was the point. What I'm trying to say is that
I can collect 1% to 2%, and that's you know,
I'm not trying to say wealth management is a scam. What I'm trying to say is, like, the way that high net worth clients are treated versus like the average. And I would never go to work at Edward Jones, but I'm saying, like, the people going in to invest their money at Edward Jones do not have 500K to invest. They have $2,000, $5,000, $10,000. They're regular people. That's why it's like the McDonald's of wealth management. And the way that they treat people that don't have a lot of money, who also aren't very financially literate, is predatory in my mind. Like, I don't want to sit and take somebody that I know is doing their best to save and be like, you need to diversify just so that I can make like an extra little, you know, bit off the trade, like whatever, however many bips. Like, I don't. Yeah, that doesn't feel great to me. Like, that doesn't. It's not that I don't know what I'm doing. I just don't want to do that to somebody. Like, that doesn't feel good. Like, I want to help somebody get out
of the most vulnerable of anyone who's very vulnerable. Hopefully feels very bad. Like, yeah,
like,
because if it doesn't, you're gonna be really hurt a lot of people. You're gonna be a human being who hurts quite a few people. I mean, that's your mentality is going to be someone who, now again, there's sort of the counter argument of like, well, personal responsibility and like everyone kind of should fight for themselves, and it's these people's fault for being stupid and for you being easily able to take advantage of, and it's on them. And you know, whatever. We don't need to get into this back and forth anyway. It's late. It's late, and we know all sides of this argument. People here know probably all sides of the argument. I think most people fortunately fall in sort of the you know, do your best not to take advantage of people. Try to develop businesses that are win-wins and relationships that are win-wins. Of course, if you can't, and this is something that I believe strongly, I do think that there is and you know, the word privilege in society is used in a lot of ways, whatever it could be. But there is, I think, a privilege of sorts in being able to be generous. I think being generous comes with when you're in a good situation already and you have stuff to give. And so I think trying to get in a good situation so that you can give more is a wonderful thing. But I think oftentimes people who don't have a lot aren't able to be generous and are kind of looked down on it. So, you know, it's a complicated thing, you know, this idea that like whatever. But thank you both for coming on. Appreciate you both. We'll do it again. Okay, say your goodbyes. No long, maybe short comment if you need, but then say your goodbyes and let's get it done.
You first, Alex. You first.
Just let the record show Jake hates modern.
No, dude.
No, man, it was a great night. I mean, I'm glad we hashed some of that stuff out. I think we have a better understanding of everyone's points of views and everything, and I think it was a good live stream. Had a fun time.
Yeah, man. There's a lot of good people, hanging out for sure. Yeah, man. Thanks for having us on. I really think that we kind of turn this around a little bit. It seems like it's a better energy now. But yeah, man, I'm happy to know you guys. I always enjoy talking to you. Yeah, man, like let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Hopefully this stuff's around for a while, because this is all fun. And even though we argue and disagree, at the end of the day, man, like we all love this stuff, right? So
yeah, and I think the conversation before was good too. So you and Ray,
I'll have to go back. I didn't.
You and Ray, I know we're trying to stop it at times, but I don't I try to control myself a lot and not get heated and not share things strongly, but at times I actually think it's a detriment, and it's better for us just to like let out sort of our honest feelings and frustrations or whatever, and kind of like have a conversation about it rather than so I don't, the whole like we need to like make sure everyone is perfectly comfortable every second, and whatever. I'm with Alex on sort of the point he made there, and I think Alex and I can handle like maybe irritating each other slightly or having a different opinion or getting a little heated or whatever, even if we have different styles. So
well, like Retro said, I mean, if you invite people or he invited people and they don't want to come on, then that's fine. Like anyone who comes on, I think they pretty much know that things can get heated. So I mean, I think anyone kind of knows what they're getting themselves into. Kind of the whole, if you're putting yourself on YouTube thing, I mean, you're gonna get hate comments, you're gonna get good comments. It just kind of goes with the territory type thing. I mean, I never take any of it too seriously.
All right, guys. Well, thank you all for watching in chat. Go subscribe to each of these guys' channels, Nostalgianomics and Retrospecs. What's the name of your channel?
Baby, it says it right on the screen, Jay. Quick acting brand new, son. Come on.
I'm subscribed. I just wasn't 100% sure.
I'm just trolling you.
Yeah. So go subscribe to these guys. Yeah, we'll catch you all in the next one. I do for the Patreon members. I do have we have our monthly live Zoom tomorrow. Mason's going to do a presentation on what it's like to run a brick and mortar store with a PowerPoint and a lot of details. So if you're interested in that, feel free to sign up for the Patreon. You'll also get, all of the Charlie, Rusty, Dan, and my old stuff, as well as like tons and tons and tons of data and info for days that you get to keep. Only need to sign up once, you get it all. You can download any of it and then unsubscribe if you don't want it. Feel free. Anyway, appreciate all the support there, and yeah, everyone have a good rest of your night.
All right, you too, man.